What is up, Finesse family? How's everybody doing today, guys? How's everybody doing today? Guys, I'm excited today. We're talking cybersecurity. We're talking Black Friday, how not to get hacked, how not to get in a situation you can't get yourself out of. We got the Professor Black Ops with us today. He is an engineer dealing with cybersecurity. So we're going to get straight to it, guys. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way in. If you're not subscribed, guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel, guys. So let's get it started. Once again, this is Mrs. B Finesse with millennialfinessemindset.com, guys. And let's get started. All right, guys, I'm hoping you guys are having a great day today. I'm excited about today's talk, guys, because I wanted to know more about what is going on the base level with all this hacking, what is going on. Obviously, guys, we're coming into Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So I felt like this topic was pertinent at this time. I'm excited to bring the guest up. But before we actually get the guests here, guys, I want to make sure we're actually doing our housekeeping, guys. Make sure on the way in that you guys hit that like button, guys. Make sure that you guys have shared. Man, listen, I appreciate it. I've got so many comments, guys, over the past day of the different videos, so many new subscribers. Guys, I appreciate you guys, the subscribers that are sharing this information. You guys are going back, commenting on the videos. You are going back, rewatching the videos. If you don't know, that helps new YouTubers like me get the watch hours, get the impression, so more people can see the information, guys. So thank you for sharing on social media, guys, because once again, I don't have social media presence like that. I just got on YouTube approximately 2.5 months ago. All right, about 3 months now altogether. So when you guys share stuff, that helps me out. That helps the impressions. That helps everyone get the opportunity to see this information, guys. So if you have not shared this yet, go to your socials right now. Go ahead and share it. Go ahead and let everybody know we're getting started, guys, with cybersecurity today. I'm excited about this topic just because I have a background in criminal justice. So I understand how forensics and all the different intricacies that go with the security, period, not dealing with cyber. And now, guys, we're in a day and age where cybersecurity is basically like you having air to breathe. Like, it's so important to understand what's going on in the cyber world. We're probably going to touch into aspects dealing with metaverse too, because our guest knows about what change is coming, to where he's saying metaverse can be just like daily waking up and starting your day. So guys, once again, I am so excited about this, guys. If you are new to the channel and you do not know who I am Mrs. B Finesse of millennialfinessemindset.com. And the word finesse, guys, it is not what you think it is, especially if you Google and look it up and see what the definition is. But it's an acronym for this group of people here. We're called the Finesse Fam. And what does that mean, guys? It means that my goal is to faithfully inspire and innovate, to naturally be effective, and to seek success every day. And that is what I expect of you guys. You're the Finesse Fam too. So that is a conglomerate. We are growing together and we are molding together these different things, all right, for us to be productive, all right, for us to make changes, all right. So that is the purpose point of this channel, guys. Shout out to I got some messages and emails from people that were just really telling me how much they appreciate the platform, men and women, but particularly a couple men. They were saying that, you're the only platform that I see where it is a woman that's married and she's speaking to men and women, regardless if they're married or not. I appreciate your platform. I appreciate how safe it is. There's not a lot of drama going on back and forth on your platform. I feel free to come up and talk when you have topics, even when I don't agree. So that is a shout out and a testimony to you guys here. So I definitely want to thank you guys for the comments, for the messages, even when you come on the platform and tell me that. I really appreciate that, guys. So without further ado, we're going to bring up the guest of the hour, the one you guys are here for. We got Professor Black Ops. Hey, Professor Black Ops, how are you feeling today?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna have to get like you and your brother. Y'all got music and y'all doing it big time on YouTube. I'm still struggle streaming and I'm gonna have to upgrade my game.
Ooh, Professor Black Ops, don't say that. You the cybersecurity guy, you saying struggle with the
I be
stream?
struggle,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
but I can tell you everything about cybersecurity, but when you
Facts.
got the music and the SD and the graphics and the fingerprint, I don't know nothing about that. I stay in my lane. I stay in my lane.
All right, so I'm so excited that you're here. Let's see what's going on in the chat, Professor Black Ops, and we're gonna get straight into it because you already know I'm so intrigued and excited about the topic dealing with cybersecurity and how we can make it tangible because we got Black Friday coming up, we got Cyber Monday, and you can speak to the people about exactly what they need to pay attention to before we get into the different aspects of cybersecurity, what it means, why it's here, the metaverse, all these different things. I'm really, really excited to be here. So we got Luscious Journey. Shout out to her. She says, we're here. We have Vaughn, moderator extraordinaire. He's saying, greetings to everyone. Adrian Nye says, Professor Black Ops, cybersecurity for the people. Hey there, how are you? I'm finally going to catch one of your presentations live. So she's excited. They all know Professor Black Ops in here. Vaughn saying, thank you guys for joining the stream. Let's see, Well Talk. He said something as Wally. Let's see. Guys, once again, if you feel led to, make sure you guys like, share, subscribe, and you can support the channel. Thank you to the supporters yesterday, guys. I really appreciate that. You guys help the mission. You help the purpose move forward. So thank you for those that feel inclined, that feel this information is pertinent. They just want to show the support. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. We got subscribers that know what it is before I say it. Faithfully inspiring, innovative, naturally effective, seeking success every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wealth Talker saying 36 more subs to 600. Okay, cool. We just got to 500. So listen, like I said, guys, it's because of you. We're pushing forward, guys. So we almost there. Make sure you click the like button on the way in. Titanium says, salute Mrs. B Finesse and Professor Black Ops. So Professor, let's go. I got you on the floor. I really wanted to start off with the connection with cybersecurity, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Can you tell us why it is important for us to pay attention in these times? What kind of inside information that you have for us lay people about what we need to be paying attention to going into this holiday season?
Okay, like you said, let's start with the baseline. We're gonna talk about finesse in the bad way. People gonna go to the wrong website. You're gonna think it's the website. You can hit a button and copy a website, and I can make it look like you. You think you buying something from Target, you're gonna be buying something from Black Ops, and I'm gonna steal your money website, right? So you need to make sure you hover over those links. If somebody send you a coupon in the mail, hover over that link. People gonna be sending you fake coupons to send you to a fake website. You're gonna be buying somebody else Christmas and Black Monday gifts. They're not gonna be yours, right? So that's the bad finesse part. And if you look on there, PayPal, Cash App, you need to use those, but people are gonna send you out links to say, "Oh, what you ordered wasn't quite right. Let me take over your phone so you don't lose this money." Right? Google this lady turned over her PayPal to a fake PayPal thing, and they stole $10,000 from her. So there's going to be a lot of finesse in between these two. Once again, people are going to send you. It's called phishing. I send you a fake email and you click on
Yeah,
it. And you're not going where
let's
you
say
want.
fishing Black Ops. Let's not say finesse. Let me
I'm
come on the
sorry.
screen because he just over listened. Didn't I just tell him what the meaning was, team?
I'm
And
sorry.
he
I'm
just
old.
ran it down to.
I'm sorry. I'm
I
old.
just look. I just gave you the acronym, and you just.
I did. That made me think. Let's talk about the back. Now we're gonna call it fishing. You right? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Black Ops. I appreciate you,
I'm
guests.
sorry.
Brought you to the platform for you to slander my name, but it's
I'm sorry. When you old, old people they just gotta do what they
Oh
want.
no! Don't put it. Don't put it on you being old.
I'm old.
You got the floor though, fam. You got the floor. So you said we're talking about cybersecurity. We're
Yeah.
talking about. Let's be specific though, Professor Black Ops, because you said let's start with when we are on the websites. What are specific things we need to be looking at on websites? Because you know a lot of people they're looking for deals and steals,
Right.
and they go onto any doggone website there is,
Right.
not paying attention to the nuances, what needs to be at the corner. Can you specifically talk on that for the people to understand
Yeah.
the things they need to look at when they shopping on websites?
People are gonna be sending you coupons in the mail, coupons on your phone. If you like the coupon, don't click on the link in the coupon. Go to Target, go to Kmart. Because when you click on emails, you don't know exactly where they're sending you to. It could look like it. So if somebody send you a deal you like and it's a big retailer, type that retailer in, then go use the coupon there. Don't click on what they send you in the email or on your phone. That's the classic thing I think is gonna really help you. And two is when you even when you're on that website, hover over some of the graphics to make sure it says Target.com and not Target One or Target with a zero, right? So those are the things you need to double check because I promise you, there's going to be about $1 billion stowed over this next 4 days
Wow.
with a B.
Good grief, $1 billion. So you're saying that, Professor Black Ops, is how do you even know that? Is this something that you've seen just in the industry you've been in? Like, how do you know these numbers, and how are you so sure that this is gonna happen? What are the
If
things that
you
lay people are doing?
Right. If you Google last year, like I said, people going to fake websites. People are thinking they're putting their credit card into a real retailer and it's a fake retailer. People are getting fished for Cash App. They say, oh, your Cash App's not working, and they let somebody dial in and they're going to steal their money because they're going to fake them out and say, oh, you bought the wrong gift. I need to get in your Cash App because you paid for it and I want to refund your money. And that's the crooks trying to trick you so they can take over your phone and any money in your Cash App that you connected to your bank account, they're gonna drain your Cash App and your bank account.
And let's speak on that, Professor Black Ops. So if they do drain my Cash App, can I get my money back because it isn't it covered, my Cash App account?
Now, if you Google it, just happened to a black lady. She lost $10,000 and she's arguing with the bank currently. Your bank because you gave the crooks access to your phone. They didn't hack your phone, right? They tricked you. They didn't hack your phone. They called and gave you this fake. They gave her a fake spiel and said, "Oh, we saw somebody was in your Cash App and they taking money out. We need to get in your phone." She was so nervous because she had 10,000. She let them get in her phone, and the bank was like, "That's your problem, not our problem.
Oh,
You gave them access." Now I think Chase been getting a lot of heat, and 10,000 for them is like an hour worth the whole bank work. So they might give it back, but they were pushing back because they're like, "Oh no, you didn't get hacked. It wasn't our fault. It was your fault."
so so basically, with in Cash App stipulations, Professor Black Ops, it does not say that once you send that money out, or once you, I think it's send it. It does not say that you can get that back. That's basically
Right,
what. Okay,
right.
people. So you guys hear that? You better verify before
Now
you
if they
start sending them
Yeah,
and receiving.
now if the criminal hacked in there and that you could prove it was a cyber criminal hacking you, it wasn't that. She got tricked by somebody and gave them access to their phone. And Cash App's like,
Okay.
"Oh, that's not us. That's a
Oh
you."
man. So they playing with pragmatics there because you got tricked, but you willingly
Right,
offered it.
right. It
Oh,
wasn't. It wasn't our fault. It was your fault.
good grief! So you're not even covered with that.
Mm.
Okay, so let's backtrack, Professor Black Ops, because a lot of the people, my subscribers, they may not know you, they may not have seen you. So I want to kind of go back, and can you talk about how did you even get into cybersecurity? I believe it's called cyber. Is it called cybersecurity engineering or electrical engineering? What is
The
the actual
degree.
field?
Oh,
Yeah, the
what I
actual
do is
field.
cybersecurity. Then in cybersecurity, there's a whole bunch of domains in cybersecurity. So, you want me to give a
So
little more
what
background? Go ahead.
Yeah, can you tell us how you got started with it to even get there? Because I think a lot of people have not really seen a lot of black people unless they conversate with them. Because I know there's a group of you guys on YouTube that
Yeah.
you guys all intermingle, but a lot of people don't even know that black people do these different type of fields. So can you kind of talk us backwards to how you even got into it, what sparked it about you, and what the field looks like going forward?
Okay. I got my bachelor's in computer science in 1990. I got
Oh,
my MBA in 1995. So I've done everything in IT. So I was a junior programmer, Oracle DBA, and I was at Department of Defense doing web server and app server, so Java development. And the DoD was getting hacked by China and Russia, so they said we need to help
wow.
our engineers understand cybersecurity. So they brought some guys out. I'm still cool with. I'm gonna interview a couple on my channel, but they started training us on cybersecurity. So then once I got my skills up, a couple people I worked with, they started moving around and they invited me to come work for them. So I was laughing. I interviewed for a job in 20 years. People invite me to come work on them. So then I kind of fell in the field. Then the field grew around me. Now cybersecurity is the rage. Everybody's getting hacked once a week. So then I just kind of rode that train, and I eat very well, and I eat steak all the time, and I need to lose some weight. So that's it at a high level.
You say you eat steak very well.
And I need to lose some weight. Shout out 2022. New year, new me. But go ahead.
I heard that new year, new me. All right, Professor Blackout. So, just even going through the journey of you getting that degree and you staying in that field because you brought us through it very rapidly. Do you feel when you step into the room, are there a lot of people that look like you in the room, or what does it look like for somebody when you're stepping up the ranks like that?
I was interviewing a young African American young guy, and it gets lonely, but you just do your job. And I tell people I take my craft well, and I study, and now everybody knows me. And like I tell young guys, they're like, I feel lonely. I said, when you're the only black person in the room, everybody's gonna look at you. You want to get your boss's attention. Everybody's gonna look at you. So when people try me, I'm gonna show you how smart I am. I'm gonna show you how brilliant I am. I'm about this life, so don't try me. I even have white counterparts tell me like, "What are you gonna do today?" I like, y'all know the drill. Somebody try me, big boss. It's gonna be over with because I'm gonna show them. She know how I am. She be like, "Oh, don't do it today." I'm like, "Oh yes, man. Let me know, man, because if you know somebody try me, it's gonna be on." Because people sometimes they're not familiar with you. They want to know if you qualified. They're gonna ask you some slide, crazy question, and I'm gonna be like, "How dare you?
Right.
That's negligent of you."
Right.
Everybody knows that. Don't you know that? So I'm gonna show you. So I'm old and grumpy, so don't bother me now.
So they do be trying to try you in your field.
Yeah. Because to be honest, sometimes they try white people, so they're gonna try me, but I'm gonna show you. So that's why I tell young guys, you can show people how smart you are, and after you smash a couple people, don't nobody mess with me.
Yeah.
I came in the room. True story. I came in the room. This young lady, we was going back. She saw me come in the room. She took a big sigh. She goes, I just went up to her very nice. I was like, who's going to answer my security questions? She pointed to her boss because she didn't want no smoke. I was like, we cool. I ain't trying. We don't. You know who I am now. I'm gonna let you off the hook. So I'm gonna go talk to your boss.
So you stay. You stayed on time, and I think that's actually, Professor Black Ops, that's really important that people understand. Like, I don't think you going in there loud and yelling, but you have a tactfulness to yourself that when you step in the room, you don't have to say you're going to respect me. It's understood because of the way that you're carrying yourself in your field. So I think that's imperative. Go ahead, you can speak on that. We got a question.
But they know though, because after you embarrass a couple people 4 or 5 times, people don't mess with you no more. Because I embarrass people, I'd be like, "Oh, you didn't have that government encryption that we need for this government contract that we spent $10 million on it? I think you're negligent." So when you start, people will leave you alone. Oh, you picked that database? That database is not approved by NIST 800-3, which is who we subscribe to for our security. I think you might have wasted $10 million. So and people will leave you alone. I promise you that they'll leave you alone after that.
And that's because you know what you're doing, and it's the wisdom of what you're doing. It's not even the arrogance. Like, no, you about to mess up the money of the client that we're working for. Get yourself together.
Now, if you're nice to me, I'll give you some gems. If you're nice to me, now if you're nice to me, now I get people saying, "I think we want to buy this." So I was like, "Okay, let me check it out. Let me go through my little analysis, and I'll help you out." But if you want to try me, I'm going to embarrass you in front of the CEO, the CIO, the director. So we can do this if you want. I'm about this life, player. We can do it.
All right, Black Ops. That's what I'm talking about. I'm so glad I had this interview. This is exciting for me because I'm about to pick your brain with some questions. We got a question in the chat for Professor Black Ops. Cybersecurity for the people. Do you think that your insurance, home or renters, will cover a consumer from that kind of Cash App fraud? So what's your speculation on that? Can you tell us why?
No, because that's a special rider. Like for me, I do cybersecurity. I have a $2 million umbrella policy. So if I mess up, the odds of me getting sued are small, right? I talk to the FBI, but people have been sued for messing up. So I got a special $2 million umbrella policy that would cover for me if I make a cybersecurity mistake. because I consult and I consult on the side, right? So before you sue me though, you got to sue the CEO, the CIO, the chief information security. Like I'm way down, so the odds of me getting sued, but I want to be covered for that, right? I got some extra assets, so now you can get a rider, and that would be under. You would have to ask your insurance. Like I said, my cybersecurity mistakes are covered under my umbrella policy. Like I said,
Okay.
I got a $2 million umbrella policy.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. We got another question. Von Bryan says, guys, and if you have a question, either
Okay.
type out the word question or put a Q with a colon so I know that you're asking a question and I'll make sure I get it to Professor Black Ops. Looks like we got about 2 hours with him and then he's back in the field. So make sure if you guys have questions, get them out and I'll try to drop the link so you guys can come up within the next 30 minutes to hour. It says, Von Bryan says, have you heard of LifeLock? And would you suggest we use it? And what is the cost? And are there other programs as well? Good question.
Yes, there are a lot of other programs. I'm a huge LifeLock fan.
Okay.
I think the middle one is $99. That's pretty good. And yes, I would suggest it. But two is a friend of mine that had it and actually got hacked. It helped her a ton, but I was surprised how much work she had to do
Oh, really?
to do it because she had to type all the letters to the credit card companies and said they gave her the templates, but she had to write the letters and said, "I've been hacked. I need a refund." Your credit cards will refund you your money a lot of times on hack. That's why your interest rate is so hard on credit cards.
Yeah,
So they
that's true.
they'll refund your money. But no, I definitely suggest like LifeLock, and the middle one is pretty good. Like I said, a good friend of mine was hacked, and she got all her money back, and they stopped all her credit cards. But she had to probably send out like 20 letters. I thought they would
Yeah.
send out the letters for you, but it makes sense because she's got fiduciary responsibility of her accounts, and he does not. So it makes sense to why she had to do all the letters. They gave her all the letters to
Yeah, they
do.
give you the
Them up.
template. I
Yeah,
believe they
yeah,
give you the template. All you gotta do is add your name to it or whatever.
yeah. But
Question two, Professor Black Ops. What type of things, if we are picking one of these security places that will help us, what type of things do you feel needs to be in something if we get a LifeLock? What kind of things can we pass up, or what kind of things do we need to make sure that's in the package from what you know?
yeah, what I would look for is what's the maximum they covered. So you know how much you worth. So I mean, you can balance that out. Is when you look at it, they're going to say, okay, these are the things we're responsible for. They're going to help you recover your credit cards and different things you purchase. One of the new hacks, and I got people looking at it, and we kind of talked about this, people are taking your identity and taking out of equity out of your house. I haven't checked
Oh,
to
you
make
told me
sure.
about that.
Yeah, so I need to make sure which version, what level
That's
of
crazy.
LifeLock's covered by that. That's a new thing. So check your check your credit report. Make sure your
How
equity of
can
your
they
house
even
is
get
not going.
Black Ops? How can they even, because to get the loan, it's so many levels to if you've ever bought a house
No,
and
I
either
haven't.
refi. How can they even is it just a pure hack, or do they go through talking to people doing the
They go
S?
through they go through talking to people because it's easy to make a fake driver's license of people. I could get you a
Oh,
picture after me, just
jeez.
put it over top of the credit card, and everybody's got their birth date out there. There's just so much information. I could probably get 99% of the time because now Facebook tell you when everybody's birthday is.
And
Happy
they tell,
birthday!
look, Black Ops, they telling all their business. That's why
Right.
I'm not on
So
social media. Everybody
right,
done plaster everything about them, so
right.
I can believe it.
Right, so I could get it. I could get all your information to fill out a refi, and I think they coordinated with
Wow.
people in the bank. Though I think it's kind of a doable. No, that's kind of a known hack, and because you don't think to check it if the equity of your house has been stolen. So by the time you figure it out,
Sheesh.
you trying to do a refi or something, or what happens is they don't pay on a refi, then you get the bill.
Right.
So then it shows up after your house after a year.
Ooh, that hits your credit too. Good
Oh yeah.
doggone grief. So when they get it, Black Ops, they just what withdraw the money out, and then
Yeah.
nobody notices what account they withdrawed it from, or do you think they sending it overseas doing like overseas accounts and all that?
They would send it overseas. What happens is they got some fake bank accounts here. Then they send it overseas, close this bank account. Then they because what happens is you can trace bank accounts. So you try to
Exactly.
jump bank account. A lot of people now putting it in Bitcoin because it's hard to trace Bitcoin
Oh yeah, or in the
because it's a big sum
blockchain.
of money. Yeah, because you got like $100,000. You probably got $400,000 of equity. So you're doing it big. So that's a lot of money. So you got to move it around. A lot of people probably put it in Bitcoin.
Mm,
I
mm, mm,
appreciate
mm.
that. This is not legal advice.
Yeah,
Shout
we
out
put
to you.
I always said the mods, they know I put legal, medical, and doggone financial, because you know how folks is.
Yeah,
This is, let me read
I,
that. This is for informational purposes only. None of this is legal, and it's in all the descriptions and stuff. So
facts.
go ahead. I was what you gonna
I
say.
got $2 million umbrella policy. I ain't scared. No, I'm just playing.
I heard, look, throwing it out there, just
I
throwing
ain't
it out
scared.
there.
Nah, I'm just playing. Good looking out for us, Dave Hunt.
Let's see. So we got Kirk Russell's in the building. He says that's a long time, as we were talking about earlier. Aisha's in the building. Hey, Aisha. She's saying, hey, Mrs. B Finesse in chat. Aisha is saying cybersecurity sounds interesting. I thought about getting into that field. Yes, it's very, very
You
interesting.
should. We need more help.
See, and we're gonna speak on that. Ops is gonna talk about the different options coming into that. So we will touch base on that, guys. Luscious Journey says you have all that experience. Yeah, man. How many years, Ops?
I
All
got 30
together.
years. I got
Does
30 years in
this
it.
man look like he's 30 something? He got 30
I
years,
wish.
guys, with this.
Yeah,
Come
I was
on.
laughing. I tell people when I graduated from college, they were like, I just was born. I was like, wow. That's funny to me.
Getting it in. Let's see. We already did that question. Let's see. Aisha says, when I used to work in retail, even the cash registers have the ability to get hacked. It's crazy.
Because they're all on the network now. Everything is electronic. Because they want to look what you're doing, and then when they take your receipts, they run them automatically up electronically before you cash out. So if they can get to you electronically, I can hack and get to your cash register electronically.
Good doggone grief. So we got David Honey says this is a very important conversation to have. Yes, it is, man. I'm excited about it. Kurt says, great conversation. Once again, guys, it's really not that hard to find it. Look for it. Hit the like button. Make sure if you're just coming in the stream, I see a lot of people coming in and out. Hit the like button, guys. If you haven't subscribed, hit the subscription, hit the bell, and make sure you turn on the notifications, guys. I'm pretty consistent. I come on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at 1 p.m., but sometimes it'll change, and if you hit that bell, you'll see if I update something. Once again, thank you, David, for informational purposes only. None of this is legal. Lashes is saying great conversation. Adrian Nash says Professor Black Ops, cybersecurity for the people, insurance rider indeed. David saying, oh, he's talking about, hey, Friendsgiving. She's saying, good afternoon, Finesse fam. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a great day, and I appreciate you being here, Friendsgiving. Let's see. Once again, Vaughn saying, please like, share, subscribe. If you feel inclined, guys, you can sponsor and support the stream. Everybody saying hello. We got Wally. He's in here saying yes. Aisha says she's speechless about what you're saying, Professor Backups. Wally says, I know he's speaking facts. I was scammed. And many people in the chat were scammed. I already know that. We got, thank you, Von Bryant, the Buy Me a Coffee, guys. If you want to sponsor, you can hit that. Let's see. Kirk Rush's Luscious Journey is my wife. Oh, okay. I knew that. Let's see. David Hunt says, my son is doing a program now in college for cybersecurity as an emphasis on his computer science degree. Good.
That's what's up, David.
Good.
If you need him, just have him reach out to me, man. ProfessorBlackOps@gmail.com. If he ever has any questions, that's my purpose on YouTube, helping young people get in the cybersecurity game. So if you or him ever need to talk to me, just hit me up.
Okay. Yes, I want to make sure I touch base on that at the very end. The cybersecurity, what specifics people need to know about the field and how it is something that's going to be very lucrative for them. Let's see. Before the building says, if you can get to it, then they can get to it. Yeah, true. Rebecca Coleman says, good afternoon to everybody. David's saying, hit the like button, share, subscribe, comment. Yes, guys. And thank you, guys. You guys are so awesome. You go back and comment on the videos. I really appreciate that, guys. And you're sharing them. I see you guys are the ones that do have community pages and on social medias. I'm seeing that. So thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. Professor Black Ops, Lashes Journey says, great information, sir. Thank you for sharing this. Yes, guys, once again, if you guys, I'll show that again. I have to share the screen, but make sure you guys subscribe to my education channel. I'm going to do a lot on that too, interviewing people, having people come up with specific job types, so they can see people that look like us on there, and we will see Mr. Ops on there too. So I'm excited about doing those interviews. They're going to be a lot shorter, but it's going to be something that people can take, learn, and keep sending on to others to get this information. Ine says, Professor Black Ops, thank you for the information. What school would you recommend for cybersecurity? So we'll start with that.
Ooh, that's a broad question. There's a lot of great schools out there for cybersecurity. I mean, if you just do a little background, I mean, if you go to any Big Ten or Ivy League school, but the question is now we're debating on YouTube. It's got me thinking a little differently. Is you can get certifications for a lot of these professions and a lot of big time jobs. They're not even really asking for degrees to get in because you can do A plus, Network plus, CompTIA Security plus, CISP with so many years in there. So the question is, that's what we've been debating is certificates versus degrees. I just tell everybody get both, right? If you're gonna do it, I say a certificate to get you into the door. But if you want to progress, get into management, chief information security officers, compliance directors, those are various jobs. They're gonna want you to have degrees when you start going to that level of control and responsibility in a corporation.
So you're saying to actually touch base in it, can they be, let's say, can they be in, I don't know, accounting, or can they work in, I don't know, being a lawyer, but then they're like, I want to change my job. Can I get into cybersecurity, or do I need to go
No,
all the way back to school?
no, you can get in jobs because there's so many disciplines in cybersecurity. I laugh because it's something called project management. And there's a
What's
project
that?
management certification, PMP. It's
Okay.
because most smart developers are on the spectrum. They can't even talk to people or look at people. So you got people that talk to the customer, get the requirements like on Office
Oh,
Space, and
so is
take
that
those.
customer service? Is that kind
No,
of what it
because
is?
no, it's more. Well, you can, but there's a higher level called project management because you're gonna manage the whole project. You're gonna talk to the leadership and says, "What's the budget? When you want it done?
Okay.
This is how many resources I got.
Uh-huh.
We need security. We need development. We need operations. We need this outside vendor because we couldn't check." So they manage the whole project, but they sit on top of cybersecurity.
Okay, cool. Okay, so you're the manager. So you're pretty much
Yeah,
being the supervisor, but
right.
you have to know cybersecurity though, right? Elements of the.
Oh no, I get
Oh,
mad at them. I get mad at
you
them
said
all
you
the
get
time.
mad.
But they come to me, they go, "What are the tasks we need to do for cybersecurity?" So I lay them out, the
Uh
project
huh.
manager.
Uh
She's
huh.
getting out tasks. Then she comes back to me and says, "Can you hurry up with your task?" I'm like, "I just told you the task. How the hell you gonna tell me to hurry up?" So no. So
That's hilarious. So they try to rush you through what you got to do.
well, because they're trying to keep everything running
Stay in,
right, a
yeah,
budget
stay in
right.
that schedule.
They doing a Gantt chart so management can look at it. They're working with the vendors. We have to look at it. They managing the contracts. They working with the actual development teams because there might be some custom development in there. Working with your little brother on the data scientist to making sure we're getting the data in the right place. So they handle the whole process of it, right?
Oh, okay.
So
The
it's
whole
project
cool.
management, it's PMO. There's a lot of different
PMO.
names for it, but they actually over all of it.
Cool, cool. Now listen, guys. I don't know if my phone's not updated because I always keep my phone on so I can type to the chat while I'm sitting here. But we need to get the likes up. It's 25 people watching, and on my end it looks like it's 14. So I'm gonna wait for you guys to get the likes up. And once again, guys, if you don't know, you're just getting into the stream. My name is Mrs. B Finesse with Millennial Finesse Mindset.com. And Finesse is an acronym, so let me clear that up again for my restreamers coming through. Finesse stands for faithfully inspiring, innovative, naturally effective, and seeking success every day. So that is my name, but that is my purpose for you guys too. And we're all called the Finesse family here. Once again, guys, we got cybersecurity expert Professor Black Ops in the building. He's got 30 plus years. He's breaking down what we need to pay attention to with this holiday season, guys. We're coming into this holiday season, and I don't think a lot of you are paying attention to things. He's giving us cybersecurity advice for the holidays. He's answering your questions. If you have a question, put question in the chat, type it out, or put Q and a colon so I know to ask him that question. Guys, he's here giving us all the advice. You guys need to make sure you're subscribing to his channel. We're dropping it in the chat. I'm putting it on the screen. He has a wealth of knowledge, guys. So many videos. He interviews different people. He's in a community with other people that deal with cybersecurity engineers. I'm in there. I don't know anything about what they're talking about, but I sit there to learn. And so they talk in a way, guys, that anybody can pick it up. All right. The experts down to somebody that wants to know. So guys, make sure you're subscribing to him. Make sure you guys are hitting the notification bell. We have so many people in here, 20 plus. We need to get these likes up because he's giving you guys the game, this free advice right now. You guys need to show the respect. Put some respect on his name and get these likes up. Okay, Ops, did you want to say something? I see another question in the chat.
No, I'm staying out the chat. I'm gonna let you do the answers. Shout out to Snuggle. She's always a troublemaker.
Oh yes,
Snuggle.
Yeah. Okay, Titanium has a question for you. What insurance company do you recommend for an umbrella policy, Professor Black Ops? Once again, this is informational purposes only. This is just his perception and suggestion. So whatever you do, if you pick it and you don't like it, has nothing to do with Ops or me. There you go.
What I did, Titanium, I just went with the insurance company I got because when you get an umbrella policy, they're going to want you to max out your auto and your house, right? Because they want you to have insured before you can put the umbrella on, right? The crazy thing is $2 million was dirt cheap because the odds of you doing something that would cause that much problem, even with me in the cybersecurity. So you have a better chance hitting somebody in the car that was driving a Bentley than you have with you causing a cybersecurity attack. So most large companies have umbrella policies, and that's for anything. You know, if somebody's working at your house or somebody trips and falls, you just got to make sure. Like mine was special. I was like, "Do you cover cybersecurity?" They looked it up and said, "Oh yeah, for the odds of what you're doing, we'll cover you. We'll give you $2 million." So I would just add it on what you had, Titanium. I'm sorry, Titanium.
Yeah. So Ops, is it? Can you explain it for those that are just coming in? What is the umbrella policy and what is it relevant to for those who just came into the stream?
Umbrella policy just sits on top of all your other insurance. So if somebody slips and falls at your house, it gives you extra coverage for something that's probably the odds of it not happening. I have it because since I do cybersecurity, I talked to a couple FBI agents and they said they seen a few times where security analysts made a mistake and got sued, right? Ooh. They said it's super small. Usually you're going to sue the CEO, the CIO, the chief information security officer. So before you get to me, it'll be real small. So I got a few assets, so I just covered them. And if you look at Equifax, when they got half of America hacked, the CEO got fired, the CIO got fired, and the CISO got fired. And they sued everybody, including the board of directors. There were a lot of class action lawsuits. So that's what kind of made me think about doing that.
So is there any jurisdiction is not the word, but what could happen? Can you give us an example? What could happen for us to get to the data analysis and not sue the company?
Like no. Everybody got sued, but they sued the person that actually made the mistake because they figured out that the CISO is his chief information security officer. Made a slip and said the person's name. So lawyers want to sue everybody. So the lawyer's like, we suing everybody on down to
everybody down, trickle down.
Now, 9 times out of 10, you don't think you're gonna get any money, but I got a personal lawyer. I try to sue everybody every day. She be telling me to calm down. I'd be like, oh, he didn't do my car right. Can we sue him? She's like, no, we can't sue the state. Calm down. So, and you know, especially lawyers, if they think they can win, they take the suit pro bono. And if you made a mistake and they find out, you getting sued.
Yep. And they'll take it pro bono because they want to use that company or that person or whatever as an example, and they don't mind getting that clout from winning that case. Right. So of course. All right, we got another question from Before the Billions. Question: should you give your home address to a recruiter if they ask before you interview with a company?
No. I need to know why, because no.
I don't ever give that.
The only time you're gonna get my home address is when you need to figure out you about to mail me a check. Because a lot of times too, is people don't tell you this, is when I got my first real job, they did a background check on me. So they're gonna get all the information from the background check.
That's true.
But too, so now unless you, especially from a recruiter, you ain't got me a job and you ain't paying me no money. So why you need my address? Everything is electronic, man. I think we're gonna talk about that later. They're gonna electronic redline you because people in certain areas they won't hire.
Okay, we're gonna come into that. That sounds good. Let me write that down. We're gonna talk about that later because that one's gonna go crazy.
No B2B, and if they ask you, we're gonna sue them. Let me know. I'm sue happy.
Wait, look at you. Look, you part of the problem, Professor Black Ops. Come on now.
I want to raise my young man up right. We got money and we got lawyers, man. We don't fight. We
We gonna
sue
sue.
people. We be suing. That's how we fight. We don't sue. We don't fight. We sue.
I heard that, Ops. All right, guys. Once again, you're just getting in the stream, guys. We got Professor Black Ops in the building, guys. He is an expert in cybersecurity, guys. While we have him, while he's blessing the stage, if you have a question, write the word out question in the chat. And then I will bring that up while he's here with us, and he will answer that to his best ability. And guys, once again, I'm excited about this conversation. Once again, if you're coming in to the stream, I see some new people coming in. Hit that like button. If you have not subscribed to this channel, what are you doing? Make sure you subscribe. Oops, did you actually forget to hit the like button? Go ahead and hit it, guys, and subscribe for more good content. Professor Black Ops, another question. Should we go back to pay everything in cash? Instead of using a credit card, or not worry about getting hacked?
No,
And not worry about getting hacked. My bad.
that's an excellent question. Now, what I usually do is I have some credit cards that I got low level, like $2,000 or $3,000 that I use strictly online. So if that get hacked, it's $2,000 or $3,000. I can. It's not gonna break me, but I'm gonna get it back. So I would just get a low limit credit card and just use that for your online purchase, or even when you go to store, because we were talking about there. If you just looked at what was the big warehouse? They actually was skimming cards. Somebody put a credit card skimmer on there, and it was one of the big retailers. I can look it up quick. They had a credit card skimmer on like 4 or 5 stores in Chicago. So when you skim their card, you were helping their Christmas shopping. So I would just pick a couple mid-level cards, put about $3,000 on them, and use that. Yeah, shout out to certifications. I think that's the way too.
Okay. All right. Good. We had, where is it? I had to scroll back up. Questions are coming. Okay. Wally wants to know with the metaverse growing and coming, how fast do you believe the tech world industry will evolve? Well, we talked about that, Ops. I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
He just took my mind to another level on that one.
Yeah, I think the metaverse, people don't realize, is really the internet 3.0, right? If you go back, I know there were MySpace.
Before you say it, Ops, can you just make it the most basic? What is metaverse in the basic terms?
The metaverse, if you look at it, is 3-dimensional with Oculus. So when you put your goggles on, if you ever seen Ready Player One, there's a whole bunch of movies out there where you were in there. So, and if you looked at, so that's what it's going to look like. So instead of looking at your screen, you're going to be immersed into this electronic world. So like we're sitting here, you be in an electronic desk where you can talk between people. Wow. You can have training materials up. You can have whatever you're talking about it up. You can actually dive down in the ocean and look at a whale if you want to talk about biology. You training. You talking about, I think, education, because I don't want to get too dark. Somebody called me Laura Sith on another channel.
You do be getting dark.
They do not want to pay poor people to go to school. Schools are expensive. People don't have enough taxes, right? So if your kid can stay at home and put on goggles, right, and learn, right, there's pluses and minuses to that, right? So that's the way people are going to start moving, all right? And we're going to talk a little bit more about the metaverse and how that is going to play for people around the world, right?
Okay. We got another question. Well, specific statement somebody wants you to talk about. Once again, thank you, Vaughn, guys. You can hit the buy me a coffee if you like. I'll bring that stuff up in a second. Because I normally have it up so you guys know what we're talking about. Adrian Nash says, please talk about the electronic redlining.
Okay. We could touch on that. So people know what redlining is. People in certain areas, you get redlined. Now, what electronic redlining is, when you do, like we talked about, when you do a refi credit card online, like B2B, when they know your address is, they know where you live. So they're going to take all the demographics for the people around where you live. So if they don't get paid enough, if people are, late, or if it's a high crime area, they're going to judge you electronically from the people around you. Right. So that's how and two is, so that's how they're going to start doing that. Right. So, and they're doing it now. So when you start going to court, they're going to take your background and figure out if you can get bail or not. Right. Because they're trying to get away from cash bails, because cash bail now means if you poor, you stay in jail. If you got money, you can get out. So now they're going to try to use artificial intelligence to figure out if you get out. But if they're using the same things you do now, if you live in a poor neighborhood or your cousins in the crime, all that stuff gonna come back red, and you're gonna be sitting in jail redlining because they taking artificial intelligence and they're not using the right algorithms to come up with that knowledge. So that's gonna be electronic redlining.
So, ops, do you configure these different algorithms, or is this a programmer that would configure these algorithms and do this?
Well, I'm gonna send out a shout out to my man, engineering cannabis. He's the AI machine learning guru on there. So what he says, and which is true, is these companies come up with these artificial intelligence and AI calculations on their
Okay.
own, but nobody ever vets them. So when you look at them, a lot of times is they they just reinforcing the same red line and rules that always been there. So since it's electronically, it's
Gotcha.
actually even worse, right? So what he wants to do is he wants to make those artificial algorithms open to the public and on the blockchain, so you can go through there and review them, right? And if you got a problem with them, you can put your issues on a blockchain, and we can talk about them to make sure somebody sees them. Because right now nobody can see them. They just whatever the company dreams up, we just taking their word for it.
Good grief. So you telling me in the future somebody can get their bail, like they're gonna go to the blockchain and be able to identify, see if they have money, and that's how you're gonna like do your bail or anyway
No,
traffic
it's
tickets
the
or
no. What they're trying to do right now is bail is set up now. They come up with something. They come up with this arbitrary money. Like so, a good friend of mine, he got caught up in some stuff. His bail was $50,000. He's poor, so I put $5,000 up for him. So when he went to court, I got 95% of my money back. If he didn't have any money, I didn't help him. He would have been sitting in jail for 6 months or 2 months through the pandemic before his trial even happened.
oh
Then
god.
if you stuck in jail, people lose their houses. You can't
Yep,
work.
yep,
So that's so they trying
yep.
to figure out a way to do it differently. Okay, we shouldn't do it on rich or poor. Artificial intelligence can help. What's your background? What's your education? What's your family background? So they're trying to do it a different way. But if the if the algorithms fall, you still gonna be in jail. So right.
Good grief. That's crazy. That and before the buildings, he's saying facts to that. Shout out to OG Patrice. She's in the building. Once again, Vine says, please be advised, guys. This is not financial or legal advice. This is only for informational purpose. Is only before the billion says a team of data analysts and machine learning developers.
Facts, facts, and they all white in Silicon Valley. I was sitting next to them. They all white, and they all rich, and they all went to Harvard, Princeton, and MIT. So they don't know. They just see you as you a data element. You poor, you a single mom, and your ass gonna be locked up. Your brother in jail. You need to be in jail too. That's points against you. I'm like, why my brother in jail gotta be points against me? So you don't know how they coming up with these algorithms.
So, back ops question: is there any type of discretionary thing or law set in place where you have to show, especially on the level when you're dealing with government or things at that level? Is there any discretionary where they have to show or explain how the algorithm works, or can they talk in their own technical writings and put it out there, and you just have to be able to read whatever in that language of understanding you have to know, or is it discretionary where they have to tell you?
I've never seen any discretionary. Usually, what happens is most people don't ask. So
Facts.
nobody. So
That's true.
I don't think that's really came out. And really, until engineering cannabis started chopping it up, and it got me thinking about it. You just think it's the law. When you go to court, a lot of times, what the judge says go right. The algorithm is just the judge. They just doing it electronically.
I was thinking about
Facts,
that.
facts, facts.
You know how many people gonna be in jail when this really gets to hitting? It's gonna be so many people
It's a
staying
lot
in
of
jail,
people in
whole
jail.
families.
10% of the black dudes are already in jail, so we
I
can't have the higher
know,
percentage.
but it's gonna be
Let me
more.
rewind that. I didn't state
Oh,
that right. 10% of the dudes are in the system, right? They could be on
facts.
probation, monitoring, in jail. Now you got to report. So let me be super clear on that. Facts. I wouldn't do that unless they came with $100,000 job B2B. But I'm old and
That's true.
grumpy, so you just can't come to me recruit. You got to bring a job with you, and it's got to be six figures,
Some
man. I'm
stable
trying
one,
to get on
right?
that Black Heights, man, where $100,000 ain't no money tip. That's what I'm trying to get on, man. Shout out to him.
Yeah, shout out to him.
Shout out to him. But
All right, cool, cool, cool. Let's see. All right, guys. So once again, if you're just getting in here into the stream, make sure you guys hit that like button. We got the one and only Professor Black Ops, 30-year plus veteran in the game. He's deep into cybersecurity, has leveled himself up to the highest echelon of working in cybersecurity, working with Fortune 500 companies, working with different high levels, doing this job, being in the trenches, in the rooms when things are going down, big high level things are going down, guys. Once again, guys, if you have a question for Professor Black Ops, make sure you put the word question in the chat, guys. Make sure you ask whatever you want, guys. There is no dumb question or stupid, especially when we don't know the subject at hand. So he can explain it on a base level that everybody can understand. If you just missed the restream or you're just getting in it, we basically talked about Professor Black Ops, his background coming into cybersecurity. He talked about what it looks like for the holidays, how we need to be paying attention to the different devices that we're using. He talked about Cash App. You're not getting your money back if you send it to the wrong person. All right, because a lot of people say, well, the bank give me my money back when I send stuff to the wrong person. No, you're not. Ops, can you just, because I definitely want to keep reiterating that, because when you were telling me about that story, I was just like, man, people just, they don't understand how much they're going to lose. Can you reiterate that, Ops, about the Cash App information? Because I think I'm going to do that at least 2 more times before you leave, because we're coming into the holidays, people sending gifts. For the people just coming in the stream, Ops, can you go over Cash App and how we need to be, and PayPal? Because I don't think we talked about that.
And Venmo, they all the same. What
Okay.
happened was the lady got tricked, and she gave the hackers access to her phone. The hackers got access to their phone. Then they sent their self money, right? So the bank said, you didn't get hacked. You sent your money to the hackers. So that's not our fault. So we're not replacing it. So what the hackers did, they called her up and said, somebody's hacking into your account. So she panicked and they said, well, we need to help you. So that she gave the hackers access to their phone. So the bank was like, you didn't get hacked. You gave them authority, fiduciary responsibility over your app. So you have to be responsible. Just Google it. It was PayPal $10,000. The sad thing is that was $10,000 to a black lady for a startup. So I'm hoping Chase is gonna
I remember
um,
that.
give her
Ops,
money.
I believe they gave it back to her, Ops, because I remember watching that on, I don't know if it was my news channel or something,
Yeah, they
and
might
I
have gave
believe
it.
they did, because it was too
Okay.
public at that point. I don't think Chase
Yeah.
they want that fire like that.
Facts. She did it right, making it public for publicity. But let's be clear, they didn't have to give it back.
No, they didn't.
That was for bad
It,
publicity. So
and this is the key thing, Ops, and I talk about this all the time when I'm talking to the listeners and subscribers. You guys are so freely giving your information now. And just sidebar, guys, I say about 5 years ago, I actually did a lesson on this with my students. It was in some major, I don't know if it was a Wall Street Journal, some major paper, and it talked about cybersecurity. Are you really are I forget what the label was, but it was basically saying how, you know how y'all going to, I don't know if you're still going there, but you're going to Foot Locker, you're going to all these stores, and they say, sign up for this, you get a free shirt, you get 20% off, and you are freely giving your email, your address, your phone number, your name, and they take all this in a database, even when we're going, and you can speak on this if you agree or if I'm talking out of whatever, Ops, but when we're going on the toll road, you guys don't realize how much data they get. They're tracking everywhere you going. They're taking a picture of your car, a picture of you. They seeing when you're going and coming, all that, and also that mega computer. Ooh, I want to touch on that. I forgot to even write that down. Ops. So like I said, I did this study with my students, and it was called cybersecurity. Are you being surveillanced? And the kids, it blew their mind. They did not know, like, them signing up for these little things. It was just giving information freely and whatever they wanted to do with it, because you didn't read the fine print. Even on the cell phones, Ops, you want to get in your iPhone so quick, you clicking yes, agree, but nobody knows that they don't read through that stuff. So can you touch base on that mega computer, if you've actually worked with the mega computer, and
no.
where it's at? Okay, is it in Idaho or something, Ops?
I think it's in Idaho.
Can you speak to that real quick?
Yeah, it's just a massive computer. Like the government actually used to track you. There's actually 6 or 7 of them. One of them's
Yeah,
owned
that's
by
what I heard.
Equifax. Some is owned by the government. Some's owned by. People don't realize how much Facebook actually tracks you, right?
Yes.
So when you check in and eat, Facebook knows where you at. If you move different, like I eat at high-end restaurants, so now when you look at your ads, what you have. You got high end restaurant ads, right? So they're taking your data and they're normalizing it, right? A friend of mine's running for judge in Chicago. She's doing digital canvassing for people. Facebook said they can
Wow.
predict you with you in 98% of what party you will vote for.
Are
If you're a
you
Democrat,
serious?
yeah,
Well,
just
they get
by
because everybody's on Facebook, so it makes sense.
right. Because I was teaching a class, I shouldn't say this. I was like, but you got to realize Facebook, because you tell them your family, your friends, you link to them, you identify them, you even identify your side chick. So Facebook know everything
Look,
about you, right?
and where you work, where you went to school at years ago, elementary, middle school, you
Right.
told everything. And law enforcement, I know that
Oh
dealing
yeah.
with criminal justice.
Right.
Perps are so stupid. So it's like now they're just sitting back because you giving them all this stuff upon the preponderance of evidence, and they just
Right.
let you keep doing stuff just
Right.
because they know they got you, but you
Right.
keep doing stuff and recording on social media, so it just makes it easier for them. So
And everybody's done this. Everybody pay attention. Everybody's done this, right? Everybody said something and didn't type it in, but when you went into Facebook, you like, I didn't type that in. Where did my ads coming from? Why is it showing me that? Right? You like, did I type that in? How does Facebook know what to show me? You like, man, I was telling somebody that I didn't even have my phone by me. Ain't everybody done that before? That's how good Facebook is. It's gonna
wow,
predict what you have and what you are. And
so
people don't
interesting.
realize this. What nation states do to get you to vote for it is they play with your emotions. So if you're a Democrat, right, you just saw the trial, they're going to get you hyped up. Then on the other side, to get them to vote, they're going to say, "Oh, he's a hero. That was justice," right? So they nation states trying to get you to vote for who they want, right? So if you see something, you might not vote. You be like, "I'm just going to sit on my hands," but that's going to make the other party win. So nation states actually build accounts over 10 years on Facebook to try
Wow.
to agitate you to do stuff.
Yeah, that's propaganda. They push one side against the other, and then back and forth, and just give you stuff, and they're really controlling you. Shout out, you guys need to watch that movie, Social. I believe it's called Social Dilemma. You seen that, Ops? Man,
I
that
have.
just spreads out everything to the easiest. Even a child can understand it. So
Hold
shout
on.
out to
Let me
that
roll.
movie.
You brought up surveillance. So I'm going to bring up one thing. People
Okay.
that have ring doorbells, people don't realize ring doorbell and a lot of doorbells, you people get 50% off on those doorbells. They get 50% off because their fee goes to their local sheriff's company. So when you walk in front of your neighbor's house, your face is going to be at your sheriff's offices, right? But the question is, did you sign up for that? Right? So especially a lot of communities, right? So they're surveilling you and you don't even know it. People like, oh, I'm gonna get a discount when you, like you said, when you collect yes, that fees goes down automatically to the sheriff's office. So they're surveilling you. And if you go to any major downtown, you look up, you see cameras.
Yep.
Those
Yep.
cameras are doing facial recognition of you. If you
Yep.
look at before any major event, the Olympics,
Yep.
gymnastics, the NCAA, if you know all the homeless people are gone and all the criminals are going to be locked up for the weekend because they know where you at. It's just a matter of time when they want to come and get you or not.
That's a good point, Ops. A good point. So you telling me the bigger conglomerates, just like Facebook, just like all these other security companies, it makes sense. They're embedded with like a national company that does the policing, because policing is local. So is it only major cities that do that? Like how do you know? Now I'm not gonna say how you know, because I know how you
I
know,
know,
but I'm
I
just
know
saying.
it's easy. It's easy to find out. If you go to Amazon, you go to Ring, they tell you the sheriffs that signed up for them because what
Oh,
they're
so
trying
it's
to
not
do.
all of them, right? It's just
No, it's not
particular.
all of them. It's particular ones. So what they do is they're trying to sell
Wow,
to local states, so they're giving them discounts. But when
and
they
it makes
win,
sense.
yeah. So when they win, they put it on their website because they want to get more local states to sign up.
That's just business savvy. All
Right,
that just
right. So yeah,
intertwined to
so
get
so
keep selling more.
it's not
Wow.
hard. And people don't realize a lot of times, and I talk to my boss, when you deal with a state or federal contracts, those contracts are public because the tax dollars pay for them. So if you want to figure out what an agency uses or the government, just Google it. It'll show up because those are public contracts because the taxpayer. So I always joke I can cack into most states because I know what software stack they run in.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, Alex, we got some questions. Let me get to it. So Wally says, when it comes to cybersecurity among your field, how difficult is it to be in cybersecurity or tech?
Um, Tech is a lot easier because you can start off as help desk, junior programmer. There's a lot of junior slots. Cybersecurity is a little different because just over the last 3 or 4 years, we start taking junior people. I was talking to my boss about everybody on my team is old as shit because if we make a mistake, we got 34 million records. 34 million records times $100 of credit monitoring is $3.4 billion. So if you make a mistake, you're talking about $1 billion with a big B. So we don't let a lot of junior people on our team because if you mess up, it's a crazy amount of money. But I do federal compliance. Like I work for DOD. I do a lot of HIPAA work. I do a lot of OSHA work. So I work with big government entities and entities trying to do business with those government entities.
So, ops, this is my question because you just said we don't take a lot of newbie people just because of the gravity of it. So, how often have you guys messed up? Because I'm pretty sure you messed up, but you just said like just to show face so we don't have that many mess ups. We don't bring them in. Is it not is it common, but does it happen more than often, or is it just a slight? Because if it does happen, you guys are all old heads. You know what to do. It gets fixed quick.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like everybody messes up, right? It's the degree of your mess up, right?
Gotcha.
It
Gotcha.
could be something that okay, we missed a security check, but the hacker ain't found it yet, right? So
Gotcha.
we can mitigate. We call it mitigate the vulnerability,
Right. Right.
lock
Right.
it down, right? So it's different levels to that mess up. But you got to remember though, is bigger organizations going to have younger people because they have like they call a SOC, Security Operations Center, which there's more. I work on with jobs where you just have like 6 or 7 people, like, and that's a normal company. You're not going to have a big security team. You probably gonna have 3 or 4 people, and usually you report into a government agency because we report to the IRS or OSHA or one of those. So you got to have all this paperwork.
Okay. So it's just a lot of compliance levels there. So,
Right. So there's a lot of
gotcha.
compliance.
Gotcha.
So there's compliance and there's security. Right.
Right.
Now,
Right.
if you're
Right.
a Fortune 500, a lot of times you're gonna have both at a decent size.
Okay.
But no, it's
Cool.
definitely a lot easier to get into tech. I recommend people get in tech. The money's good in tech. Then once you get some couple years under your belt, then you'll be ready, to come to cybersecurity.
Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. So the next question we have, um, let's see. Aisha says, "Have you ever heard about the microchip a size of rice that they started to implant into the body?" Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, I have because a lot of times too, because I do a lot of HIPAA stuff. So trying to figure out how to secure that stuff. The one I saw was surprised, right? They was going to try to go in and fix your old cells or get rid of them to see if they can make you live forever. So that's the one I saw. But yeah, yeah, I've seen those and those super size. Now they got surveillance things at the size of
Is
a
it a
bee or
nano?
yeah, nano, so they can
Yeah, I've
fly
seen
around and check.
those.
So yeah, so that's quite actually that's quite common now.
Yeah, because they've had that for a long, long time. I mean, in retrospect, to us knowing that it's
Right,
been
right.
around. Next question. Vaughn wants to know, Black Ops, what are some cyber scams to look for? Oh, good question. What in particular are some scams that we need to be paying attention besides what you said, the things that
Yeah,
you've seen? What are some
yeah.
particulars?
So, like I said, when people send you a coupon or something that's too good to be true, don't click on the website to go to the company. Go right to the company's website. That's called phishing, and that's going to be throughout the industry. That's the easiest way to do it, right? The second part, like we talked about, when people send you stuff for your PayPal stuff too, is when people run up and ask for you to sign stuff. Be careful what you sign. Two is when you go run your credit card, look for credit card scammers as you run it. Costco in Chicago had the credit card scammers. Somebody, but I'm trying to figure out how you put a skimmer. That's 24 hours. People should be looking. How do you put something actually on a machine? But two is when you do those touch payments. It's called RFID. I can put an RFID skimmer underneath there because it's 3 meters. So when you go to pay your card, I
What?
can I can put that in the device, and I don't have to come back and get it. I can have it email me in the car in the parking lot. So when you go use that tap, look around, touch underneath there, make sure ain't nobody putting an RFID skimmer in there. So I think those are kind of the phishing one. I think is the compass out. Make sure the site you go to is that site. Like I said, make sure you typing it in. And the credit cards when you're on site skimmers, and never give anybody your phone, even if they're stuck and they're like, "Oh, let me call somebody your phone." Go, Nah, let me call him for you.
Ooh, we you done said so many. Okay, so we got to break this down, ops. So you telling
I'm
me?
my fault. I'm just talking. Go ahead.
No, no, no. You keep just talking because it's you
No, you
dropping
good.
some gems right now. Listen, y'all make sure you're hitting the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't coming in. I mean, this is definitely a replay because you told so many gems. Okay, Op, so you telling me these folks that got the iPhones, how you can do iPay, I think Samsung too. You
Yeah.
telling me when they go into the store, Target, and
Mhm.
they scan that thing, there
Mhm.
could be something up under that thing, as long as you
Yeah.
said three what inches, meters,
3 meters. It's
millimeters,
3 meters. Yeah.
and they can still scam. So what we got to do? Be sticking our hand under the pay thing just to make
Well,
sure.
like B2B said, the store should be going every night and checking for that stuff. This
Gotcha.
they should be looking at the webcams and be like, why is that dude over there touching it? Right? They supposed to be doing risk mitigation, like B2B said, or we just call it basic security. But they're busy. Most people are understaffed, so I can stick some underneath there. So when you tap in to pay, I'm getting paid, right? So yeah, so no, and that's the crazy thing. That's the easy one to do.
Good grief! I didn't even know about that one. I know about the skimmers. I know about all those. But I didn't know about that one. So we got another question. Wally says, in most cases, what are you really doing when in these classes, as far as if you are more hands on or learning through books?
I'm a professor in real life. It depends on the university, and we do labs and we do books. I don't think our labs are very thorough. We spoon feed you because where
Right,
I
right, right.
where I teach at the associate degree level, right? People starting in, so we teach at the associate level. But hopefully, as you get up to your higher level classes and you go work for your bachelor's, you should be doing more hands on, and we're trying to get that to do. The problem is technology changes so quick. And Miss
Yes.
B Finesse, it's hard to keep your books and your accreditation up if technology. We be looking at stuff I'm like, man, that's 5 years ago, right? And we
Yeah.
look. So what I do is my value as a teacher. I'm like, okay, this is 5 years ago. Let's talk about what it really looks like today, right? Well, how do you really do it today? How does it really look like today? Let's talk about the current hacks and figure out from a cybersecurity how does that actually move and how does that actually work in today's time, right? Because technology is like sprinting, and schools sometimes be crawling due to budgets and other stuff.
That's facts because even me in education, Black Ops, I'm on the same level as you. You work in education, I do too, and I've worked on the college level too, and I don't think people understand, at least on the level, especially when you work
Mm,
in the public school system beyond
yeah,
being a professor or working in
facts.
college. You guys don't understand how we're like professionals for real. You might be mad at your kid's teacher because they treated your kid bad. That does not negate the fact that we have trainings. We have to get trained on so many things. Number one, we have to have a degree coming into it, and then we have to be certified, like Ops is saying. So we have to keep our certifications active. We can't, in public school. You can't just be teaching to teach. It has to stay active. And like Ops said, we have to do trainings every probably 2 months. We're doing some type of training. Every 6 months it's on something that we have to update with policies going on. We learn about so many things as far as mitigating interactions with kids, counseling, guidance, beyond the grades and all that stuff. So he's right on the trainings. Like at least in education and doing any type of field like that, we have to keep up on this stuff. If we don't, just we're obsolete because, like you said, times has changed. So, Ops, if let's say if I took a class 5 years ago, Ops, but I haven't got back into cybersecurity, am I obsolete? Do I need to go back into school, or what do you say about that? Because some folks probably touched in it and they
Right.
bagged up. So what's the reality of that?
No, if you took a class and you were in it, or you got some degree, I would just get a certification. They got Security Plus or you Network Plus, and that those things will help you keep current. Right. So I would do the certification. You
Certification.
especially if you took the class, I would just go back, take the certification. Shout out to Snuggles.
Look, don't even read the Ops. Look at me. Focus on me. Don't look at the chat because it's gonna throw you off. It's gonna throw
Nah,
you off. Ops. I'll read the pertinent ones. It's gonna throw you
I
off.
like Snuggles. She had me laughing. Shout out to her. But no,
Oh,
so I think you can keep current. And two is there's a lot. My channel, before the Billions channel, there's a lot of tech channels out here that keep you up to date. help that Kev.
What about Techie? Kids that keep it Techie?
I'll keep it techie. That's my man
Yeah,
on
I like
Linux.
that
There's just
channel.
so many channels out here that so and two is I'm gonna start doing actually. I'm actually teaching classes. I'm actually gonna start labbing in 2022. I told them I was talking in
Yeah, you said that.
2021. We labbing in 2022. So there's a number of channels out there, good stuff in the manosphere and outside the manosphere. So now there's a lot of ways to learn.
Yes, you just gotta look. You definitely have to look because
Fella.
you got the
It's,
brothers here. They're giving so much information on it, guys. There's no excuse for it. Before the billion says people probably can hack these microchips. Can
oh,
the
facts,
microchips
yeah.
hack? Okay.
Oh yeah. That's gonna be easy. Dumping memory, dumping cache out of microchips. They're doing that already.
Oh goodness gracious. Oh Mona D, thank you guys. Sorry guys, I'm trying to stay in the chat and be present with my guests too. She said, "Hey Mrs. B Finesse, I'm loving your lives. You're so consistent. Thank you. I appreciate that." Let's see. Oh, Adrian's talking to Snuggles. Let's see. Vaughn says, "Oops, did you actually forget to hit the like button?" Oh well, no time like the present. I love those little soliloquies.
Facts.
Let's see. I think Adrian's just kind of hashtagging everything you're saying. She says,
Facts.
"Professor Black Ops cybersecurity is for the people. Talk to me. Yes, please." Let's
Shout
see.
out to
Another
her.
question. I know I love Adrian. Aisha Smith says, "Is there a pros and cons to always updating your latest devices? Is it necessary?" Good question.
Yeah, yes, and yes. I'm usually one version behind because if you seen stuff with anything, if you update and they come back and like, oh, there was something wrong with that updated version. So I try to stay like one behind because two
Okay.
is, or I want that version, the newest version. I want it to be used for at least 3 months because in case they find any more bugs or sometime the security hole they fixed made a bigger security hole, right? So the and two is if you look in there, they'll tell you what they're fixing. So if it's a big
That's true.
security hole, I might do the latest patch. If it's just functioning features, I'm gonna wait.
Okay. Okay. Because it takes up space too to do a lot of those too. So you got to make sure your phone's got what it needs.
Right.
Let's see. Wally is saying to you, "Thank you, Professor Black Ops, for the people knowing this is a constant thing as tech evolves. I'm really thinking of this overall, wondering if I should consider it." All right. Cars is saying, "Thank you, Professor, for showing your knowledge and experience. Professor versus proof it all." Laughing out loud. We got Yella in the building. "Hey y'all, serious question. How do I protect my devices while watching, oh Lord, mature content?"
All
There we
right,
go. We're gonna take
get
that
get
off.
the get the latest
Asking for a
update.
friend.
Oh no, facts. Just do the latest updates. If you got the latest virus protection and all that, if you go on the mature networks and call, so and the thing we're gonna probably ease into Miss B Finesse ain't gonna really like is we're gonna talk about the Onlyverse. The first thing on the metaverse is gonna be making money that they
Oh
can
no, we
lap
talked about
dance
that.
people. So yeah, so shout out to the Onlyverse. That's gonna be the first one to get hacked.
Hacked hard too. You
Shout out
already
to the
know that, Ops.
Onlyverse.
You already know that, Ops. Okay, Ops, let's go back because I want to kind of stay on the level because a lot of people in the chat, they're really thinking about this. So let's talk about cybersecurity schools and cybersecurity jobs. And we know you can't name all of them, but from what you've heard, what you've seen in your field, what are some good places to start off with as far as going to cybersecurity schools, online, in person? What type of things should we look for? And then the next thing we'll caveat into the type of jobs we can do. So what are some schools that you've seen, or what are some places where we can
I think
navigate to start?
WGU is an excellent school. It's online. When you get your degree there, you as part of your class, you get your certifications, and I think that's the way of the future. So as you go through those
Interesting.
classes, they do that. And I mean, if you look into is if you look at any of, like I said, once again, major universities, because they're going to teach you computer science and now cybersecurities in there too. I think she's laughing at the only verse.
Oh no, they laughing at what Yellow the player said. I'm just putting up their comments. They
you
laughing.
fine.
And listen, what's the name? Listen, Ops. Genesis says just turn on incognito. He said turn
I'm
on
gonna tell you a little
incognito.
secret.
Okay, let us
Incognito,
know.
Incognito works for the smaller companies. The government can track you because when your web browser goes, your IP from your machine goes,
Come
and
on, y'all.
your MAC address goes.
Y'all
So
know that.
Incognito is trying to wrap, but if you go down, they call it wrap. If you look into the packets, they trying to hide it, but it's in those packets. but you got to be a little
Exactly.
decent to unwrap those packets. But yeah, if you go to any major university, once again, I like the certifications for cybersecurity, and I always tell people once I got my first job, nobody ever asked me what college I went to. I work with people from MIT,
Okay.
Harvard, Yale, Columbia. After my first job, they just say, "Can you do this skill? Can you do this? Have you done that?" I have. They hired me.
So we talking about in tech ops, unlike other fields, the school the school prestige is not something that should hold us back. We go to community college and get our
You can, but
cybersecurity.
yeah, because it's different level. That when you
Okay.
go to those prestigious schools, right, you're gonna go work for the prestigious company,
Okay.
Google, the FANG guys. But I worked in the state. I worked for super small companies because everybody needs an IT department
That's
now.
facts. That's
So
true.
right,
Ops. Even
everybody
small
going to the cloud.
businesses.
Yeah, so
Yeah, small
everybody needs
businesses
that
too.
too. The cool thing too is when you work for a small business, because the hamstring, I work like 3 or 4 different hats. So once I like to go to a small
Mm.
company full of, then when I go to big company, I was like, yeah, I was the Oracle DBA and this. Then they give me those jobs. Then once I do the big company, I go for the little company. Go, I work for a big company. I got policies and procedures. Let me help you. So you can play those off each other. And I just climbed up the ladder. But those small companies, I got a lot of responsibility, and I learned a ton of
Really?
turn. Yeah, because they don't have enough people.
Question ops. Question ops. Okay, this just came to me. It's a good question. So let me put myself back on here so they're not talking. So, do you suggest if we were to go into this field that we try to look for internships,
Oh
apprenticeships
yeah.
while we're going to school, or should
No.
we wait until we finish? How do we? And we're looking at cybersecurity. What is the role we should take when we do this? Should we actually be
I would.
working in it before we get the degree
Oh yeah,
or
because yeah,
certification?
you want to be working before you get a degree because it's weird because it's the same age old problem. We don't want to hire you because you got
Okay.
experience, but I need experience so you can hire me.
Ah,
So
you
once
said
you
that.
get
You
the
did say
intern,
that.
that's it. So you definitely want to do that. And I think the blueprint, unless you got a lot of scholarship, is go to a community college and get those non-core classes you have to take. When I graduated years
Okay.
ago, I think there was total 130. Computer science was only 40 credit hours, so I had to take 90 hours of bull crap of psychology, sociology, biology. None of that made me a well-rounded person. I was still grumpy when I was younger. They just taking my money. So if you can go to a local college and get those classes at a much cheaper rate, that's what you want to do. Especially now, you can do those classes remote. A lot of times you can work your job and do those classes at night remotely. And a lot of times too is, which is still relative, is most of your
Mm.
jobs are paid for your college if it's relevant. When I got my MBA, my boss was cool. He made my MBA relative. I was just a programmer. He was like, "Oh, I wanted to be a supervisor," so they paid for my MBA. I didn't pay a dime for my MBA. I'm thinking about working on my PhD if I was 10 years younger because they giving them away. So, but no, that's what I would do.
So
That's
that's called what, a PhD in cybersecurity?
yeah. They got they
What
got
is
they
that
got
called? A
PhD.
PhD in cybersecurity?
Yeah, it would be a PhD or in information science with a
Oh,
concentration in cybersecurity. A lot of people do concentrations now. So yeah, so that's what it is. But that's the blueprint. Unless you
cool.
got a
And
scholarship and
PhD
you
with
you going to
okay.
a you want to step and throw up the sign, all that, then I can understand. But if you just going to a school at night, I would try to get a local school. Like I said, there's scholarships. If you ain't stepping or spinning or barking, I would just go to local college and college. But don't get me wrong, I enjoyed when I was on college campuses in the '90s. I actually went to the Freaknik in Atlanta. Shout out to B2B.
Okay, you guys are saying before it says I worked. Oh, internships will take you after you graduate a lot of times.
You breaking a
Let's see. Let's see.
little
He
bit.
says
You
I
breaking
worked
up
as
a
a
little bit on my.
director.
No, you find you were breaking up a little bit. You good?
Oh, okay. All right.
You good? You good?
It says I worked with a director with no degree. That's before the billions.
Gotcha.
Wally is saying, yes, so true, especially for small businesses, especially if you're working with tech equipment. Yeah, a lot of small businesses definitely need it. So that's a good way to start. Let's see. There was another question. Let me go back. Aisha, she says, do you need clean record to enter cybersecurity field? Good question. Do you
Uh,
need clean record?
I wouldn't say clean, but you can't have any felonies because you got to remember is cybersecurity people are by the money, right? Because directly, realistically, I can steal $100 million real easy. Now I might get caught, but because I see all the bank files, I set up the security so I know all the passwords to get back in the database where all the good stuff is, where the credit cards and all that stuff is, right? So now you gotta have a clean record, and two is because I do federal work, they do an FBI background check, meaning they're gonna fingerprint me and run it through an international database, like I'm really somebody, like I'm in the new BMF. So no, they definitely check on your your background in cybersecurity.
Yeah, and then it's yeah, same thing too, especially with us working in education and you working with children and stuff like that. Yeah, we have to do I
Oh,
think
I got a
whatever the high
question for
level
you.
background check
I
is.
got a question for you, which I thought was crazy. I work at a major, well, it's a pretty big local university. People have felonies in the class, and they weren't telling the professors
The
because they,
kids?
yeah, I'm
Why?
cool because I'm a big dude. This one dude, one of my coworkers, she was a female. She said, I just figured out I had a felon in there, and he had like battery. But I always had like I had like probably over my 10 years, I probably had 10 dudes that had when fed time 25 years or for drugs. Because oh, you like the story? It was it's probably 8 years ago. And this guy comes to me, he's struggling. Black guy goes, I'm having a hard time catching up. I go, what's wrong, man? Those are he's inside me. He goes, man, I just did 10 years or 20 years. I could barely use that mouse little thingy, man. My granddaughter's helping me. I said, okay, I got you, man. So this other person wanted me to teach them programs. So I paired them up. I said, you help him and I'm gonna help you. But he was like, I can't use a little mouse thing. He said, I went into jail before Apple One came out. I was tripping. I was like,
Wow.
wow. So I never even thought about that. I was like, how
Yeah,
much
I
technology
think they
changed?
can go to school. You can go to school as long as I don't. I think
You
I can't.
can. You just need to tell a professor. My thing is, if you a
I don't think
female,
you
you might,
have to. I don't think you
you don't.
discretion because you paying your
You
own
don't.
money. And but if you're getting state money, I don't know if you can get Pell Grant money and stuff like that if you have a felony. But if you're paying out of pocket, yeah, anybody can go.
Yeah, he had a special Fed thing. I think they were trying to get recidivism down.
Get them back. Yeah, get them back in a
So
community type
I'm cool
situation.
with that. I love them dudes, but I think they should tell a professor, man, in case I might want to keep an eye on him. But I always love those guys because
Especially, yeah, yeah.
But if I'm a
And
female,
a
I
lot
might
of
want
them,
to
to
know
be
that.
honest, they work hard. Yeah, but they work hard because they know there's a bullet put on them. So maybe, I mean, and to be honest, that is in the clause with that school. So I'm pretty sure there's something in there that says like, do I have to like? Because with me, like I work in the public school system. So, and then when I was in college, I don't remember seeing anybody's background when I did that. But in the public school system, I see everything from day one when you enter school. I can see everything about them. If they have any type of probationary things, where they're from, where their parents are from,
Right.
everything. So we do get the discretion to see that. But I think when you're an adult after 18,
Right.
Mouse is quiet, ops. Mouse is
Did you
quiet
have any
on
problem
that.
with that TikTok challenge when they were slapping teachers? Somebody put that on there. They said they were talking about. Did you have any problem about TikTok?
No,
TikTok because they were
man,
slapping
listen,
teachers. I told them I was like I said
I
I
wish.
wish I MF would. I
Look at my face.
fight.
Look at
Yeah, I
my
ain't have a
face.
problem either.
My students, to be honest, they're not like, at least with me,
Right,
because I know they'll cuss the other teachers out.
right,
But
right, right.
it's such a respect factor that I
Yeah,
have been graced with all the years I'm teaching. My students don't even doggone talk back to me, let alone cussing me. They know
yeah,
my rule in the
yeah.
class is we don't cuss. So they don't even cuss, and if they do, oh miss, I'm sorry. I know we don't cuss in here. So I've been blessed with that.
Yeah, I ain't have
I
no
have never had a
problem.
child raise their hand to me, and if they did,
Oh, facts. I tell them, man, I got guys on payroll, man. Shout out to B2B. I was the man in '95 and shit. I was the man in
he throwing
'95.
out them dates. You throwing out these dates like a mother. This is so hilarious. Let's see what they said. They said you look like this story. Let's see.
Like this.
Mouse thingy fired.
Five
Let's say
facts.
give them a second chance. Oh yeah, they telling you give them a second chance. Give them a second chance. Let's
Oh,
see. You
facts,
can't
facts.
get. I didn't. You can't get FAFSA if you have drug related felony. Yeah, you can't. I think a felony period. You can't get FAFSA.
Yeah, I think they were on some other program. Well, I take that back. One guy, he was on our basketball team, so he had a basketball scholarship, which is weird. I worked there 8 years and didn't know we had a basketball team. So he
Oh
was
come
on the
on,
basketball
ops.
team. No, we're so small. We're not even a big
Oh
university.
okay.
So our basketball team was a club team. So So they were playing smaller local colleges. So I was surprised when he showed him dunking.
Wow. That is interesting. Yeah, but you know what? They just started that with the technical schools, ops, and the community colleges. Now they're starting to have those programs because they know
Right,
that
right.
that pulls in people too
Fast,
because
fast.
they like to have extracurricular things to do. So
And two,
that's
there's no
important.
age limit. I told my buddy he about
Oh,
40.
really?
His wife told him, "You ain't going to play no basketball for no local college. You gonna tear your ACL." I was pumping him up. I like, "You still got it, man. I think you can do it."
Wait a minute. So there's no age limit at the school you at?
No, for the basketball team, no, because
Oh
it's a
Lord.
club team. It's a club
Oh, okay,
team.
okay,
So,
okay. But they're
right.
playing other schools, right?
But for them though, they play those type of teams as warm ups,
Okay.
right? Because we're a
Okay.
local college, and they like we in a Division 1, 2, or 3. That's the
Well,
part.
some of them do. Some of those local colleges, depending on the area that they're in,
Yep, yep.
they can get like one game. If they,
Right.
they meet with the athletic director, sometimes they
Yeah.
can get that in just to get some kind of clout and stuff. Ops, did you talk about the specific jobs we need to look for if we go into cybersecurity? What kind of
Well,
jobs can we apply for?
there's some. Yeah, I can go through the jobs. What I do is security analyst, right? You review software, you review architecture, you review software to make sure you don't get hacked. Of course, at the top is chief information security officer, right? That's kind of like the VP of the security team. I got this killer black lady, which is a non-technical job, which Miss B Finesse's compliance. So she makes sure all the paperwork's together. She directed compliance. She tell me, "Hi, Tower, go talk to developers. These is a check I need to figure out if we done because I got to get the paperwork together."
Okay.
Um, then if you got a SOC, which is a security operations center, when there's called logs, there's a computer run. They keep logs and they ship them over there. So in the logs, you can figure out people attacking you. So it's called logs. Then there's red team. Those are people that try to hack into a business to see if you're secure. There's a certification called ethical hacking. It's pretty big. So a lot of people want to do hacking to get in there. It's called red team. Um, like I said, I do federal compliance. So there's Archer's GRC, government risk and compliance. They put all the stuff in programs. So they say if you're vulnerable, how many, taking the inventory of all your computer items and systems, mobile phones, servers. So everything kind of revolves around that. So you're gonna
Okay.
have a piece of that.
Okay, good, good, good. All right, guys. Once again, if you're just joining the stream, we got almost 30 people in here now. We got the one and only Professor Black Ops in here. He's breaking down all the different things that we need to know as far as cybersecurity since we're coming into Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I definitely wanted to bring him on to have that discussion going into this holiday season, what we need to watch out for. If you missed it, he basically broke down the different schemes, what they look like phishing. He broke down how to pay attention if you're using Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We discussed the different ideals and things that can happen using these different apps, how you can get money back, how you can't. If you missed all that, you're going to have to just go ahead and watch the restream because he dropped so many gems. Right now, we're getting into questions dealing with cybersecurity and that field going into it, how you can get into it if it's your second career option. Professor Black Ops is laying the guidelines for you. It's nothing where it's extreme. He said you can come straight into it, getting certifications as you want to grow. He's saying then you want to go back to school to get these higher level jobs. He just broke down the different schools you can go to just get your foot in the door. He broke down different entry level jobs you can do, guys. So this is totally doable for many of you that want job changes. He really kind of broke down what the scene looks like. Ops, can you kind of talk about that briefly again before we get into the next question? Are there a lot of people in it once again that look like you, and why are you creating your platform? What is the purpose?
Yeah, it's not a lot of people look like us, but anytime you get in a high level company, it's not gonna be a lot of people who look like us. But like I tell people, it's like any other job you will have. If you got the skills and you qualified and you determined and you about your craft, you can easily get into cybersecurity. There's a ton of channels out here. Part of that is getting IT, getting in IT, then you can step into cybersecurity. So all that's kind of repped in there. And two, there's a 500,000 open cybersecurity jobs on Indeed and Dice.com. So there's a lot of jobs out there. We just got to make sure we get the qualifications and the skill set. And part of that is networking. So you can meet people and people can help you out. I was talking to a couple people and they like me. They're like, "Oh, just send me your resume. I'll walk it over to the hiring thing, right?" So and two is so you start to meet people, and there's a lot more IT channels and cybersecurity channels. So people are networking more and getting out there, and people let you know these jobs are open up at my job. These are the qualifications, and if not, can you fit? If not, this is what you need to get those skills so you can get those jobs in the future.
Perfect, perfect. For some reason, I keep trying to bring up your page and it's not coming up.
I put
So
it.
if you
I put the
can,
back tap. You want?
no, no, bring it up. You look at the bottom where it says share and bring up your page because I want it
Okay.
up while you're talking and I'm putting your link
Okay.
up. And share it and then I'll bring the page up. So when you talk, I can have your page up and scroll so everybody can see it. That's what I've been trying to do, but for some reason it keeps just kind of turning and turning. All right. So let's see what you guys are talking about. Once again, guys, if you haven't subscribed to Professor Black Ops, I'm going to try to bring his page up so you guys can see what
You want me to
consists of
share
his
it?
channel. It's yeah, press the share button and then I'll be able to bring it up. So when you talk, I can be scrolling it down so everybody can see.
Share screen. Is
Your
that what you want to hear?
Yep, yeah, you click share screen. And then I'll be able to see it. All right, guys. So, Ops, while you're doing that, the next question that I want to touch base on. Oh, Ops, we didn't get into this about when we're looking at the screen. I don't think you got into the fundamentals of what needs to be on the screen when we're looking at the screen. So, like, remember, like that security lock we were talking about and all those things to know if a site is secure. Can you kind of
Oh,
touch base on that for them?
yeah, if you look at the top of your screen around the browser, there's a lock at the top. So hopefully, when you click on it, it'll tell you if it's current, if it's secure, and it'll tell you too if your camera's on, if your phone on. So you want to make sure that that lock is not expired. Hopefully, it's green for
Ops,
a
can you
lot.
scroll up on your screen? So because I'm,
Yeah,
I'm sitting there touching my screen like, why ain't it moving? I forgot. So go up to the security thing and move your mouse around it so people can see where that is.
which
Where's the
part?
security little lock? Oh, you got
Oh,
some high level stuff going on yours. You don't even got the
yeah, I
lock
do.
on yours.
There it is. You see it? I got it. It's
Okay,
smiling though.
cool. So listen. So Ops, tell them again. What does that lock mean, and why is that
That
prevalent, important?
that means you have encryption on it. Theoretically, nobody can read the encryption from your desktop to the retailer when you put in your credit card or your cash app. So you always want to make sure that locks on. Now 20% of the people, not say 10% of people, they can still read your stuff. But for the
Right.
basics though, we want that lock on.
Right, that lock is important. All right. Did we already touch base on this? And if we did, please just go over it again for the people that are coming into the stream that are new. What are tips for cybersecurity accounts, like for money? So, what are some tips that we need to be paying attention to on the accounts where we like our bank accounts and things
Yeah.
like that when we're in them? How do
Right.
we know that this might be a fish or hack?
Right. So once again, if somebody sends you something to go to a bank, go to your credit card, don't go to it. Go to that directly yourself. Part of that, like we talked to, make sure the lock is. And two, a lot of times when you're a cash app, don't hook it to your bank account. Hook it to a credit card and pay the extra fees because 90% of the time a credit card will refund your money quicker than the bank will.
Okay, ops, right there. That one was a diamond because I remember we talked about this. So you
Right.
might have to, you got to go back a little bit and slowly chop that up. What you just said. Can
Right.
you explain that to the people as far as connecting their Cash App to
Their
to
bank
their bank account and how there's another kind of safeguard that they could do?
Right. So a lot of times you can hook your Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal to your bank account. They charge you less, but a lot of times if you get hacked, your bank, depending on you got hacked, will push back on you. Might not refund your money, like we were talking about the lady with the $10,000. Credit cards, because your interest rates are so low, and because they want you to buy stuff online, they understand a percentage of their people are going to get hacked. So they have that money to refund you. They won't push back because they're encouraging you to do that because United States in the next 5 years will not be using paper money. So they're trying to get you used to using credit cards and debit cards.
Ops, quick question. because you just said in the next 5 years, is this paralleling ops with how the government has passed sanctions now? In the
Mhm.
next 5 years, cars are not supposed to have any type of gasoline. They're supposed to be electric. Is that
Right.
concurring with that type of thing, or is it just happenstance?
I think those are happenstance. The bank tired of the underground community, aka the black community. They can't track the stuff you're spending your money on, and they can't tax you. That's why they just passed a bill that if they see $600 moves from your PayPal, they can go in your bank account to figure out what you're doing. My lawyer is at Chase Bank. That's one of the largest banks on the planet. I cannot put cash into her bank account. I have to write a check to pay her. I try to pay her in her cash. They tell me to we don't take cash. I'm like, what do you mean? Cash is king. We do not accept cash unless it's
Cash
going
is
in your
king.
bank. Yeah, I'm like, what you mean? Said
What?
we can put cash in your account, but we can't put cash in anybody else's account. I'm like, yeah, that's them because they trying to figure out because they trying to catch the drug dealers, the gamblers, the
Okay,
people who doing
hold up.
stuff they shouldn't
Go
be
back
doing.
again. Go back.
Yeah,
You said you tried to deposit money for a transaction in somebody else's account, and
my lawyer's account.
the
Let's
bank
be
told
very.
you no.
You cannot put cash and Chase into anybody's bank account but your own. Why they want to track money to figure out how to tax you, right? So what the crazy thing though is I went home because I'm old. I write checks. I love writing checks.
You
So I
still
wrote a
like checks?
check
You
and
like my
took it to the
granny?
bank. I just love writing checks for some
Uh huh.
reason.
Uh huh.
So it's like but once again, Biden just passed a law. If it's anything over $600 that's in, that's transaction, they can go on your bank account because they want to figure out what you're doing with that money.
So you telling me you deposit anything 600 or more, then if they
No,
want to?
no, you cannot put cash in Chase Bank. I cannot put cash in your bank account. They would tell me no.
That's crazy.
But
So even so, wait a minute. So the check was considered cash too, or you said you could do a check?
I
Because
could, I could,
Okay,
because the
okay,
reason they want me to do a check is they know that's coming from my bank account to her, so they can see the transaction.
facts.
If I put cash, they can't see that. They're not taking my picture. They're not saying taking my thumbprint. When I go to my bank and I write a cash or I do a wire, they can say, okay, that's coming from his account to her account. Right. So they know it's above board. They can figure out what's going on. The IRS can come say, hey, I saw that payment. What was it? It moved. What you doing? Right. But if I pay cash, they can't tell me that.
That's facts. And
So
listen, Side Soul says this is what we need to know right here. Listen, guys, with me and Ops, we've been talking, but man, when he was breaking stuff down to me, I was like, I knew some of it, but I was just like, like I said, he's speaking in the background of what we don't see. So like, and he when he speaks, he explains it on such a like a basic level that you get it. It's just if you're not trying to receive it, you just not. I mean, and it's so crazy. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drop the link now.
no, hold tight,
I
hold tight. Go ahead and drop. We got to hit one subject while you drop it.
No,
You
you
ready?
got the floor. You got the floor.
Okay.
I'm dropping the link. They gonna do what they do, but you
Okay.
up
Let's
here.
go.
Go ahead. You
Try
got the scene.
traveling when you traveling. I just did a video
Ooh.
TSA where you get your onboarding pass. They were
Oh
hacked. People
man.
were trying to get fake boarding passes so they can be you. Why? I think
Ooh.
if they do something illegal, they're gonna think their boarding pass is you. The other part of that is they're gonna be charging stations for you to charge your phone. Do not put your phone in those charging stations. They're gonna drop malware on your phone and take over your phone when you go to
Hold up, Ops.
common
Hold up,
those common
Ops.
mouths. Don't do it.
Back up.
I
Let me
know.
put you back on the screen. Say it
Okay, okay.
slowly. What you just said. Go ahead.
Those charging machines where you charge your phone up that they're for everybody, do not put your phone on those charging machines. 50% of them, I say 60% of them is gonna put malware in your machine. Then you're gonna figure out who was using your cash app without your permission. Do not charge your machine. Do not charge your phones up there, your iPads, your laptop. Do not have your own charger. Find a plug and sit down on the floor. Do not use those common charging machines. Those are easily hacked and easily put it in there. Right. The other thing too is when you in those, be careful when you go to those Wi-Fi. I could put up a fake Wi-Fi that says Airport Georgia 9831, and if you hook up your Wi-Fi to my fake Wi-Fi honeycomb, I can see all your passwords, all your security, And depending on what your machines, I can drop malware in your machine going the other way. So be
Wait,
very
hold up,
careful
Ops. Hold
when you
up,
get on
Ops.
those
How do we
Wi-Fi.
even know that? How do we know that if we in the airport? Is it always the first one that's actually the companies? Like if you're
Oh,
in the airport, so how do you know somebody didn't make up a hacking one?
you just got to be careful. A lot of times I
You
ask the
gotta be
guy,
careful.
or what I usually do is because I got unlimited, I tether off my phone because I
Yeah,
know
that's what
my
I
phone
always
is
do.
mine,
That.
right? I
Me
tether
too.
off my phone because
Me
I know
too.
my phone is good. And two, when you do that, make sure you tell your tether only your phone with your MAC address can attach your Wi-Fi. I go
That's
around
true.
jumping on other people's Wi-Fi just to see if I can. I'm thinking I should drop malware on these people, but I'm a nice guy.
I
So,
can't with you. Come,
right.
let me
So
use my
be
skills and see what I can do.
yeah, let's see how bad these people are. So just be careful when you're traveling. I'm old and scared of COVID, so I am not leaving my house.
We gotta say C19 Ops.
Oh, my bad, my bad. C19. See, I'm old. Keep it, yeah. C19. The C19. So yeah, I'm gonna have my son bring me a plate because he's an excellent cook, and I'm gonna stay at my house. But nah, be careful when you travel. A lot of people gonna be
Good
traveling, and
point.
two
Good
is
point.
tell your kids because y'all letting y'all kids on your phone, which is cool. But watch what they do, man. Kids be cutting
Man,
on Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. You know what they doing.
we were talking about
Kid
that
be a
yesterday. You need to lock them. Put some type of lock on that,
oh
cause
yeah,
yeah, because the little kids can get into,
yeah,
obviously be all kind of stuff on their
oh
ads,
yeah.
and they can click on something, be seeing something their little minds don't need to be seeing.
Yeah, facts. And be careful what apps they download because some of those apps got security vulnerabilities. I know it's cool to play, but you need to figure
Ooh,
out what you're gonna do because some of those apps, especially on Android, they don't vet those apps very well. So they
that's
figure out
crazy.
3 months later there's been all kind of security holes that was opened up on those apps. So that's definitely some I want to hit for the travelers and be safe out there and eat some salad.
Not salad. I'll say eat some salad. Wait, quick question, Ops. Quick question. Look, we got a special guest, Cam Dub. All right, guys, we got the one and only.
What is up?
Hey,
How you doing?
Adrian. How are you?
Hey y'all.
Yay,
I'm
it's
doing my look,
Adrian
I'm doing my
Nash.
dumb Donald impression. Wait, I don't know what's going on with this. Where is it?
Hold on, let me take
There.
that off so we can see you. Oh,
There?
hold on. No, don't worry about it, Adrian. I'll do this. So there, you don't got to worry about it now. I
Okay.
changed it up.
How you
Okay,
doing?
Adrian, what's up? You got the floor. You got any questions? Anything you want to add to it? You have the
I just
floor.
wanted to come see Professor Black Ops.
Nice to see you again. I always want to see you too. I'm glad you
Hey,
came.
I made something special for you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get on the flight. Is it healthy? I need something healthy.
He
Okay,
said, "Is it healthy?"
okay, I like that.
I sat up and twisted up this Christmas tree topper.
I like that. I put up Christmas tree in
I'm
10 years. I put up a Christmas tree in 10 years. But thank you.
okay. I'll get an email and I'll send it to you.
Facts, facts. We'll make that
And
happen.
then when you eat your vegetables, you can sit it on the side of your vegetables and it can be special.
Facts. I need that in my life. Facts, 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 facts.
Eating the Adrian. I'm surprised you ain't talking about your turkeys that you got done.
Oh man, I got dropped a turkey last night. I thought I was done with the turkey cooking.
Oh Lord.
I'm gonna be cooking another one, so that makes 4 turkeys in 3
Oh wow,
days.
that's a lot of cooking.
Adrian,
That's
she in the giving season, giving everybody
Yeah.
what they need. Oh,
Shout
Adrian,
out.
okay, so we got you up, and you have the background in dealing with trust and wills and that nature.
Okay.
So my
Okay.
question is, Miss Adrian Nash, have you heard or seen any elements of people getting their trust or wills hacked into? Because we know they're written, but everything is electronic. Have you seen or heard that in your field? And Professor Black Ops, is that something that could be a major issue moving forward since everything's electronic? So Adrian first, and then Ops.
so I haven't personally seen that in the estate planning documents that I have drafted. We put together typically a paper binder because the people who are getting their trust and estates done, they're old school, right? So we put together a paper binder. Some firms, I am aware, they will give the client their estate planning documents on a what you call that thing, a zip
Drive,
USB
file.
drive.
flash, yeah,
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 USB
flash.
drive.
So they'll do that. Um, But this is an interesting question, Miss B Finesse. Yeah, I would imagine the more techie savvy types are maybe putting their estate planning documents that they have electronic on their zip drive, their flash drive on their computers. That can get hacked.
Adrian, okay.
What would you think? What kind of security would you suggest for that, Professor Black Ops?
I would, they got USB drives that are encrypted, locked, that you can have a password. That's what we use, so it's super hard to get into. But like she said, I think the reason you don't see that as much, because when you're talking about wills and trust, that's usually somebody related to the family. So if you hacked it, I mean, a lot of times you got to show up to get that money moved to you. So I think that's why you don't see it a lot. Because I was thinking that if I actually hacked a bank and put my name on a beneficiary, if they white and my chunky black ass showed up to get that money, that's gonna look funny. Don't nobody know me. I just show up. Yeah.
Well, wait up, but you know, a lot of people adopt the ops. You know what I'm saying?
From the side piece. Yeah, what? Yeah, I'm the long lost daughter from the side piece.
Right. But Adrian, to tell you, even when that's legally, they could test those people. They'd be like, "Who are you? You been sleeping with my daddy across town. We gotta go to court." So they just don't get the money.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got who do you? You know, you got to show some documentation. You at least got to have daddy picture next to you or something.
That's my question too, Adrian. Like, if somebody is on there, what documents do they have to prove? Is it just like a driver's license, or is it something in depth that they have to prove that they are who is in the willed name? Like, what do they have to show as far as security and proof when they are claiming whatever's in the will when they do that? Do you know?
The one I just did, it was just my son SSC, and I think she put a picture of him in it though, because try to make do something new. Because I've been working on my trust. But go ahead, Adrian. That's what I seen.
But you know, I don't have a sincere answer for that. I've not been on that side of it before. Okay. I would imagine though that it would behoove the beneficiary to show their driver's license, show their birth certificate, right? Because you need to be able to prove possibly that you're the beneficiary that's mentioned in the estate planning documents. I mean, I would think that would be enough, but you know what? Let me do some research and I'll be glad to drop some information in the comments.
Let me know about that, because I always wonder, like, what more do they have to prove? Because you know, people when they come in there, they're already arguing about things, and I always wonder, like, I wonder what they have to prove to actually get it, because I know there's always stipulations and stuff like that, like you have to finish school, or you need to do this and that to get this money. I ain't never
seen that. I've only seen that in a movie, Miss B Finesse. I've never seen.
Oh, okay.
That.
Adrian,
I'm gonna let Adrian climb in. I've never seen you. Usually, when you die, you just get the money.
And listen, Ops, that's where I seen it. See so many movies with that. That's where it came from. Ops, I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't gonna cap on that. I got that from movies. Adrian, is that true though?
I didn't hear my computer just flashing. Would you repeat?
The stipulations. Is this have you noticed that when you're writing those wills and trust, are there stipulations in like an age, or you have to be married by this point, or you need to make sure you're are there stipulations in these wills and trusts? That's my question I'm asking.
There can be. So remember, we had quite a long conversation about that the other day.
Yeah, we did.
I mean, the decedents, let's say, estate planning documents are going to be whatever they want. I mean, it's whatever you want. Like, you know, Professor Black Ox, super big pimpin', he can decide to give his estate away however he wants.
Yeah, but in the stipulations I just said, in my stipulations I said my son get half because I don't want to waste the money, and the other half goes to his babies. I didn't put any stipulation. I didn't say the kids have to grade from college because I expect them to waste my money. I just tell them have fun, throw it up in the air, just do what you want to do.
So you expect your grandbaby? I mean, I don't know. I guess if I had to guess, maybe your grandsons or grandchildren are not 25 yet.
No, they're super young. No, they're young.
Right. Okay. So you would expect that your grandchildren, once they turn 18, to be running all them up through your bequest.
Yeah. Of course. no guidance. And two is, let's be real. Besides, before the
We
billion,
talked about that. Remember, Miss
right?
Ops,
Finesse?
you a different type. You a different
Yeah,
type, Ops.
everybody
You the
can't be
one that they all
responsible.
want to be their dad.
Yeah, before the billions, everybody can't be responsible like them. I expect them to go to Magic City, throw it up in the air,
What did
be
I say,
next
Miss
to Young
Finesse?
Jeezy.
Didn't I say
Yes,
exactly that? What was that? 3
You
days
did,
ago?
facts,
yeah, you
facts,
did when we had all the gentlemen to come up, the fathers, yeah,
facts,
yeah.
facts, facts. Because you don't really get sense till you about 28, 30. So yeah, I expect them to run amok a little bit. I might put
Run
a little,
amok.
give 'em- maybe put a stipulation where I give them so much a year so they just can't burn it all up in one summer. But
Okay.
And I talked about that.
facts,
So
facts.
so so
Actually,
they so he don't burn it up on the hot girls, right, in the summer.
facts. Easily done, man.
The
Easily
OnlyFans
done.
girls,
We're gonna call it the
the
only verse.
metaverse. Oh right,
Only
that's right,
verse.
because they gonna be in the metaverse then.
They're gonna
So
be on the only verse, throwing it up in electronic
Ops
bitcoins.
is crazy. He's sitting on
They
the
will have
Bitcoin.
you
So.
burning through granddaddy Black Ops money
Shout out.
with a
Enjoy it.
He said.
quickness.
Enjoy
He
it.
said splurge. He said splurge.
Enjoy it.
Hey,
Stop
I
it.
can't. I can't be mad at
Stop
him.
it.
Okay, we're gonna add another a friend to the building. We got my little bro before the billions in the house.
Facts.
Before the billions,
Hey,
what's
Before
up?
the
How are
billions.
you?
Great
doing well. How
metaverse
you guys doing?
content. Great metaverse video
Good,
I
good,
checked
good,
out.
Oh, thank you.
good. Yes, he did. He did. Adrian Patrice said Adrian Nash up there looking like a Black Panther.
She had a fist up and everything.
What's up before the billions? What do you want to add to the conversation? I'm so glad you're here.
Right. So thank you for having me up. I find it funny that we have this conversation about can people hack into your legacy, right?
Facts.
So,
Facts.
um, and the thing is that I want to say something that nobody gonna be slapping my big sis. And you talk about
Oh, the
the
school
teachers.
thing. Man,
Look,
it was
before you
crazy.
see my and listen, I don't know if y'all have noticed. I don't get mad on here, but if you see my resting mad woman face, you probably would think another way of me too. I don't know. My students say it's a face that I make, and it's scary. So I don't really got to say much to them. But thank you for protecting me before the things. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Facts.
we got to
I think
protect
you gave
Miss.
me. I think you gave me that face the other day, Miss Finesse.
Really? I can't
Facts.
believe you.
Yeah,
Oh,
with
okay.
the what the funk meltdown.
Oh, did I? I don't even remember.
Uh,
Y'all
she
just,
gave you
I don't
that.
even remember.
She gave you that
Oh, I
facially
gave you that
inspiring face.
Listen, but listen, when I do it, guys, I don't know I'm doing it because to be honest, I'm processing with it's my processing face. When I'm thinking, I be looking mad
I
and I
understand
get so
that face
frustrated.
too.
Yeah, when I'm in the store, people be stopping me talking about, "Oh, you too pretty to be looking mean like that," and I'm just like, "Get out of my business." I'm thinking about
I'm
cooking,
thinking.
going to the store.
Facts.
I got to do this. I need
Hey,
to
don't
take
do
this
that.
class of
Don't be that
certification.
way. We gotta shoot a shot, Miss B Finesse. We gotta shoot a shot, man.
No.
We gotta shoot a
Come on,
shot.
ops. I don't say that. I'm thinking it. I don't say it. I'm very classy.
Shoot a
I'm saying,
shot.
I'm telling you what my brain is doing. Like you don't get on. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm having a great day. I don't say it though, but I'm thinking. My brain, like I'm thinking about 5 things as we are talking right now. But my brother before the billions. What's up,
Yes.
fam? You got any questions, comments? What you got for us?
Yeah, overall, I think it's a great conversation. I like how Professor Blackhawks not only went into the financial side of things, but the security side, but also financial side, and how expensive it is for a lot of this data that a lot of these companies are holding on to. And I think that Professor Blackhawks also brought up how expensive HIPAA data is.
Facts,
That's
facts.
like I think is it correct that the most I guess expensive data to have is HIPAA data?
Yeah, because if you're negligent, the last time I looked 2 years ago was $1,000 and $1,024 a record if you lost it. So that by far
Ooh,
is the most expensive.
Yeah.
wow.
Professor Blackhawks, I remember you saying something. Which if you're trying to get into cybersecurity, what industry would be the best one to get into? I know out of like the health, you have
Uh,
finances, and then you have
there. Um, I think you named the top two. I would go tech if you in Fang, Silicon Valley, because they paying those people $250 an hour. And you just go down. I think most important, I would do finance. The only reason I put HIPAA a lot of times is hospitals are funded by government agencies, so a lot of times they're not it. I'm gonna do a stream where I think federal's a good place because you got to be a United States citizen to work in federal cybersecurity. So that cuts out a lot of your competition, right? The
Oh
pay
yeah.
is not as good,
Oh,
but go ahead, Miss B
Ops,
Finesse.
quick question. Okay, you said
Yeah.
you have to be a citizen. Can the
Mm-hmm.
people that have the visas that come here, that cuts them out too? Or since they have
Yep.
those visas to come here and work? Oh, good. So that's
Lot
something
of
that Americans can do.
yeah.
Okay,
Some agencies, but
good.
most agencies I don't. They want you they want you to U.S. citizens. Any green
Makes
card person
sense.
we have a few because they got some super technical skill like B2B. They know R. They know some uh, uh, technology. Not
COBOL or
people.
something.
Yeah, some people familiar with, but
Mm,
no, that's one reason I take that fair money. And two, I tell people tax money's infinite. That's one reason I refer tax money's infinite, man. So we very
that's
rarely
true.
cut.
That's fact. Hey,
Mm.
ops, quick question. So when
Yeah.
you guys are going into the field, are you a contractor or are you an
Yes.
employee? So you're
That's
not an
funny.
employee, you're a contractor,
No,
correct?
the reason I'm a contractor because contractors make way more money than FT, and me and B2B been chopping that up. It just depends too. Now, like I've been, it's funny. I've been at this government agency for 10 years, so now they just offer me a 6-figure job, and I was like, I was BHing them. I was like, I don't know if that's enough money.
I heard that, ops. I heard
Six
that.
figures
So
ain't enough. Let's go 7.
Yeah, right.
now I'm trying to get a shout out to the women Linux credit investor money, right? That's 200K credit investor money. So but like I said, I got 30 years. So like I said, there's so many opportunities in IT and cybersecurity because any mid-sized company is going to need that in the form of a full-time employee or a
Yep.
consultant, right? So
Yes.
I just like the consultant money because it pays me probably at my current job, it pays me 40% more than what they offer me to become a full-time employee. The cool thing though is I'm thinking about it because I'm comfortable, I'm old, I don't want to move around. I could do the job with my eyes closed. I almost did this. I could go into a conference room and jump on a live when nobody cared because I've been there so long. So I'm kind of weighing those
Right.
two.
So it's the comfortability of it, and because they respect and know you know what you're talking
Yeah,
about,
yeah.
it's flexibility.
But
Interesting. Quick,
But
go
but,
ahead,
but
ops.
Black Heist now be showing jobs $200,000, $300,000 of jobs, and
Facts.
I ain't gonna lie, I never even thought about that. I thought I was doing something till I started looking at their channels. I was like, well, shit, I'm gonna have to up my game.
That five
I've been
hundred
in,
So let,
thousand.
so ops,
yeah,
you
I
telling
have
me
Yeah.
a
all your
question.
jobs are contract? Oh, sorry, Adrian. All
yeah.
your jobs are contract. Every one of them you done in cybersecurity. You never worked for a company.
I have not. I haven't had a regular
Interesting.
job in 25 years. So I've been 10 here.
Inter-
I did 10 at DOD, and I did 5 years as a consultant because consultant paid well because
well,
you only expect to be there 3 or 4 years, and they paying you for a specific skill set.
so
So
what do you suggest that people going into that should do? Should they do a regular job and then after so many years get into what you're doing
yeah,
consulting or consult?
I would try to do a regular job because a lot of
Okay.
times when you do a regular job, and I'm let B2B chime in, your regular job will pay for your education a lot. And sometimes your consultant, they pay you a certain money. They expect you to be trained when you walk in the door. And two is
Gotcha.
as a full-time employee, I feel like I can make a mistake. If you're a highly paid consultant, you make a mistake, they marching your ass up out of here.
Good
Right.
point.
So
Yeah.
I think
Good point.
so
Professor
Thank you for
Blackhouse, can
that.
I add in on that?
yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, because I actually just got off the phone with a recruiter, and
Okay.
they were asking me. They were like, "Oh, because I'm a contractor now,
Okay.
so they were asking me like, oh, would you want to go back to your previous company to be a contractor yet again?" And then I was like, I'm familiar with the company, but you said that you had 2 other full-time positions, because I'm trying to get to the point where I can take a vacation and have
I feel you.
PTO, right?
I feel
Because
you.
when I was a contractor, they don't give you that paid
No.
time off. So even though
That's
you may be making more money, like, I had this guy working with me. He said, "Oh, if you want to take a vacation, just save more money, right? Because you make more money." But then it's like, okay, well, I'd rather go on my vacation and then I had to worry about, oh, I saved up enough, like stuff like that. Or if you're trying to have like a family and stuff like that, or whatever it is, like if you have a house, right? You want to be able to make sure that you're not going to, oh, one day, oh, the budget isn't doing well. Let's go ahead and let go all the contractors, and now you have to go look for another
Yeah.
job in the next, 2 to 3 months, right?
And before the billions, you're saying that because did you experience that?
Yeah.
Because listen, and
Absolutely.
this is what I want everybody to understand. Professor Black Ops and Before the Billions, two different situations, two different understandings, two different values in what they want in life at the point they're in. So you guys need to take all this in. Ops is telling you from his level all these years, Before the Billion just coming in. Can you, if you don't mind, Before the Billions, kind of briefly tell us so it makes sense to people about the contracting job and why you are choosing to want to get to something that's maybe full time, if you don't mind?
Yeah, so with contracting, they have many different versions of it. You have the 1099, you have the W-2, and you also have c to c, so the corp to corp.
Okay.
Some companies won't allow you to do corp to corp, and a lot of companies are asking you to be get the jab. They're asking you that now.
Facts.
And in addition to that, there are a lot of caveats that come with being a contractor. Because,
Okay.
well, Professor Blackout's had a whole different kind of experience than I did. Because with my experience is you can work overtime, you don't get paid overtime hours, right? Um, and that's supposed to be the benefit of
Sheesh.
being a contractor is that you get time and a half, right? You're supposed to get time and
Oh
a half if you
wow.
work overtime, but then when
Okay.
you work in as a contractor with these tech companies, it's like, oh well, you can work overtime. We have a late night release at 9 p.m. You can work until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and then you won't get paid for it or anything extra. So that's something I'm trying to get away from. And then you have the people who are full time who can maybe call out sick one day or be able to say, oh, I got a regular doctor's appointment. I need to go pick up my kid or something like that, and they'll still get paid for that. But then you don't get paid as a contractor, even though you make more money as your rate. You actually kind of miss out on a lot of opportunities to get paid. So if you were supposed to get as a 52 checks within a year, then you might be missing out on some checks because they got mandatory vacation. Oh, you're gonna have to take off 2 to 3 weeks or something like that, and you can't really do anything about it. So it's 2 to 3 weeks without you getting paid. I don't know how much money you can save up. You're supposed to have 6 months. This is not financial advice, but you're supposed to have at least 6 months
Right.
to for a cushion.
Yeah.
But I do know some people who I work with who take contract positions and they love it. They absolutely love it because they save up their money. They don't have any family that they have to take care of. They don't have any children. They don't have any other big finances. And a lot of these men who I work with, not saying that it's only men, but but a lot of the people who I work with, they can live off of $30,000 to $40,000 a year. All this extra stuff, all the extra money is just extra, right?
Right.
Facts.
So they just live off of probably $40,000 a year, and then they save up everything, and then they take off from working in general, just play Call of Duty or whatever kind of video games for like 6 months,
Facts.
and then they come back in, and then they get a job that's paying even more money.
Facts, man.
Yeah.
Before the
And then
billions, may I
also Before the
interject my
Billions.
question? May I?
Hold on,
Yes,
Adrian. Hold
Adrian.
on, Adrian. Let me add clarification to what he said too. Before the Billions and Professor Black Ops is a generation difference. So Black Ops might have a whole bunch of things paid for already, to where even
Oh,
if he was
facts.
getting paid that pay rate, it, like Before the Billions said, it's not really going to matter because he's got houses maybe paid off. He's got all cars paid off. He's
Facts.
already kind of in the prime of it, so he can do a contract compared to Before the Billions when he's thinking about what Black Ops has already. And so it's a mindset thing. So I think that's awesome that you broke it down that way Before the Billions, because
Thanks, thanks.
you don't want to just jump into something and not have the understanding to the levels of it. So I just wanted to clarify that. And Elle is here, so thank you for being here,
Hey.
Elle. You can jump in and ask questions at any time. And go ahead, Adrian. You want to ask him a question?
Well, I was just really curious from both your perspectives, Professor Black Ops and Before the Billions. So when you're working as a contractor, what are you doing about like your health insurances and your dental insurances and things of that nature? I know I would perceive that you both would have different ideas about that. So
Good question.
Go
speak on
first,
it,
Peter B.
please.
Yeah, I can speak on that. So for me, I have good health insurance, thankfully, right? Because my company does actually provide contractors with health insurance. There are a
Okay.
lot of them that do provide that.
Mhm.
There are some that don't. So
Right.
you're gonna have to be paying out of pocket. Just
Mhm.
like how Professor Black Ops said, is that you're a contractor, so they expecting you to come in with your set of skills. They don't really want to train you
No.
whatsoever. They don't want to have to provide you with a lot of benefits because it's cheaper for them to not do that.
Right.
Um, and then, with that is that, I just so happen to get lucky with the insurance that I have or the company that I chose to have. It's also another thing that you can negotiate a lot of the
Gotcha.
time as well. You can negotiate for those benefits. But otherwise, there have been a lot of companies that have been sued for
Right.
having contractors that there's no separation between a contractor and a full-time employee.
Uh-huh.
So
Absolutely.
what happened is they got sued because, oh well, what's really the difference, right? And then
Right.
so now they try to treat contractors like second class citizens a lot of the
Mhm.
time.
Right.
That's
Right.
it's a joke, but it's really what they do. Like, oh, we ordering pizza. Oh, the contractors can't be there. Stuff like that.
Right.
So
Right.
Oh
yeah,
I
wow.
that's
don't,
pretty much how the health
I
insurance
don't,
works and the other benefits as well.
I don't want any pizza anyway. I'm gonna die. No,
All
let me
right, fair
chime in on
enough.
that. The only thing I'm mad about B2B, I gotta get on him about that is you when you interview, that's the questions you need to ask is what's
Yep.
your benefits, what's your health, what's my time off? Because my employer, I get all of that. Now I'm a high end consultant, so I get time off. So when my employer get a day, I get a day. So I get all of that. My insurance is good, but I made sure when the company I picked had all of that, right? But I'm a little older than you, so when I interview a company now, you get recruiters come for you. Those are things you need to ask them. B2B is this is what I need. This is what I need to make.
Exactly.
And two is that's the good thing about the federal because federal believed they were stealing money. So when I work overtime, the federal government says I had to get paid because all the top consultants was leaving. They're like, I ain't gonna work for 2 out of 10 hours and you not pay me. Nah, player, I'm getting another job. So I get paid. And I'm gonna throw this out. I'm gonna do my black heights. The first time I worked for myself, I'm having him on my channel, cool white guy came to me and said, "You my man, I trust you. I'm paying you $72 an hour." We worked up, sun down. I worked for a month. We got paid once a month. My first check was $18,000. I took it to the bank. The bank wouldn't cash it. They had to keep it on hold for 3 weeks. I had to borrow money because I couldn't get my check to clear.
Good
But you got
Yeah,
to
grief.
and the thing about that is that after $10,000, the
facts.
IRS is actually looking
No,
at that
no,
much money. So they
facts.
actually look at that now, and
No,
then now they're trying to change it to $600, but
no.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's
we
gonna
talked
pass.
about
You
that.
leave to somebody
We
else.
talked about
You
that.
actually be going. You actually come out on an FBI report. They think you a drug dealer. Your name's gonna show up in an FBI report over 10.
Yeah,
Professor
So
Black
depositing,
Ops.
so depositing 10,000 in your checking account. What about if you deposit it in your not a fiduciary? If you deposit it in your like your investment accounts, do they check
It's
that
still,
too?
yeah.
So yeah.
Except if you do it in cash. If it shows up in your account and as a cash equivalent, it's going to the FBI.
and then you can't just put in
Craziness.
$9,999 because
That's
then
be
they'll
so
say, "Oh,
stupid.
that's
Why would you do
structuring."
that
They call it
anyway?
that,
Just
Facts.
that's
and they put a
that's
report out on you.
dumb. Oh gosh, if somebody do that, they ought to get the report out on them. Cause come on,
People do
it's
that
better
all the
ways
time,
you
though.
can
All the
divide.
time.
But hold on, but it's better ways you can divide. And divide without doing a penny off. You better divide. Okay, Elle, you got the floor. Do you have a question? Something you want to say? You want to
I
ask
have a
somebody on the
question,
panel?
a
Okay.
cybersecurity question, but I also got a
Okay.
lot of insight on the contractor thing.
Oh,
I've
good.
done it
Talk.
from an employer, from an employee working for a contracting firm, and for a contractor working for me myself. And
Thank you.
it
Go
really
ahead.
does depend on the individual. Now,
Okay.
I'm
Good.
getting ready to retire next month at
Nice.
the end of the year. I worked for the same company for 26 years, and I worked for them as a contractor of both kinds of this. So now, when I went to work for myself and went to work for a consulting firm and then went back to the company that I went for, I only did it for 3 months. And there's a lot of caveats and nuances. Perfect example. I was on a contract where I was installing some, was an electrical engineer doing RF design, building out cellular networks. So the project that they hired me for was to install base stations for the manufacturer. The manufacturer had a problem with getting their base stations out. So they basically had to pay me for 3 months while they resolve these issues with this base station. That's the positive side of it. Another positive side of it, but you got to be organized. If you work for yourself as a C Corp, as a contractor, you can write off so much stuff. I mean, really, you can get your health, you can write off your living expenses, your food, travel, everything you can write off. So really, you make a lot to begin with, but you make a lot more because you can write it off. Now, I also work for a consulting company, where they paid my benefits and things like that. But the issue with them is when work got slow, and what they call it is when you're on the bench and not working for a company, you know that things are getting thin here. I may have to start looking for something else here.
Look, before the Billy shaking his head, he know too.
Yeah, that's happening right now.
Aside from a company hiring a contractor,
L, can you say what that's called again? You said it's called coming thin.
What'd you say?
What did you say that's called? You said so people can know when they get these type of jobs. You said it's called coming thin or running thin when they're about to try to
if you see no work coming in, like there's a lot of people sitting around on the bench and not out working in firms with contractors. You're just sitting around doing nothing. That's if you work for a consulting firm that hires contractors, but they pay you a salary and pay you benefits. When you see that nobody's on assignment, your assignment, they may end this thing pretty soon. You got to start figuring out your next move, because the probability of you not having a job the next month is real.
Real high,
now,
real high.
Back in hiring contractors, this was something I always struggled with, because to me, if you work for me and you work hard, I'm going to reward you. So if you are a contractor and you work for me, if you told me, hey, I need to take this time or whatever, I say, fine. Work a couple of extra hours, help me out with this, and you could be gone. I would also give you extra vacation time if you worked hard. Like if we were trying to really finish a project and I know you were working your butt off, I would let you take a week off or whatever.
Most people ain't like you. I'm gonna interrupt you. Most people ain't like you, That's a pipe dream. And you're right. I can tell.
Thanks.
I jump early every time. Like you said, there's no bench time. I scared him. I said, when there's no work, I expect you to fire me. It's not personal. Go ahead, El. I'm sorry. I just had to jump in there.
No, but I'm just saying that to say because the thing is, because I did contracting as well, I understood it. So I know that people are people at the end of the day, whether you're a contractor and full-time employee. And if you treat people like people, they will work hard for you. Plain and simple.
Yeah, but those bottom lines be talking, El. They trying to squeeze out that bonus for themselves. They don't be spreading around like that, El.
Yeah, I wasn't that kind. I had to treat people like humans.
But you've seen it before. You've seen them contracting companies. They be trying to squeeze people for every dollar. They working before the bill used with. So, because they don't want to pay them overtime, because that's money they gonna make on their bottom line.
Yeah, because when I was working for a consulting firm, I was actually working with a client and then managing other contractors working for that client. And my main thing was to make sure people got off their bench. And, I'd be calling up the managers. Hey, I see it looks like you're a little short here on people. We got somebody that'd be perfect to do this.
Right. Because if you're on the bench more than 2 months, most small companies, you fire. You done.
Yeah. It's a wrap.
So to tell them. The other thing too is I want to throw out there is most people don't understand when you work for yourself, you pay both sides of your taxes. When I got my first big tax bill, I almost started voting Republicans because them taxes ain't no joke. Them taxes ain't no joke, boy. I got my first tax bill. I'm like, who paying this? They were like, oh, you got to pay both sides now because you work for yourself. My first tax bill, I'm going to throw this out there, I had to pay $12,000 a quarter. I almost blacked out when he told me that.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, when I wish I would have kept just working for myself. But I was new at it. I was real young, didn't really know any better. But because I don't have any children, it was just me. I just had to worry about my health insurance. So you got to weigh all of that in.
No, I agree. I was married back then, and when you young with somebody married, they think you gonna have a baby. Them insurance rates for you might have a baby be crazy.
For family, good God Almighty.
I was like, I ain't having no more kids. Why you trying? They like, nah, it could be an accident. You can slip up. I got them insurance bill versus the taxes. I'm like, I gotta go work for somebody else. These numbers aren't adding up right.
But there's a lot of nuances to being a contractor and consultant and all of that, and you got to weigh all of it. But I'm just saying, there are people like me out there that is going to treat you like a human being no matter what. Because I just feel that's how you're going to get people. People don't care what you know until they know that you care. I have people that work for me that will call me to this day that left under my management 10, 15 years ago. But that's me.
That's true. That's true.
But I got a cybersecurity question. Is what I called in the beginning.
You got the floor.
I got you.
Okay. I'm buying a house in Mexico and moving there in January. So my house was originally supposed to be finished in December. Now it's not going to be finished in February. But I'm going over there January 1st regardless because I want to I'm taking Spanish classes intense 8 hours a day for 3 months. I want to be able to move the way I want to move over there. And I've worked in other countries before, and I spent a lot of time in Bogota, Colombia, and Caracas, Venezuela. And I was very fluent in Spanish maybe 10 years ago. And I had 2 years in high school, 2 years in college. So I know a lot. I just got to piece it back together. But anyway, in the meantime, until my houses get built, I'm going to get an Airbnb. And I was listening to you talking about, and I'm thinking, I'm in a foreign country. I don't know if this is secure. So what should I just stick with being tethered to my phone and not use their Wi-Fi? I didn't even think about that. But I'm like, their rules ain't the same. I could really get hacked over there.
Yeah, you could. If you got an unlimited plan, I would get an unlimited plan that's cheap, that you can afford. I would just tether to my phone till I got comfortable over there. Because especially you stay at Airbnb, be careful because sometimes they have hidden cameras. They be trying to watch you when you don't think you're getting watched, and so that whole Airbnb stuff. Just double check it. I actually just bought an Airbnb, so I would just go start off straight tethering from my phone. Especially if you're in an Airbnb, you don't know whose Wi-Fi you logging into, what they trying to track in their Wi-Fi. So like I said, tethering is easy, and like I said, if you got an unlimited plan, that would be the safest way to go.
Yeah, because my plan works is good for here and Mexico. So I'm like, he done said something right there. I need to tether mine.
And two is,
but I'm wondering because when I move there, that's when I'm gonna start my YouTube channel, just to tell people how you can buy, how cheap it is to live in Mexico, how you can work remotely over there, and the ins and outs of buying property. Because I foresee a lot of people going to be doing that because housing is getting high here in the United States.
Facts. I'm in the Midwest. It's not too bad.
But
was it easy for you, Elle? Can you kind of briefly tell us that short version of that story about you acquiring the housing and if it was easy or not?
Yeah, what I did, I kind of researched it for 3 years, and I know with buying a property in Mexico, the most important people are your attorney and what's called the notary. Because the notary does like title searches and all of that and make sure that the land is free from title. And the lawyer makes sure that all your documents are good so you don't get taken advantage of. Because I went back and forth with my builder for a month getting things in my contract because my attorney kept saying, no, they could get you on this one. You need to change it to this. You need to change it to that. Now, I haven't closed yet, and I want to talk about all of that once I get there. But you have a lot of people that say, "Oh, you can never own land in Mexico." That's not true. If you buy, like I'm moving to Merida, Mexico, which is in the Yucatan Peninsula, so it's like 2 hours northeast of Cancun. And Progreso is the main port there, and I'm about 20 minutes from the beach. Now, if you purchase land in Mexico and it's within 50 miles of water, you have to get what's called a fideicomiso, which is kind of like, let's call it a 200-year land lease. But legally, you own the property. It's kind of like, the way I look at it, it's like, do you really own the property that your house is on now? You know what I'm saying? It's the same difference. You own it, but kind of yes and no.
Okay.
You don't pay taxes, you won't own it. So
how about that? Somebody buy it up quick, cheap.
I can get internet over there, high speed, a gig.
I think isn't the healthcare free? Isn't your healthcare free in Mexico?
Healthcare was free. You have to be what's called a
resident or something? Citizen?
Permanent resident. You have to get a permanent residence card, which is relatively easy. You just have
it's
to
still free though. Once you get it, right?
It's not free, but it's like you pay $25 to go to the doctor or something like that. You had some major surgery. Maybe it'll cost you $500. You can go to the dentist, get a teeth cleaning, $25. Stuff like that. And the thing is, these aren't rinky-dink medical facilities. These are huge hospital systems over there.
Wow.
And Merida is very modern. It's like it's got there's 3 major malls there, and they all have some type of major attraction. One has an ice skating ring in it. One has where there's a lake in the back of it, and you can go jet skiing. And the other one has like this zip line that goes across this water thing from one side of the mall outside the other. So it's very modern there and everything. Now, the thing about it is Mexico is really cracking down on visitors and giving you, because usually when you went to Mexico in the past, you could get your passport stamped and you could stay there up to 180 days. But now you got all these people coming from other Central American countries, Haiti. So now they will stop you in the street. And if you don't have your documentation on you, they can take you to jail. And they're not going to automatically stamp your passport for 180 days. They're going to say, let me see your receipt for what hotel you're staying in or whatever. And they'll give you that time period. They're not as lenient as they used to be.
Wow. Well, it's a question for both of you, Elle and Professor Black Ops, because it looks like both of you are dealing with Airbnbs. David Hunt wants to know, how can you check for bugs and cameras in a place that you're going into? Can you do that legally, Ops, or if you're paying for somebody else's facility, you have to just abide by what they're doing?
No, I'm checking. Usually they put them in smoke detectors are easy, or in little holes. A lot of times there's a couple an app you can put on your phone. It's kind of like you're looking for Wi-Fi, where it shows you the Wi-Fi. So there's an app, and I need to try to look it up. It can look for IP addresses going across, because their camera's wireless. So when it goes across, it has an IP like you connect. So you can try to look for those IP addresses as the camera goes through and connect. But now when I step into an Airbnb, I'm going to check. And I think when I start staying in Airbnb, I'm just going to email a guy and be like, do you have any internal cameras? And if he says no, and I find one, I'm assuming one. But so I think that's what I'm going to start doing from an Airbnb perspective.
Well, then what's the parameters on that? Because if it's their facility and their dwelling, do they have to disclose that they have the cameras in the house? What is the protocol on that you know?
For me, though, is you can't have a camera inside a place that I can walk around naked without telling me.
Well, it's his house, though. So why can't he?
For me, it's the same rules a hotel can't. So if I ask you, my thing is, I'm not saying
ask. And they have an obligation to tell you.
Yeah, okay, yes.
I'm like she said, I'm not telling you can't have them. I just want to know so I can make a business decision for myself.
That's
Okay,
right.
facts.
That's
Because
right.
I'm thinking about, like, if you have a camera in your house, I don't know, just say a guest comes and stays, and you're not there, and they walk around naked, they can't sue
But I'm
you
gonna
because
tell
they're
you,
in your house.
I don't have any cameras inside my house because
No, I'm just saying.
I know. I'm just saying in general. Just like people do is if a hacker can do it, I've seen hackers look at people that own those cameras and they were butt naked in the house because they didn't know the hacker took over. And one of the sick things people did is this lady was breastfeeding her baby, and a hacker was moving the camera as she moved with her baby because she was breastfeeding, and she figured out who's moving the damn camera. It was the hacker. So yeah. So I never have
And
cameras
quick
on the
question,
side.
Ops, are those baby cameras like base rudimentary that they're easy to hack into, or is it only ones that are on the Wi-Fi network, like landline, which you can, like, not landline, wall
Yeah.
plugged in ones you can't hack
You
into,
can
but
hack.
if it's a
No, you
Wi-Fi
can
one,
hack.
it can.
You can hack into those because those are just regular.
Yeah, because they
An
have
antenna,
an IP
right?
address.
Yeah.
I thought they had antennas. I thought the little regular ones that don't
You
go to
can,
Wi-Fi. What?
well, you can hack both of them. You
Dog.
can hack the ones with the antenna, like she said. The crazy thing is the one I did that they hacked is, and I never understood it is, they hooked it to the internet because it was telling the parents when they should feed their baby. I'm like, do you need a reminder? It was you could do like white noise to help the baby sleep. These baby monitors are so you could put some over the baby's wrist that it constantly tell you the baby's temperature. So I mean, these baby monitors will be off
Yeah,
the
I have
chart now.
one. My daughter, we put it on her. It's a little thing. It's neat. It's like a
Yeah.
little clip. You can put it on her chest, and it tells her temperature, her heart rate, if
You
she
got it on
rolled
the
over.
internet?
Is it on the
Yep.
internet? It's through my phone.
That's through the
It's
internet.
it's connected to my phone. So yeah, it
That's through the
is. She
internet.
don't use it
Yeah.
no more.
So
She's big enough now. But
yeah.
when
So
she's
that's why I was
like
telling
a couple
people.
months, yeah.
Yeah. So everything. But I was like, damn, that's a lot of stuff. Go ahead, El.
I got another question. Now, what if I have VPN software on my phones, tablets, and computers? Does
Right.
that protect me?
Yes, but not 100%, right? It's levels to this. That's why I tell people
Okay.
be a good VPN, you keeping about 85%, 90%. The big boy is gonna have to come and get you when you get the VPN. So that's rare. But no, if you look up VPN CV, they have critical vulnerabilities. If you don't patch them, they can be it. But no, if you do a VPN, you way ahead of the game. I would do one. I do
Can you
VPN all the
explain,
time.
Ops, if you don't mind, you or L, you both can add to it. Can you explain to the people, the lay people here, if they don't know, what is a VPN and its purpose, and why should they have it?
You want to go first, El, or you want me to go?
No, I don't know the ins and outs except
Well, first,
it's on
L, just say why you got it, because that makes us connect as a regular person, and then Ops can explain it. Because I think
okay,
that would
because I know it masks like your IP address that you're sending out. And not only that, and I'll tell you why I get it in Mexico, because I want to use my Amazon Fire Stick, my AT&T TV, Netflix, and what it does, it shows an IP address like from Dallas. So I can use all of that there.
Right.
And it adds a measure of security because it's not giving you the IP address directly that I'm really at.
100%. So the technical term is a virtual private network. So when you cut it on, like she said, it's going to do an encrypted tunnel to the location like Dallas. So when people snoop you, they really can't read the packets going across. And if it do, it's going to tell them you're in Dallas, not from your location. So it's a level of security. So an encrypted tunnel means everything goes through its hash and it has these special numbers. So if somebody hacks and read them, unless they have your special code to de-encrypt those packets, they can't read them. And like she said, from a location standpoint, wherever the VPN server's at is going to be the location that they're going to give the user. So like she said, it's going to think you're in Dallas or somewhere else. So that's the benefit of VPN.
Yeah, and especially if you're a remote worker where you may some companies will just tell you no, you can't do it. Some have very gray rules, and if they have very gray rules, that's when you can go to another country, work remote, get your US dollar salary, and live off the current, the low cost of living someplace else.
In another country.
And that's what I
a good point.
encourage younger people to do these days.
That's a good point. Hey, and we have another statement in here, Opson. So you can add to this and say if you know about this or not. So she still must understand. This is when we're talking about, guys, the security in Airbnb and security and cameras. So she says if you, and she talked about mirrors. She
Mhm,
said
yeah, I know what she
put
do.
a finger against the mirror. If you see space between your finger and its reflection, it's a regular mirror. But if there's no space, then it's a two-way mirror.
Facts. That's
Interesting.
Yeah, that's physical security, and she's right. I do some of that. Yeah, I think it's rare that you would see it in an Airbnb, but I would definitely do that as a check. I do that more if you're in department stores and stuff, trying on stuff, or you in
So
some
explain that because I'm a little confused.
a two-way mirror. That'll tell you if it's a two-way mirror. I mean, somebody's on the other side in like a closet and looking at that mirror while you in the other room. So that'll
So
show you if
if you
somebody.
put your finger on it and you don't see like the reflection, that means it's a oh, because it's not reflecting it close up. Is that what it is?
Right. Yep,
Okay,
yep.
okay.
Because when somebody's on the other side, it's not a true mirror because somebody's looking at it. So some about it means, like you said, it's the spaces show up because it's not a true mirror because I'm looking at you from the other side. So it's not 100% reflective. It was my
Gotcha.
understanding on that.
Gotcha. But this,
All right,
again,
let me
I'm
see.
always learning something on your channel, Miss B.
Hey, listen, and it's the precursor to my background in education. Shout out to the education channel, guys. Make sure you guys subscribe to that channel. I'm going to be doing a lot with that. I'm super excited about that channel. I'm going to get a lot of people that you're seeing on here now on this channel, and it's going to be a little segment. I don't want to say what it is yet, but it's going to be tidbits into what they do, so you can see people that look like you doing these different jobs, and you might want to try them. So I'm excited about that on that channel. If you haven't subscribed, if you have kids, or you know kids, or you're in the community, or you have kids that have kids, some of your kids might need this information because parenting is not easy. So I do have that background in education from kindergarten up to high school and in college. So if there's something you guys want me to talk about on that channel too, please get in the comment section and leave a comment saying I would like this topic being discussed, so I know. All right.
I'm gonna be
All
over
right, guys.
there.
So yes.
I
Go
may
ahead,
be
El.
reaching out to you because part of my thing is what I'm going to be doing is Mexico and volunteering to teach English to Spanish students.
Ooh,
To
a lot
help
of people do that
increase my
too.
vocabulary.
Yeah, reach
So
out to
I'm
me. I'm
excited
here.
about that.
I'll be
Good.
over there
I'm
for the.
excited too. And they love it. Boy, you get paid big bucks to go to other countries. They wanted me to go to
Especially
China
China,
and
but
yeah, they wanted me to go to China and somewhere else in Asia too. But we have little kids in the family, so yeah, that's great to do, to be honest, to go over there because number one, it's so different because of the way they look at teachers. Teachers are like high society in other countries because they value education. So you're going to get paid very well, and the respect of the students is going to be bar none super high because they value educators in other countries. So that's why a lot of people like going to other countries and teaching, especially if they don't have kids or anything like that. You can freely go there, like you said you're doing in Mexico. You take the currency difference because the dollar is always a little bit more in most places, and you just balling. You know what I'm saying? And you're accumulating, amassing a wealth, and living well. So why not?
that's right.
I feel you on
That's
that. Why
right.
not? Yes, you can always reach out to me, El. You know that. Let's see. She's talking about that. How do you know all these tricks and trades? Are you like some kind of I spy woman we don't know about in Canada? She said, David Hunt, she says, yeah, she said, yes, like Professor said, it may not be around a lot, but it's a quick check you can do just for your own peace of mind. All right. And once again, guys, this is for informational purposes only. None of this is legal or medical health advice. Thank you for that. David Vaughn. Oh, sorry. Dang it. I mixed names together. David Hunt and Vaughn. If you're liking the conversation, please like, share, subscribe. Yeah, guys, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you guys do that. Make sure you do it. Let's see. Facts. That's what Jonathan Barronville said about Haiti. What were we talking about? He said that's what Jonathan Barronville said.
I think the
Were you guys
dollar
talking about Haiti?
exchange.
Oh, yeah. How
I
much
think
is
he's
worth?
talking about
Yes.
Yeah. I think he's
yes.
in teaching English in Haiti. I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, and the dollar difference is very, very important. Oh, did we already we already talked about the electronic redlining, right, Black Ops?
Yeah,
Because you said you wanted to touch base more on that. Can you reiterate that? Because I felt like that was super important. Electronical redlining, we talked about a little bit earlier, but you had said something I don't think we got into because you got real happy and said, oh, make sure we go back to that. So was
I
it
can't
something that you didn't
remember.
figure? Oh, okay.
I can't
Don't
remember.
say
We've
you
been over
old.
three
Don't even
hours.
try it. Don't
We've
even
been over
try
three
it.
hours. I
Hey,
can't
do you
remember.
have to go back, Black Ops?
No,
You have
I'm
to go
good. I'm
back?
good. I just
Okay,
text
good.
him. He's good. I'm like, we gonna
Look,
keep rolling.
hey, when you big baller like Professor Black Ops, it's
I said,
nothing. It's
yeah, I text him. He'd be fine.
it's that
I told him,
lifestyle. That
yeah, I
lifestyle.
told him call me. I told him I'll
I
be
heard
back to
that.
work. It's gonna be late, be about 3 hours from now. But he was cool with it.
Okay, cool, cool.
He's
So
cool.
can you break that down because I never
Yeah.
heard of that electronic redlining.
Well, like we talked about, and shout out to engineering cannabis, is people coming up with these algorithms of how they perceive you, where you live at, what your credit score is, right? People think of credit score as it. If you go to China, they have a citizen score. And we starting to do that. There's going to be, are
Interesting.
you a good job score, right? So how do you, so
Yes.
computers figure out, okay, you went to this school, you live this area, this is your background, so they're going to give a score. But if they're judging you on people that's not you just because you live in a certain area, you got a certain education.
Yeah.
That's digital redlining, right? That's what people
Yes.
argue about. They can't get in cybersecurity technology because they want you to have these level degrees that most times you don't use. I could take an area of
Interesting.
a tornado because I got calculus too. I've never used that in my job in the last in
Yeah.
30 years,
Yeah.
but I can do it.
Yeah.
So I call that technology redline. What do you need to do your specific job, and if you can do it right? When you go get venture capital, right, and you try to do a startup, they looking for Mark Zuckerberg. They're looking for a white dude hoodie that dropped out of Ivy League college.
Yeah.
If you look at Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, all those young guys meet that requirement. So they all got venture capitalist money. That is electronic redlining, right? Go ahead, El.
Yeah, you have some, but you have very few people who become millionaires or billionaires from just working a job in corporate America. Even, as an engineer, whatever, because what's valued is your vision and your creativity. And that's the one thing, like I always say, the Chinese will never be able to outdo the US on. Now, they're very good at copying stuff, but, because the way they're regimented and educated, they'll never have that visionary mindset and freedom to explore things and the mindset to do so like people have in the United States. You think that's true, Professor
I don't
Oz?
know. I'm gonna push back just a little bit. I agree on that. The one thing China's killing us at is, and they dominate it, is because they're authoritarian. They got a 200-year plan and they're executing it. Every 4 years, we arguing about this
Oh, yeah,
politician and
now
we don't
you're
like
right
that.
there.
We're dividing that. So if you look, they taking over artificial intelligence because they just do it on their citizens. They're like, we can see where you
Yeah.
go. They got these things they put on little kids that tell if they're relaxing studying because they doing these projects on
Yes.
their whole citizens. Because
Oh, yeah,
That's
in the
they're
true.
United
doing it with
States,
AI over there.
yeah. So
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
so
I'm
so
gonna add to
yeah,
that.
real quick is so they can do that stuff from a national level where they're gonna take over AI, artificial intelligence, because we arguing about stupid stuff. We're on YouTube still talking about relationship between black men and black women. That's the most popular thing on YouTube. So that's the
That's
only
facts right there.
so that's the only thing I push back on you a little bit. I think we innovative, but sometimes we so innovative, we divisive, and they're like, "This is the
Yeah.
country's plan. We're not wavering. We'll kill people for our plan." It's just
Ops,
and
we
the
can't
people.
say the K word. We gotta say delete,
Oh,
buddy.
my son, work with me, work with me. What's the word you gotta say?
Delete, Ops,
I
delete.
delete. I'm new. I'm still new. I just been on YouTube, right? So yeah, so they will delete you because, and the crazy thing is, the citizens expect to be deleted because they're doing it for their country, and that's honor for them.
That's true. And what Ops is saying about them putting the devices on the children and make sure they're relaxed when they're studying, I'm telling you, I've seen that, and I'm a teacher. I was reading some studies. Even the kids in Sweden and Norway, the whole ideal of school for them is kind of like a communal learning. It's like they engage the kids to grow into what they are instead of just giving them crap to fill their heads to get them to become workers. Because at the time you get to about sixth grade, you're done with it. You don't really care. You're not connecting to anything because it's not relatable. But in other countries, like I've said, this is already ingrained that this is what we're going to do together as a community. And they stay in that lane. They stay in it. You don't go out of it because it's like a culture and a community. It's just it's strong. So yes, I'll concur with that. I have seen those different studies of what they do with the kids, and yes, Ops is correct on that. He's very
But
correct on
don't y'all
that.
think that's dangerous to a certain extent?
I believe there's some. I'm gonna put it gently. There's some issues with it, but like we said, but that's one thing I like about China. They don't care about those issues. We want trying to do what's best for the country.
That's true.
And if you and your kids get sacrificed, y'all get sacrificed. Can I say that? Can I say that word?
Yeah, we can. Also, I play around just because you old. Since you keep saying that, you ain't old.
I didn't say
Ops.
the K word.
I know, Ops. I know. But listen, I think it's a mindset thing too, L. Because if you think about it, it's not individual me, and that's how we are here as far as Western people. They're looking at the whole country, and if the whole country can come up, and it's a couple that have to fall by the wayside, they're not looking at that. They're looking at, are we shifting and moving as one together to be this conglomerate to run the world on a national level? Finances, dealing with exports, imports, dealing with our people as exports and imports. When we go, what are we looking like? When we go to different countries, are we representing us as a whole? They don't play around with that. We can go to other countries and act a dog donkey.
The younger people will rebel at some point. It's kind of like the Great Resignation is going on here now.
I feel like when
All
your
these
culture
corporate
is in you.
huh?
No, go ahead, El. Go ahead.
All these corporate companies thought, oh, we're going to continue to screw them, give them these crappy raises every year and blah, blah, blah. We're not making money. And now everybody's saying, screw you. You know what I'm saying?
But
So the culture is shifting here.
yeah, I think the Chinese will happen that in 200 years. They're just so regimented because we got to remember we bombed them and took them over. So their national thing is to be the #1 nation in the United States. The United States is #1. So we like, oh, let's go for self. And like they like, we want to beat the United States like in the Olympics. You know, it's like they think of it as like that. Because if you look at Chinese kids, it's crazy because if they don't pass certain tests, you can't go to college or high school. So they be studying like it's crazy. The pressure, I think, is unreal on the kids. But I went to school with Chinese kids, and you know, them Tiger moms don't be playing.
And to add to that, as far as the kids and all that, it's something. It's not like it's something where when they first start school, they got the pressure. They start doing this when they little babies, when they're learning and teaching them. So this is when the kids get to school and they really start getting on that level, even in kindergarten. They know what it is because when you look left and right, their parents are doing it. So it's not really like, it's kind of a class thing, but it's not, because a lot of times you do have to have money or a certain level to go to the schools where they're pushing this. But yeah, it's something where it's a norm. And then when it's a norm, the kids are not looking at you like, Mom, what are you doing? No, they know, stay in line with this. This is what we're doing. It's purposeful because we want you to push forward. And that's it there. That's it.
And it's too honor on your family because I'm in computer science. A lot of them Asians, they'd be like, if you fail your whole family. You dishonor your whole family. So they take that stuff. But the crazy thing, when those dudes get to college, they be partying. I'm like, dude, why you partying? He's like, dude, I took calculus 2 as a sophomore in high school. I could do this with my eyes closed. I'm like, what? Like, I need some help, man. So he was like doing this. Them dudes would party. I'm like, how you party? Like, man, we did this curriculum in high school.
That's true.
Crazy.
Yeah, because when my students come over here. Oh, go ahead, El.
I was a electrical engineering major, and I'll tell you, the hardest part of my first 2-year college was understanding an Indian accent with the teachers and the TAs. Right. Man, I tell you, that was something to overcome. It was that accent with the teachers and everything, because you actually have more Indian and Asian people in engineering school than white people. You do.
Oh, facts. They
and all the professors, same thing.
Facts. You were like this. My Indian professor, I named my sophomore year, he was saying, build the module. I was whispering to him, I was like, why keep saying beautiful module, man? I kept thought he was saying a beautiful module. Beautiful. What does he say? I'll build them. I got you, player. Build. But the crazy thing is now, where I work, we've got probably 40. And so since I'm out there all the time now, I can pick the accent up. Yeah. But you're right. Yeah. And that's one thing I try to get black people, especially black dudes. We need to be dominating tech like Indians. because
Yes.
that's their national job. When you expect to see
Yes.
Indians when you come to IT, I say, why can't we do that? We got hooping. Why can't we be IT? Man, we need to switch it up.
And not only that, they good at looking out for their own. Once you got one in there, they'll pull somebody in there that may not know nothing, but they will cover that person until they get up to speed and can do it themselves. They do. They are very good at that.
No, but I do, because
true.
I work with one of the managers, and he actually was reversed. He does pull somebody, but then he whispered, he goes, I think I'm gonna hire a white guy because I think they're mad because I got too many Indians. And I interviewed one of the girls. I was like, hey man, she good. I would hire the Indian lady. she better than the white dude. So because he gets nervous, because when you go out there, I laugh at him. I'm like, man, it's like little Indian when you come out here.
Right.
They be fixing me food. They be taking care of me.
When you go in the break room, like in our technical aspects of our job, curry season. I mean, you can smell that smell wafted off.
Ew, crazy. She said you can smell it.
They're nice to me. I come in there. She like, because I come in there, they know me. They start making me a plate. I'm like, I'm good looking out for brother. Go eat a little Indian. Shout out. I want a little pad thai in there. Put a little spice on it. Nah, she ain't lying. I'm going in there eating it though. I'm coming in there. Where my plate?
I mean, you can tell when it's lunchtime. You got that smell wafting through the building.
I'm gonna have two on my channel. We talking about locking down programming languages. So yeah, I'm have my homie on there.
Okay, we got a question for you guys.
Because I'm trying to be safe.
Listen, yeah, they have everything on there. Oh, this is a good question. Okay, we got a question. So Vaughn says, has anybody else ever felt uncomfortable giving the 3-digit number on the back of your bank card when ordering food? He said, I've done this and have never felt comfortable. So Ops, is there an issue? Are they going to change that in the future about that last 3 digits to confirm stuff, or what is it looking like for that on the credit card?
He's muted.
Ops, you're muted.
My bad. No,
you was talking a good game too, Ops. I didn't even hear you, so I don't know what you said.
Right. Realistically, they want you to be there so you can do chip and pin. I think they're gonna have chip and pin in every laptop in the future, so that'll be the base one. So when you go on a website, you can do it. I don't feel uncomfortable because, like I said, I'm gonna use my credit card with $1,000 a limit. I look at it every day to make sure somebody's hacked, so I can call the bank. Right, so I know with that credit card, if I get hacked, the most I'm gonna lose $1,000. I know that credit card is used, so I'm checking it online every day. Okay, is any unknown card? So I am very intentional when I use a credit card for food. And if I'm going there, I'm old school, homie. I got a pocket full of cash, man. I very rarely, if I'm going to out eat in a food spot, because when you give your credit card in a restaurant, now they got the skimmers, but when they go back to use the machine, he could be taking a picture of your credit card, swiping it through a skimmer.
That's
so I
true.
barely use cash at a restaurant. I'm straight cash, homie. I'm like Randy Moss and I straight cash, homie.
You want to hear something crazy? In Mexico, what they do, people take pictures of their credit card and send it as payment. So I had to open up a Mexican bank account. Same thing. I'm gonna keep that small amount in there for it to deal with Uber and all of that stuff. If that's the way y'all roll, okay, I'll roll with you. But I'm gonna protect myself in the process of it. But then you send a picture of your credit card to people to pay for stuff. I just thought that was crazy.
Oh yeah, I got some. Yeah, the add to is a friend of mine actually owned a restaurant, and he got hacked. And so Visa and MasterCard almost put him out of business because what they told me to do is they said, you cannot take credit cards until you have a forensic analysis done on a machine. He spent $15,000 on his workstation. The sad part about it is his best friend hooked up his wireless system and messed it up and didn't lock down. So he said he was scrambling to get his credit card machine back up. So he had to spend like $15,000, $20,000 to do a forensic analysis to make sure him or his staff wasn't stealing it.
Wow.
So,
good grief. Ops, before the billions, got a question for you. He said, what will Professor do when cash is no longer used? What you gonna do, Professor?
I'm gonna
Professor
be dead.
said he carry cash.
I'm gonna be dead by then before the bill.
Stop saying that. You can't say that word. Say
I'm gonna be
delete.
deleted. My bad. I'm working.
Delete.
I'm working on
Ay,
it.
Dios mío. Sí, ay.
I'm working on it. There's too many words. I need a dictionary, man. I need a sentence.
Stop saying you too old. You're not too old to listen. Escuchan, Professor Black Ops.
Before
Okay, Ops.
if I'm here, I'm like we talked about. I'm gonna have a low credit card where I use like with $1,000 to $2,000. So if somebody get me, it's not a big hassle. Then if it took them a little longer, so if somebody spent $10,000 and it takes me 2 months to get it, I might be in a pinch. If somebody take a couple thousand, I'm gonna be all right.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, and I think that's wise for everybody these days is to have one that you keep a small amount on there, you know, so that you can track it. Because every day people are getting more and more sophisticated, right? Every day somebody's figuring out another way to figure it out, and then you got people, your what do you call the hackers that actually do it for good reason? What are they called?
Ethical hackers.
Every day they're trying to figure out stuff.
Oh yeah, I told him one of them I was gonna sue him. He tried to tell me he's an ethical hacker. I told him I was suing him.
You gonna sue? Okay, she stole. Let me see. She stole my son that says, "Does the USA not have chip pins? We've had that for 3 to 4 years in Canada."
We just now getting them, and it's pretty prevalent. So chip and pin is pretty good. But when you order online, you can't use the chip. They ask you for your card and your 3 digits because there's no chip and pin in your laptop. I think they're going to start doing that probably in the next 4 or 5 years. Will that be included in every laptop or workstation? So when you ordering food from your house, there's no chip and pin unless you go into the place.
Yeah. Look, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh in front of you. It's before the billions. Need to stop it. I thought you was on a phone call before the billions. He gonna say Professor Black Ops is gonna be the guy in the grocery store line right now.
No, but I promise you, man. People laugh at me. Man. I carry cash wherever I go around. I keep a couple $100 in my pocket.
I like having cash.
I got
not a lot
story.
of it.
No, okay, I got a quick story. So I go to lunch. I go to lunch. True story. CEO, CISO, and VP of Finance. We go to a restaurant. They come out and says, "Oh, our credit card machine is down. Nobody has cash, but who? Me." So I bought everybody lunch. I teased them. I'm like, "You old millennials, where y'all need to carry cash? Y'all can't even eat." So shut out. When the cash machine's down, I can still eat. Go ahead.
That's funny.
Have y'all? Oh no. Have y'all? Because I like to mute when y'all talking. Have y'all noticed that though lately? And in the chat too. Put a 1 if you've seen this. These machines have been going down steadily lately.
Yes.
Yes. Have anybody else noticed that? I'm everywhere I'm at. We go out to eat. We're in the grocery store. These machines are shut down. Ops, what's going on? That's you. What's going on with these machines?
Well, what's happening is, and it's gonna be. There's 2 problems. Is the cool thing is they're upgrading them, trying to get them more secure, trying to get encryption up. So they're trying to work. Of course, they have problems. The thing people don't realize is if you looked at Casillas and Colonial Pipeline, right? That was a cyber attack that took the West Coast gas out, right? Remember, people were putting gas in cans, right?
Yeah.
Russia will take down our electronic system next year for about a couple months. I'm predicting that. So if you don't have a generator,
No, but I'm asking, what time of the year do you think it's going to be? The beginning, middle, or end? Do you have a synopsis of when you might think it's going to happen?
Fall, summer. I'm guessing next year, end of 2022.
Okay.
I guess that's why you need to keep some cash handy too.
I like having
cash ain't gonna help because when you done, you ain't gonna be able to. Your house gonna be down. You ain't gonna be able to run your credit card because ain't gonna be no power. So it's gonna be interesting. And 2 is you saw how America with the pandemic, we were fighting over toilet paper. So it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna happen. So.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I live in Dallas, and when they had that big power outage, when the grid went down, I was without power for 5 days. And what people don't understand. That's one of them times where your money will not help you. You know what I'm saying? True. You can't check into a hotel. Because every hotel was full, restaurants couldn't open. You couldn't get a meal. Oh, that was hell on earth. that power shut down.
The crazy thing, think about it though. That was just 5 days. It wasn't a good 2 weeks. It wasn't a good month. People don't realize is if the power goes down, you got about 2 months before people gonna start being a Walking Dead. They're gonna start packing up and robbing people. People don't realize that. People think it's funny, but she'll tell you when you like, I ain't got no food, especially if you got kids and you ain't got heat, it start getting real dicey.
And it was cold. I mean, you couldn't
Oh
take a
yeah,
bath, because you were going to freeze.
Oh
You
yeah.
had to sit in your car all day because you couldn't
right,
check into a
right.
hotel.
So people think I'm weird. I got a gas generator. I got 200 cans of food. I got 300 bottles of water in my basement. People
You
like,
ready?
what are you? I'm like, I'm a baby prepping man. So I always tell my
No,
son,
yeah, you gotta
get the
prep.
guns and come to my house. We're gonna be locked down with the babies. I got you. I
No,
got
but
you.
that's actually smart. You always need
Facts.
to prepare for what you don't see,
Yeah.
especially if you guys didn't learn from the pandemic and you still want to okey doke and just think the food truck's gonna come, think you gonna have all the supplies you need. I don't. Y'all must not be listening, and y'all need to even go back to the doggone video I did about the food shortages. I might just bring that back up again. Y'all playing around like this stuff is already back months. I was just talking to somebody this. I don't know. No, y'all said y'all not on the West Coast. They was telling me they still got these freight liner, all the containers sitting there because of the transition from bringing them in and then the truck drivers, getting them where they need to go. It's a backup with the data there somewhere, so they can't even
Yeah.
Yeah,
bring the stuff here. So it's like
a lot of game playing and a lot of pocket people
I said
size
game
pocket
plan.
money and all that going on with their supply
Of
chain
course,
stuff too.
of course,
But
of
that's
course.
what happened when you go just in time. If the time ain't just, you in trouble.
He right there. Especially you take like a Walmart who's king of just in time. Oh, you screwed. Yeah.
That's true.
People,
And then
one of my
and then we
one
got
of my
Adrian talking about I'm not gonna fight anybody for no toilet paper. That's so ridiculous.
You
it's not
say it
about the
now.
toilet paper. It's gonna be about food and water.
Yeah, exactly. Everything,
Not the
gas, everything.
facts. Because you seen when they shut it down for the cybersecurity, people were trying to put gas in trash bags. I'm like, come on.
Were they?
Yeah,
Good
Google it.
grief.
It was crazy. They did a meme. They were trying to put gas. I'm like, come on. So now, but one
That's
thing I
true.
do as part of cybersecurity is called incident response and COOP. Incident
Okay.
response is when your computer system goes down. Where's your disaster recovery? I used to work for DoD. We print checks for retirees' families and soldiers' family. The quickest way for a soldier to come home is not pay his wife, right? So when your system goes down or coop, which is not a big thing, if you get hit by an airplane like Twin Towers is, where are those people gonna work? Now we figured out everybody can work from home, so that's not a bigger thing. But is your computer gonna come up if it gets hit? If the power gets cut, how your computers come out? If you're in that type of business, right? Like hospitals, right? They get hit with ransomware.
Oh, yeah.
Our hospital here got hit. They were taking patients by paper, and it wasn't going very well. So that's part, and the human part of that is, if the power grid goes down in your personal life, what is your incident response to handle that? If your water
Exactly.
goes out, what's your incident response to
Does your
handle that?
family have a plan?
And right, people laugh at me real quick. If you can't do credit cards for a couple months, you need to have a safe little cash. You might have to spend it if we can't use credit cards for a couple weeks. Go ahead, El.
Exactly.
But to me, that's why we have a lot of problems why people aren't working, because this transition or migration that we're doing to automating everything. Because when you do things in a project manager too, in the agile system where you do all of these things and then you fix it as you go, it's not easy to go backwards. So it's all these systems
True.
trying to talk to each other. And when some don't work, you gotta, and people are getting customer service, people are getting cussed out constantly because some system ain't talking to another. That's why people are leaving their jobs too.
No, facts.
Yeah, the
No,
stress of it all. The stress of it all.
Yeah.
Hey, this is another topic in the chat. I want the chat to engage with this too. Wally's making a good point, and I want to know the panelists too. Let me know. Publix is starting to limit images in the store. I read the other day, so limit the amount of things you can buy. Are you guys
yeah.
noticing that in your states?
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
people
yeah.
in the chat, let us know.
Yeah.
Are they
That's what's-
limiting things now with the holidays?
Yeah, they got to, because they figured out our supply system's not up to speed. So if people get nervous, people go in there and buy 40 rolls of toilet paper. We already seen it, so they trying to get ahead of it now because they know there's gonna be a glitch. So they just let you know you just can't come in here like you did last time. Because I went in Target. I'm not. One lady had like 40 rolls of toilet paper. I'm like, can you share? What about the rest of us?
Look, can you go to Costco or Sam's Club? That's where you get your big packs. Not even on Target.
It was the same way. So you were like this. I'm on my hands and knees getting all this soup, right? And this little kid comes looking at me all sad. I turn around and I go, what's wrong? The guy goes, you took all the SpaghettiOs. I'm like, I'm not a heathen, man. How many cans do you need? He goes, I need 6. I go, here you go, look guy. His mom was smiling. But I'm thinking, I'm scaring the little kids for getting the SpaghettiOs because we're gonna die over spaghetti. It's crazy out here.
Apps. Can you stop saying that? Delete. Delete. I'm about to mute you. I'm about to put the closed caption to censor you.
But to let you show how crazy we are. We running out of food, soup, toilet paper, and people buying it because they don't care. They talk about you don't care about you. Unlike Asian, the Chinese would get three per family because they're nice. Over here, everybody self. I'm trying to get 40. I'm trying to get 40 rolls of toilet paper.
40 rolls and look at you. Look, and they live by themselves.
Now, I ain't gonna lie. Somebody came and visited me. I had 100 rolls of toilet paper. People were coming over my house getting toilet paper. I'm like, hey, man, I might need my 100 rolls, man.
Yeah, but I tell you, I've been to places and amazed. Like, I've been to the restaurants, ran out of straws, ran out of coffee cup lids, ran out of bags to put the food in. I mean, just stuff that you're like, wow, they really ran out of it.
Thanks, man. But like you said, it's just in time. If there's a glitch any of it, it's gonna be. That's the fallacy of just in time. Because if any little thing goes wrong, like a buddy of mine works at Chrysler, he's like, and we had to shut down. We ran out of bumpers because they didn't get them off the truck, and the 18-wheeler didn't get in here quick enough, so we ran out. So we had to shut down for 2 days until we got the bumpers in. So it's crazy.
Wow, they shut the whole system down. Yeah, you guys better stop playing. I keep telling y'all, I drop seeds. If y'all listen, that's on y'all. I know I'm dropping the seeds for you. I'm trying to get y'all ahead on the curve on a lot of stuff, but y'all keep playing with these shortages and the supply chain backups. Because you coming into Thanksgiving and even Christmas, you thinking you're gonna be able to get all these different meats and these different foods and even things such as the trees and all that type of stuff. You guys better stop playing around. But hey, the convenience of being in Western culture.
And the price of meat is high.
The price of everything. The price of everything. Meat just went up, they said, I think 15 or 20% in the past month.
Well, inflation's getting hit and scare everybody. I think inflation's really
here. It's here, and they're going, you're right, Ops, and they ain't prepared on the back end. You ain't set that money aside. You ain't downsized a little bit. Some of the stuff y'all don't need. I don't care if you got enough money to afford it. You don't need it. You that's a whole nother conversation, but I dropped that gem on those that want to see that. Listen, y'all better start paying attention to that. You guys better start paying attention to it. Ops, as far as the cybersecurity and, I know somebody said that kind of behooved me though. I don't know who said it about the cash registers. Are we talking about the cash registers nowadays they can hack into them, or the old?
The new ones. The new ones. Everything's digital in the store. And two is you got to think they don't want you to use cashiers. Everybody's sending you to self-serve. That cashier's gonna be obsolete. I went to Kroger's. They got another third row of self-serve. I was like, okay, you got to go in there. Because I couldn't figure out how to do grapes. You got to scan the grapes, then put them on there. I didn't know that. I never.
You got to weigh them out.
You
got to put that number in. Then you weigh them. Then you do.
No. I go to the person and they weigh them and put the number in. I usually don't.
Nostalgia. I like going to the because I be trying to get out of there. I got stuff to do, and it's funny because I look around Ops and people do not like going to self checkout. They want a person. Now it depends. Sometimes I do like a person, but when I'm trying to get out of there,
that's part of what I pay to come in. Part of my taxes.
I heard that.
I want a person to ring it and put it in a bag. That's what I
heard that
But no, I'm like, where the people? They keep telling me, sir, can you go? No, I want a person. No, you need to go. No, I'm not going to self-serve. I need you over here.
Not
lady.
mad.
Mad,
Ops,
upset.
what if the people gotta help stock on the floor? You telling me you ain't gonna go to self checkout?
I do go to self-check, but then I'm grumpy. I'm like, but then I'm confused. I'm like, how do I do the grapes? They got to scan it and put it on there. I'm like, oh, okay, I got it now. I was struggling a couple days ago because I ain't never done that. I got to wait and put
Ops,
it on
you
there.
not
I'm like,
confused. You just unwilling. You not confused. Ops, you do cybersecurity, technical, high level stuff, and you can't scan some grapes, Ops.
No.
You know,
I'm
you
thinking,
just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm thinking I'm scanning this, gonna weigh them for me in the air. I'm like, she's like, no, put it on there.
Can't with you.
But
Listen, let's talk about gas too. Is anybody else's gas come up before the bill?
God.
Gas is almost full. What's the price? Put your gas price in the chat. I think it's like $3.50 here. What's the gas where you at? Before the bill says $4 where he's at.
But that's the benefit of working from home too. So that's the trade-off. If you can work from home, you save on your gas.
You don't have to. Gas and wear and tear on your car. You ain't got to do all that wear and tear on your car.
Wear and tear on your body, man. I just be rolling out the bed, brush my teeth. I'm at the dinner table working. So
working, getting it done. Let's see. Vaughn says, I swear I barely found some turkey wings. Yeah, they buying up everything. You're not gonna find anything. Before the billion says those stimulus checks. Let's see.
Those are UBIs. Tell before the billion. That's UBI right there, man.
Yeah, that's Titanium says bring down the price of the oxtails.
Shout out on oxtails.
And then Kareem says yes. Make oxtails cheap again.
Oh my God. Not cheap again.
Make oxtails cheap again. Facts. He said make them cheap again. Wally says, what that's why I'm cutting off some food to save. It's crazy out here. Yeah, you might need to become a vegetarian or I don't know, intermittent fast. I don't know.
I've been saying that for years, but
I heard that, Ops. Snuggle says, determine your priorities, make a list of essentials, take inventory of the items and food you have. Look at Snuggles trying to lay it down.
She a troublemaker though.
Right, that's you got to screen them. Snuggle says, learn about your own house, ensure a safe water supply, find a reliable heat source, learn alternative cooking methods. That's true. We already got that down packed here.
That's something like really funny to me that all these people are saying this because like my husband, he's been getting like a little upset with me because then like every time I go out, I buy like a case of water, even though like nobody drinks it. But I have like stacks of cases of waters because I was like, good. We need them. And then it's about to be winter soon and we live in Maryland. So like all of a sudden the wrong thing comes across the mountains and then everything's shut down. Can't go nowhere. Can't be anywhere. This pipe's frozen. All this other stuff goes on around here. So I just remember growing up, just like always buy a case of water. Like, so honestly, even though I'm like always about entertainment and stuff, this is not entertainment. Because will be entertainment for me when y'all over here on TikTok and Instagram crying about y'all ain't got nothing to eat, and I'm over here like the toilet paper situation. Y'all talking about now I gotta take showers every day. You should have been taking showers every day anyway.
Facts.
That's true. Facts.
But you seem like she said you saw when Texas shut down because of that little closed freeze with the rest. It was crazy. One friend of mine, like he said. He was like, and you in Maryland, you probably don't. I've got extra firewood behind my garage, so if my heat goes out, I can go old school and start a fire.
Yeah, now, that's excellent too, because when we're dealing with the pleasantries of having this technology, electricity, all these things, what do you do when it switches, like you said, Black Ops, and the fact you can do that and bring it up, like people don't think about that. But what you guys need to think about is Vaughn says, did you accidentally, I love these are so funny. Did you accidentally forget to hit the like button? It's okay, you can do it now. Yeah, guys, let's get to 50. We got Ops here, he's dropping knowledge. We got L here too, backing us up. We just added Judge Justice to the panel. If you're new in the chat, don't forget, hit the like button when you come in. Price of admission, hit that like button. Also, go ahead, Judgy.
Well, like now, since you said something about firewood, now I'm about to make my way up north to the Frederick, the Boones people. I'm not gonna say what I really call them in my household. So now I'm gonna go up there and probably go buy wood because they do like the big wood things and start buying because we have a wood burning fireplace for our apartment. So at least good. And we're on the top floor, so we're not going to be settled in like the cold. So like the heat rises, so like we're in pretty good place to be, honestly. And we're on
That's
the
true.
back side of the building. So then like we have like the
Oh,
protection of
good.
the forest behind us. Everything behind us is all forest and then a gun range. But forest. So you can't even, so that kind of helps protect like some of the cold, so you're not just having that abrasive like just field air just coming beating
Yeah,
things.
that breeze. Yes,
Yeah.
that's good. Patrice is talking about, have you guys seen this panel in chat? She says, have you guys all seen the digital gas stations yet? Have you guys seen that?
What's
No.
that?
I
I
can
don't
see that.
know.
Not unless it was
I
a
don't
commercial on Bravo. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I don't
It's
see it.
right, you silly. Let's see. Let me get in the chat. Simon Hectic says buy food and toilet paper. Let's
Oh,
see. Snuggles
buy
is
a deep
saying,
freezer.
That's the
yeah,
key,
that's
G
true.
freeze.
Snuggle says, first off, determine what living off the grid means for yourself and your family. Are you ready to camp if the power goes out? Thank you, Vaughn. Once again, if you want to support the chat, you can hit the buy me a coffee. Let's see. Snuggle, what are you talking about? Can you do without a shower? Knowing just how much you can do without power will help make an emergency off the grid situation comfortable. Dang, Snuggles must be a prepper or something. I heard that, Snuggles. Kareem says, my company has ships stuck waiting at the dock. Yeah, I talked to my
Yes.
people that live on the West Coast, and
Right.
they said they're just sitting there, even on the East Coast, because they dock in coming in by Georgia and all the other East Coast states. Yeah, they're still sitting there. All the ships are sitting there. Okay, Snuggles. Dang, Snuggles need to doggone make a list, make it clear. Snuggles says, write a list of the items you need to keep running if you are off the grid. Do you have your own refrigerator, like Judgy said, get a deep freezer, or you can make do with a cooler? Let's see. Dang, Snuggles. I'm just gonna read what she says for now. Let me make sure she don't throw a tangent in on me. Do you have to have your hot water heater, or would you be able to heat up water on a grill or propane turkey fryer?
fryer.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Kareen says, did somebody say supply chain? That is my my trigger. Yeah, because she works with that. She works with the supply chain.
Just in time ain't just in time anymore.
Right. Titanium says self checkout is good for the IT industry, so support it. Okay, ops. They saying self checkout is helping
it's
the IT
good,
industry.
But
It
also,
is, but
the people, like you can sell it overseas, but a lot of those are like managed by people overseas. Like they can get like half the labor overseas to like help manage a lot of their questions or concerns. Like I'll be sitting in the store, well, because I know this because like I work, because I'm like my real job is like HR, finance, operations, whatever you know my COO wants me to do. I'm her bitch kind of situation. I'm just doing all of it together.
I understand that.
So like yeah, because they'll just call. You can just call. Like, you know, if you're at a store and you have an issue, you call the number and it's someone in India picking it up, telling you the next steps to do for it. It isn't somewhere in America. So like, you're not really supporting like American jobs when like they pick off all these cashiers. So I hate when people say that because like IT is an international company, international industry. I mean, so you're not helping Americans in a sense, especially with like the rate of some of these like high school kids getting out of high school. Because when I see them all the time, and I'm like, we graduated together. Like you don't know what I'm like. The math ain't
No,
math.
they don't know a lot. They don't, and that's the sad part. I don't even want to go on that tangent because y'all know how I get about education. Snuggle says, consider your pantry. Do you have the food? Do you have food that you can make that doesn't require a lot of preparation? Consider getting some easy meals. Poppy Blanco talking about replace turkey for pigeons.
No, Poppy.
Wally,
We ain't doing that, Poppy.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Wally says there are a few places it's $2 something, but $3. Okay, so he's talking about gas. Judgy, how much is the gas where you at? How much is gas up there?
All
up
right.
north?
So like, I was driving through the hood part of our area, which is like Montgomery Village, and I saw on the sign for regular gas it was $4.15 for regular.
Dang, some meals.
And this is
you in the New England state, so
this is like where like people like most of the time they're like immigrants or people trying to make it like kind of area. So it's like I wanted to drive down to Bethesda where I know like you know it's real money out there to see what the gas prices are. But I said with gas so high I can't even go explore. And just I went there and take a picture. So like for me like I think I just got gas today and I always go up to the up north to Costco and get gas, and it was a little bit expensive. I get premium for my car. I have to get premium, but it was 3.75 a gallon, which wasn't bad. But it's normally closer to like the $3 mark. You know, like all throughout the year, it's only been like $3, 3.25. So for it to go up that much, it was a little alarming, especially at Costco, because usually Costco's like the go-to.
Cheapest, yeah, Costco and Sam's.
Yeah, so
Good
It's
grief.
309
So
in Dallas.
Okay, that's moderate. How long has it been above 4? Anybody that's above 4 in your state, how long has it been? Because I know a lot of the prices just shot up like since last week. I think it's been like a week or two, and they just shot up.
It was 2 weeks ago when I saw the one. Most of the time I'm home though, so that's why like I don't pay it that much attention unless like it's time for me to go, because again, I don't use a lot of gas. My son goes to school across the street, so I drive him across the street. I drive him back across the street. I get groceries delivered because I live on the 3rd floor because I'm not bringing all that stuff up. So it's like I don't get to look at him all the time.
Interesting. Kareen. Okay, she's saying the kids are going to be disappointed this Christmas due to shortages of space and the increased cost to import goods from Asia. There is a reduction on certain commodities being imported. Have you guys heard about that? I know that's true, but have you guys heard?
Because I remember the big chip issue. And I remember I remember last year when I had to get a new computer before I got this new computer. The one I was waiting on, it took like 2 months for it to come.
Well, that's a double thing of the chip issue, and all the graphic cards are being used to mine Bitcoin. So the graphic cards, the NVIDIA cards, they're hard to get because everybody wants to be a Bitcoin or Shiba Inu miner now. So all the computers are being used to mine Bitcoin.
I got another security question for you, Professor Ops. I'm getting ready to buy a new computer, and I was going to get one off of Amazon because, I want a high processing one because I'm getting ready to do some graphics with architecture and 3D and a lot of stuff like that. But somebody put in the comments that they bought this computer off of Amazon, and then they said it had already malware installed on it that took their credit card numbers and everything. So how would you avoid that if you got a brand new computer? What do you do to avoid all of that before you even start doing anything?
Well, I would order the computer with the top McAfee or malware protection to detect that. Two is if I get crazy with it, they give you the disk. I would just reformat the disk and reload all the software. So if because usually you're just doing OS, Windows, Word, and just a few systems. So depending on if it's a Lenovo coming from China, I might do that. Even though most of your parts still come from China.
That's this was actually homemade, with all the chips built in separately and everything. I'm looking for a mini computer, and I believe it didn't say, but I think it was coming from China. So
majority of parts gonna come from China. We're gonna assemble them here anyway. So I would just try to buy from a U.S. manufacturer and get the best virus and malware protection, because when you fire it up, it should catch those malware, so they shouldn't be a problem for you.
Is McAfee and all that worth it? Because it seems like it causes more. It slows you down more than anything else.
It does.
That's an excellent question. Are any of those worth it? Any of the different brands?
I think so, but you're right. It's a issue half dozen one another, but I would do it because most of the basic malware stuff is going to catch. Now, if you get some exotic from some top tier hacker, it's not going to find it. So it's just for the mid-level stuff. So I'm gonna let the young lady go. She was
McAfee then.
She was pausing, so I'm gonna let her go.
Who was pausing?
On the end, Judgy? I thought she put her hand up. I'm sorry, my ex-professor. She had her hand up for a second. Maybe she was just stretching. I was like, when she did that, I was like, oh, she has a question.
Oh yeah. So my question was like, what about for like Mac, like the Apple computers, like is that like a safer bet? Because like I bought a Mac, and it was my second computer because after I dealt with the stuff and just the other computer, and then it didn't really
Mhm.
work right and all that stuff, and it was already out of like it was a big deal, but not anymore. I got a new computer, so I just went to Apple Store and just bought one. Like, is
Yeah.
that like a sensible thing, or should I like you know?
Di-
I'm thinking about for like
No,
another computer or another thing. Like, should I just have to like stay with just Mac? Now that I know that it's like a good viable option, it's an expensive option.
it's a very expensive option. So if you can afford it, it's definitely for me. It's much more secure than Windows. They still have virus protection for a Mac. The reason Windows get attacked more is they have way more market share than Macs. But for the price and all the top security guys I know use a Mac because you can put it's called virtual machines. You can have multiple OSs running on there. I don't do that level of security anymore. I do more paperwork. But no, that's a top machine if you can for that hefty price.
Can't you run a Windows operating system on a Mac as well?
Yeah, that's called virtual machine. Yeah, you can VM them. The guys I know they running like 10 different OSs on your Mac because
Mhm.
you can boot it up. It's called a virtual machine. You can say I want to come up in Windows 10. I want to come up in Windows 7. I want to come up in an Oracle VirtualBox. I want to come up on Ubuntu Linux. So yeah, Mac's great at doing
So
that.
that's similar to like when like a school or something would like or like organization would program like a computer for like a certain like upload to happen. You know what I mean? Like if you only want this computer just to be for like
Oh,
servicing, it'd be
yeah, yeah.
something like
Hmm.
that. Okay.
You can do that. You can do that. That's like I said, Mac is actually underneath a version of Linux and Unix,
Yeah.
so it's a lot more capability underneath it. So that's why I like it. It's a lot more powerful. They call it threading. The way it runs programs with the threading is a lot more efficient and stuff like that. It's just for most people, I tell them what you doing, you can't afford to just get you a PC and call it a life.
So with the Mac computers, is there more? You said there's more security layers on that compared than a Windows computer, or you still
Yes.
need the extra systems on there or security things on
It's
them?
more
What do you
security, but
suggest?
I was more security, but I will still get a virus protection. If you look, you don't really see a ton of viruses for Macs. They're starting to make more, but I will still put that extra security because what you're gonna pay $60, $70 for virus protection on Mac. It's just so I would just do it to do
I think I may need to go ahead and buy some security then.
it. Look,
'Cause
look, virus
I
protect.
didn't think about it for that because I'm so used to when you get a new computer, it's already like
Right, right, right.
up for it. So I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, for
But
that price, like I said, the odds of you getting is probably 10 or 15%. It's not super high, but when you get a virus, then you got to erase it, reinstall all your software. For that additional price, for that 15%, I would just go ahead and get the virus
Well, Ops,
protection
how
for
do you
my.
keep it? How do you keep down how it's sucking up like a lot of the memory or whatever storage in the thing? Is it just that it's going to do that, or is there a way to keep that down where it's like taking over and clogging things in it?
Well, I think once every year, every couple of years, you need to go through because a lot of times when you update a program, it keeps the old program out there in case something's gone with wrong with the new program. You can say, "Oh, reinstall what I was running because that was working." But what people don't really
Okay.
look, they do it 10 times, so there's 10 of them out there. They need to go back and clean those at least the other eight and just keep the last one. So as you do that year after year, that stuff starts piling up and up and up and up. Until you got to look in there too is they put cookies on there to track your machine. So every now and then you want to clear your cookies because every time you go somewhere on the internet, they dropping a cookie so they can track you, right? So
Yeah, I
once you
see
go
that a
through
lot.
20 machines, there's probably 20 cookies trying to figure out what you're doing, right? So over time, that stuff keeps building up and building up and building up. So you should do right click, do task manager, and just see what's running in the background too. Sometimes you're like, what is this running in the background on my computer? It could be something somebody installed to track you, or just something your computer is running that you don't need, right? So those are the things you should do yearly, or take it to Best Buy, have them do it, right? But that's
So
why
you
every
think they're
place you go,
trustworthy? Greek Geek Squad at Best Buy? You think they're good?
that's well, I'm gonna
That's a
throw
good
this out.
question, Al.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something people don't really probably didn't know is when a geek guy goes into your to do your PC, which is good and bad, if they see pornography, you're okay. They're gonna specifically look for child pornography. If they see any, they're gonna report you to the local authorities because
You
they get
have
a
to.
bounty. They get a bounty for doing
Really?
that. No, you don't.
Yeah,
You
but
shouldn't
you
be looking for nothing on my PC. You need to be building it. Why you looking at
no,
my
but if you
files?
see any no,
No,
if you
no,
see anything dealing with a child, you do have to turn that in. You
but what I'm
do. I
saying
mean,
is, I agree with you. But why you looking for it? I paid you to do
well,
my machine. Why you looking at my
hold up.
pics?
I was didn't you give them the machine to for them to fix something?
Yeah, but to specifically look at a child picture, you got to open
Yeah.
it up. You got to click on it. It's
Oh,
not
I
gonna
get what you're
magically
saying.
Yeah,
open it
because
up.
Well,
they
what I mean, how do we know what they're looking for? It could be coded something else. It
No,
could be
they,
coded
they,
a
they
file
doing
and they
that.
click
They
on it.
doing that because they getting paid for it. Now, don't get me
Okay,
wrong.
okay.
I don't have a lot of rules in my life. Don't hit women and leave little kids alone. That's the only thing I got. Two dudes want to kill each other. I'm cool. Oh, God,
Ops,
delete it.
delete.
Delete it. Delete it. Delete it. I'm cool with that. So that's one of my things. But don't go on my computer looking for stuff. I paid you to install some software. Go ahead. I'm getting
No, that's
excited.
different.
no,
So,
no,
no, can you clarify that though? So, when they do go into L's question, they're just fixing or clearing stuff. They shouldn't be going into files, is what you're saying. We don't know.
But
We're
they're
not all
doing
techie
it.
people.
They're doing it because they get paid to do it. They know they're gonna get a bounty. So now they start searching for stuff on your computer because they know they're gonna get
Interesting.
paid for it.
Is that only Geek Squad or that most companies are
Now,
doing this?
Geek Squad, Staples, those
Okay.
machines because they got
Interesting.
some agreement with the police station
Okay. I
and the
didn't know
local
that.
authorities to do that.
Good question,
Interesting.
L. I didn't know that. A caution: people keep the comment. Oh, oops. So, well, I don't know what y'all doing in the chat, but
Respectful.
y'all keep them respectful. Don't be talking about each other in the chat, but you know how y'all do sometimes.
but one
But
thing is that for like you to actually realize know that what is in those photographs, those particular photographs, there's someone's job in the police department that has to sit through and click through all of that evidence and analyze. Like if you have like for example, like the subway dude, someone had to really go back through all of that data and find and look at every single thing and mark down what was on that. And it's just like, Lord Jesus, like
The cool thing is with artificial intelligence now, it's getting better at identifying those pictures for you. So you don't have to.
Gotcha.
You still got to go through and double check, but artificial intelligence will go through and says, we believe these are uh, child porn or this is something crazy. So machine learning, because as you look at the pictures, the machine learning looks at the picture. So now it's teaching itself what does those pictures look like and how to identify those pictures too.
yeah,
Interesting.
this is all on him.
So, yeah, that's true. So
No, I mean,
are
like,
you
I only
safe
see
online?
him.
Who? What are you talking about?
I only saw Op.
Say that again.
I know. I put it on him because he was
Oh, okay.
talking,
I was like,
and
whoa.
he had stopped, so
Oh.
I brought it back.
Yeah. I got nervous. I got big too. I got scared. Oh my God, I'm big on the screen.
She been big on this screen about 5 times during this conversation. You need to stop it.
I've been in the chat looking. No, I'm just playing. I've been
Yeah,
looking in
I
the
see
chat.
you heavy in the chat. You had look. You done made Snuggles go away. I don't even see Snuggles commenting no more. Snuggles said, "I'm gonna drop this dime. If they listen to me, whatever. I'm gonna drop it
She
and go
in
out."
trouble.
Snuggles has some good stuff. They were
she
saying
being
some
nice.
good
He
stuff.
did.
She been.
Yeah, and it's simple. Like even just if you go to the dollar store and just buy like the Chef Boyardees, just buy a couple of
Oh, fine.
them.
That's me. That's me.
I can hold y'all over for like some time because it's not
Facts.
it's not gonna last like as long. There's gonna be a break. It's gonna be an interruption, and then things are just gonna flood in, and then it's gonna be a break. It's just like you need to just have like enough stock to like last that period. Like think about like a week or 2 weeks, like at least, to have enough. If you're able to afford to think further, good for you. Share some money, Give Miss B Finesse some money. Give me some money,
Facts.
But other than that, like I just hope people like realize that and don't get sucked into this Black Friday stuff. Because guess what? That TV ain't gonna be looking too good when you ain't got no power.
That's true.
Right.
And see, that's the thing. Even judgy, I mean, if you think about it, especially, it doesn't even matter if you have a big family or not. Just like I've said, he got enough, and he got to spread it. So I mean, I think nowadays, when we see what happened last year, I mean, it would behoove you to do it. But if you don't, that's on you. But I mean, I really, just like I've said, he gave a little insight. Allegedly, he said it's gonna be something that he feels is going to be happening about the summer next year going into the fall, where they might just cut off the credit cards and stuff. So if you want to sit around and just be Black Friday happy going into Christmas and just eat as you just have just enough to keep getting by, and you're not being wise, I mean, like I said, guys, we just like Elle, she was down in Texas when everything cut off, and I'm pretty sure Texas is hot. I've lived down there. Like it gets cold, but it's not like up north cold. It's not that chill like up Midwest or the New England states cold. But the fact that came, you think people were really ready? I mean, so we have to just be cognizant of the reality of some things. Like, I think it's kind of smart to pick up a couple things and just let them sit. Don't touch them, especially if it's in a can. It's not gonna go bad. But I digress. Y'all gonna do what y'all want to do.
Or do nothing at all again.
Exactly. Whatever. That's on y'all. I dropped the seed. That's it. Black Friday is a scam. Can we talk about that panel? Aisha says it's a scam to her. Let's talk about that.
It's
I love Black Friday.
I heard that. Elle said I love Black Friday. I like it when there's big ticket items that you want to get. Like if you want to get a camera or something big that's important, like because you need it for something. I understand. But go ahead, Judgy.
I just don't care for it too much because then like I'm gonna go fight for something that's gonna be last season, the last 2 months of the year. When honestly, it's better for like if you're gonna get some of those big ticket items to like wait until like January, end of January-ish, which is like, and then be able to and be able to buy them than to like buy them right at that time. It's not always the best price anyway.
Don't hate on Black Friday.
I think it's better on Monday. I think it's better on Monday, to be honest. I agree with Aisha because I've seen the deals on Friday and they're nothing compared to Monday. That's just my ideals on that one.
I like to see people. My ex, years ago, they used to get up early in the morning at 5 a.m. with this list to figure out what stores they're going to attack. I'm like,
no, but see, that was fun. When you do it with family, I did that probably 5 years or so ago. My mom, my aunts, it was just fun. It wasn't even about buying, standing in line, getting stuff. It's like we gathered together and just did it, and it was fun.
Well, you were the one that was put in the store and had to stand in that line while everybody else shopped.
No, we didn't do that. We didn't stand in lines. We went like right after the rush was done, and we just was together, going out. No, we didn't do no lines.
Oh no, I was the one in line at 2:00 in the morning with the fold up chair and the blanket.
What were you getting at? Look, tell us what you got, though, Elle. Was it the iPhone? What was it? What did you bring?
A TV on Black Friday.
Okay.
And
okay.
This was when my niece was younger. We'd always. My family, we would split up. When on Thanksgiving, we get the sales circulars out. We'd start making a list. We'd be like, okay, you gonna go there, you gonna go there. It was like a plan.
And see, look, just what you said, Elle. Aisha's agreeing. That's what it was fun because we did it like a family with me. She said, yes, before the pandemic, it used to be fun on Black Friday, no lie, especially going shopping to the outlets. Yeah, and you just going out, just having fun with everybody. It's fun when you with people to do it. But just to be standing in line just because, or if it's not something specific, I don't know. I don't know. I remember the couple of times I did go, it was with like a whole bunch of my family. It was very fun. And it was for fun. It wasn't really anything like I had to have it. Aisha's saying since the pandemic, it hasn't been the same like it used to be, especially even buying stuff. What do you guys say about that, panel?
I agree.
Right.
How you feel about the holidays or anything since the pandemic?
I think honestly for me, because I live 10 minutes away from like an outlet, so like
cool.
So I think that's another reason why like Black Friday is not like the big thing for me because I'm like. I can go to Nike anytime. It's right there.
Right. You buy the outlets. Yes. That's living life. When you buy the outlets. Hey, Judgy, quick question. Because in some big cities when they have these outlets, it's really not cheap. We know that when the foreigners come into town, it looks cheap to them because they pay top dollar for stuff. Is your outlet truly outlet prices? Or is it just they say it's outlet, but the stuff is still high compared?
There's like two levels to it, honestly. So like there's like your regular basic B stuff, and then there's like the upper expensive stuff. So like on the upper level, so like some of it, a lot of it, yes, it is a really good deal. Like most of it's about 25 to 50%. But again, people don't realize is that a lot of the outlet stuff has been made for the outlets. It's not like coming from like the Coach store and then coming to the outlet because it didn't sell right or whatever. This stuff was just made for the outlet. and then you can't like take it back to like if you're in the Coach outlet in like Bethesda, you can't just take the Coach outlet bag from here and bring it to Bethesda and be like, this is cool. This is like, you know, this, because that's a regular Coach store. They don't accept it. So it's like this stuff was made for it. So it's cheaper. But then it's like some of the stores are not even like outlet stores. Because like we have a Gucci store. Gucci never goes on sale, guys. I'm sorry to tell you.
Never. None of the high-end brands never go on front. So,
I've waited. So it's
no,
like,
it doesn't. It never does. You
so
be waiting.
Like Kate Spade will be like always on sale there, and it's always a great sale at the outlets. So, but then it's like becoming one of those outlet like things of just that outlet, because like the UGG outlet compared to like the UGG store in like Bethesda is like very big difference, because like I got boots that were like this season in a sense because they're like peppermint colored, and they're like they would have been close to like the $300 mark, and I got for $175. But when I was in Bethesda and I saw the same boots, they were like $250, and that was their sale price. So
is it the city? Is like are you going to different cities like neighborhoods, and that's why the price differences? Is that what you're saying?
It's part of it, because like Bethesda, like they're multi-million-dollar homes around there, like so like it's gonna always be a little bit more expensive because they know people have it. But then it's also like they're not in other areas where like it's affordable either. Because like I live in an affordable area, so it's like we may have a couple $1 million homes, but most of them are like, you know, upper 600,000 ish. So it's
and that says a lot too, because where you live at, the price of houses are higher than compared to maybe somewhere in the South or something like that. So people have to understand that in perspective. Like you're Connecticut.
Stop putting me up there with them people, with them snow people.
What's wrong with the Connecticut people?
I'm DMV.
Why do I keep thinking you like Massachusetts or Connecticut or something?
But I'm starting to get offended.
I'm not offended. It's too many doggone YouTube people I'm meeting. It's like y'all are just a bundle to me now. I feel like we're just all from one little area, and I'm just gonna call that Wakanda, I guess, because it's too many y'all.
Wow.
Y'all from everywhere. But
shout out to Bethesda.
It's just crazy how much prices change, because then like literally I can get to Bethesda in like 20 minutes, and it's and it's like you see like the immediate boom of prices, and compared to like that, because like the same thing, like if I go to DC, because that's where I work, I end up if I end up trying to get gas, and we work close to Georgetown, so then that gas is like a lot different than if I were to just ride out like to Northeast and then go to the Costco there. It's a whole different price thing. So it's like for us here, like the Montgomery County, PG, DC, Alexandria, Tyson's Corner, that little circle around 495, we can really like experience like a multitude of different prices in just a matter of like 10-minute drive, 20-minute drive.
Facts. Yeah, because you're going around those cities.
Shout out to DMV.
Ops, you got a question, Ops. Where did it go? Question. Simon Hectic. This is a good question. He says, do the servers go crazy on Black Friday?
Yes and no. You have auto scaling a server, so they practice this. They know they're gonna be running 3 servers and they're gonna need 40. So they go crazy, but they have already done performance tests, so they know on Black Friday their systems can handle it. You very rarely see it to go down. The last time Amazon went down, they were actually switching to a new database. That's why they went down. But
when has Amazon ever gone down?
2 years ago, they switched to the database. Well, it was running real slow for a little while. Everybody was complaining, and they came out and said they switched from Oracle database to actually the Amazon database they created. So they were chopping it up about that. And shout out to the DMV. There's a lot of IT money out there, because I used to do Oracle. Oracle had a big training facility out there. I was living in 5-star hotels for a couple of months going to Oracle class in Bethesda. Shout out to Bethesda.
Yeah. Okay, so you know the whole area she's talking about.
Oh yeah. I was scared to get on the subway. I'm like, I could get lost, so I just try to drive anywhere. I could get lost.
It's not that bad, because like the trains run like pretty frequently. Well, except like right now during the pandemic.
I didn't know where I was going, so I just decided jump in my car which was a mistake, because that traffic is not traffic in my state. That's real traffic. I was like, oh my God, I've been on this highway forever. This is real traffic.
No, That's like, I think like we're the worst in the nation for traffic.
I don't know. That San
We're,
Francisco
no,
traffic was.
like we're because our because sometimes like for us, I think they say because like sometimes our traffic is so bad, and it's because like we'll have people like coming from West Virginia and Pennsylvania coming down to DC, Montgomery County, PG to work because
Yep.
it pays that much more money.
Facts.
Even though, like, you know, and some people are like, oh, well, at that point, I would just get a part time job and the thing. If you're not making enough money in the first job, why would you go get a second one?
Facts.
You know, that's one thing I always tell people. I'm like, why would you go get a second job? Like, you gotta find something else to do. Like, you gotta find some sort of other hustle where you can, like, you know, definitely make sure whatever money you need, you can make. Like, if it's cutting grass, then you can make your hours. Like on Saturdays, all I do is cut these grasses and I make up the money. And compared to like working in in somebody else's like chaos again. Because if you got like, you know, it's like the same thing with like degrees for some people. It's like if you got a degree in this thing and it didn't work out for you and you want to go back and get another one, it's like, did you change your major? Did you change like something if you're seeing like they're not hiring for like your particular thing? Your particular niche? No, you're going to go back in for like Asian American studies again? No, nobody wants a master's in that. Why don't you get it in like something else? So that's like, you know, that nothing against my people, but you know, it just doesn't make sense. I always like to try to make sense of it. And I'm just like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's because we go to school for emotion. We don't really think about it logically a lot of times. We really think we're going to do something with the Asian purposes degree or whatever that's called. Look, Kareem's always crack. I'm gonna let you read that, Ops or Judgy can read it. What did Kareem
I got
say?
lost in DC one time. I saw a rat run across the street from the men's shelter to get a fresh fade at the barbershop. I added the fresh fade.
She said fresh fade.
Get the fresh fade. I wish I could grow some hair.
I knew you was gonna add it.
I got another security question.
Go ahead.
So, Professor Ops, what are your thoughts about Alexa, your Google Home, your Apple Home, and all of that?
That is an excellent question. I did a video of that. Just understand when you talk in Alexa, it records some of your speech and sends it overseas to make sure Alexa is working correctly. Right. And two is a person hacked it. He did a high pitched sound and he cut on Alexa where you couldn't even hear it like a dog. And he said he could listen to Alexa through the hack with it. So I'm not a big Alexa fan.
I don't want none of that stuff.
I know it's super convenient, but I wouldn't do it from a privacy perspective.
I'm not even well versed in technology, but to me it just makes sense. The more you guys want convenience, the more you are freely giving your everything, your privacy away. Go ahead, Ops.
And two is Google this is Alexa caught some kind of altercation, so the police actually went to Amazon and requested what Alexa recorded, so they can be used in a search warrant. Yeah, Google that. So, and sometime when you say a word, Alexa gets confused and it starts recording when you don't even know it's recording.
Yeah, but you can go in and delete your recordings at the end of the day, but it don't matter because it's already sent.
Right, but two things: it's already sent, and most people are not that conscientious to do that. You're 100% right. So
I don't need I'm glad I don't have none of them in my house because I don't need.
I'm big. I don't want that. I got the Alexa. I just got the Alexa glasses on pre-Black Friday.
Not the glasses.
Wow.
Yeah. What? So what do they do? What do they do?
They're eyeglasses, and you talk to Alexa through the glasses, and she talks back to you. They got this speaker kind of thing under the ear. It lets you know when there's notifications. I use it
007
for memory.
Well,
I got the new Alexa 15-inch screen. I got.
But El, you in it. You're in it. You know how to use all this stuff. Like this is what you like. So it's different with you because you like
trying to answer.
Facts. What I just said is recording us on Alexa. Alexa's recording us, right?
Like anything we say cannot be used against us.
Right. But what she's saying is what companies want to do. Alexa has Alexa Home where they're going to give you all the gadgets. Apple has the same thing. You can get all the gadgets, right? So because they want you to be interconnected where you say something, your TV comes on and you can cut your heat on when you're driving home to check the temperature. So all that.
Unlock the door.
Unlock the door for
Yeah,
82.
my locks
no,
are
thank
controlled
you.
by Alexa. My TV's controlled by Alexa. I'm getting
I
ready to
heard
get me
that,
an
L.
oven that's controlled by
L,
Alexa.
L, what you gonna
Facts.
do in Mexico when they cut the power off? How you gonna get in the
Well,
house?
that's going to be in the house here because I'm still going to maintain
Okay.
the house here.
Okay. But
Okay, L.
the issue she has, and I think she part of it is, and all that stuff is cool though. But if she can unlock her house with her phone, if I hack in her phone, I can unlock her house, right?
Facts.
Right. If she could cut on her oven with her glasses, if I hack in her glasses,
can.
I can cut our oven on, right? So those
I
are
said turn the
things you
oven
have to
on.
weigh. Yeah, I might come through and cook a little bit. Them oxtails, man. Work on my oxtail game. I don't know.
I can't with you, Ops. Ops, you got a question? You got another question? And Ops, just let me know when you have to get back or you have to get off. I'm gonna try to go
Nah,
maybe
I just told him happy Thanksgiving. I ain't coming back.
I heard that, big dog. You already you got it, Ops. You
I got
got
it.
it.
Like Prime said, your computer's here. I'm like, I'll come back and get it tomorrow when I drive around. They're like, okay, that's cool. But go
Cool.
ahead.
I appreciate you, Ops, for my community, my chat, and the subscribers. Because it's so many gems that been dropped. Like, I really appreciate you. I want to give you a shout out before we even get close to ending the stream. Thank you so much for taking the time out because I know that you're busy. Question for Ops. For example, why do popular online stores like Foot Locker always crash? And what tools do they use to fix the problem? So I don't know if she's talking about the website or in the store.
I think I'm gonna go on website when she says
Okay.
always crash. I'm going website. Like somebody just said in there is they're not doing performance tests or testing or things. So when they get this black cyber, if they don't have enough machines spinning up or testing how they connect or testing how many people are going to be on their website because they got the new sneaker at 20% of the time, right? That's why they crash. They don't do performance testing or like before the billions coding testing. So your code works under normal circumstances. They probably can handle a couple hundred. But if they do a shoe sale and they get 5,000 and they never test it, that's usually when systems break down. Right? They didn't do the proper testing.
Do you think that they're doing it on purpose so that we don't get the sales?
No, because to me, for the sale price, I wouldn't let my machine crash. Now I might slow it down, but crashing makes you look bad. So that's why I think it's on purpose. If your browser keeps spinning, or if they just came back and said the sale is no longer viable, right? I mean, they had that on permission. Because to me, when your system crash and you get 404 and people start complaining, I think that's bad PR. I don't think they would do that.
That's true.
I'm not putting a pass, but I work for a department. I'm gonna put out the Department of Revenue. People hate us on Facebook. We suck. Y'all stealing people money. You don't want that type of smoke. People hate us. So I don't think you want to cause hate on your website if it crash.
That's true.
That's true. But I just think because of sneakers, because they seem to want people to come in and have that momentum, that actual presence. Because it's always Saturdays, just you're standing outside waiting for the new shoe or like those types of things. So I wasn't sure if it was just a thing to force people to be in person.
Right. But to me, they don't have to put those shoes online. No. I would just say this is an in-store. It's an in-store sale. You got to come and get it. They could do that. They could just say to get this, you got to be in store. And I never understood why people stand in line for shoes. I don't either. But I see it all the time where I live at. It'd be like
they still do it. We got another thought question here. Matt Rick says, "Do y'all remember the two AIs?" I think I remember this. Do you remember this, Ops? They started their own language and had to turn it off because we couldn't understand what they were saying.
Right.
So how does that happen? Are they automatically just updating their processing when they're talking to each other?
No, what happened is, and this is the purpose. This is the perfect scenario of why people think it's going to be Skynet is. Facebook had two machines and they were doing an artificial intelligence and machine learning thing. It was just a proof of concept. So what they told the machine is we want you to communicate at the optimal level for two machines. So they come in the next day, 3 or 4 days later, they look, the machines are communicating with languages and code they can't understand. So they're trying to figure out, okay, is this something that's better or the machine smart now? Are they sentient? They about to kill us like Skynet. So they unplugged them. But that's what you got to worry about is when I would have let them go because that's what you told the machine to do. You said, communicate
Exactly.
at the optimal level for you. Then when they couldn't understand it, Facebook was like, no, pulling the plugs. Shout out to Mark Zuckerberg.
Well, wasn't there like another thing where like they what you call it? They were like disassembling some of the some robots, not like Facebook, but it was just another lab. I'm not sure if it's real or fake because like I only read it like real quick. But like and the one robot was smart enough to be able to put themselves back together and then start to put back his other companions. Like, wasn't there something like that? It was something funky. Like,
I saw that. To me, that's not a big deal because having robots fix stuff and fix themselves. I'm hoping, if I remember right, they told them to fix themselves. I think they were just confused because they thought it was gonna fix themselves, and they start fixing the companion. That I can understand. Okay, this is the framework. I know how to fix it, and you can look at the code and say, to me, that was a misprogram, right? You told it a step, and when you think about what you told it, you said, okay, fix yourself. Okay, is that me and my homie or just me? What is self, right?
yeah,
But when you got two computers speaking a language you don't understand, that freaks me out. The other one I can say, okay, that's a misprogram, misunderstanding by the programmer. But when you talking and you don't know what it's saying, I'm like, that makes me a little nervous. I'm like, Skynet.
yeah. I think about I Am Legend. Was it that one?
Facts.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one. When he's
Oh,
down the row, and then
okay, I gotta jump in real quick, Miss B Finesse. I did a video. Anybody see the Tesla robot?
Mm-mm.
Google that. It looks like Sunny for our
I
legend.
think I seen. I think
So
I seen that.
so the Tesla robot sits down. So I was like, if your robot's at home, I hack it. I don't have to come in your house. The robot can bring the TV to my car.
Oh God.
Then I told him other thing. Think about this on Sunny Robot. If the robot takes your gun and holds you hostage, what you gonna do? Gun only weighs 5 pounds. So if the robot watches you where you put the gun, takes your gun and holds you hostage, what are you gonna do? If I hack the robot and tell it take your gun and tell you give me your money, what you gonna do? It looks exactly like Sonny. So I did all the things like Sonny that the Tesla bot could do to hack you. So, but it looks exactly like Sonny. Shout out to Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Well, Ops, have you seen the other ones? Oh my gosh, I love looking at those robots. You seen the one? It was like a black lady. They did a one robot, and it was this lady. She was, I don't know if she was like 80 or 100, and like they did a mimic of her. I don't know if it was her and her companion, but you seen the what's it called? What's the one that's in China already? Ops, and they're using it. He's got these googly eyes. Dog, my kids
I
we were just
think
talking about.
I don't
Are
know.
you talking about the one that's like their hotel key? They're like they run the
Yeah,
hotel.
they use them in the hospital. They're buying them and putting them in the houses.
I thought it was Japan for some reason.
I don't know. It's in Asia. What's his name though? He's got a. I just was talking about the little googly thing, but they're buying them now. They're overseas. But you seen the ones, guys? They're the graphics ones. You know how when we watch these movies and we see these like high we see the graphics of the things moving around or whatever.
Like
So
the
they got
hologram?
some. Yeah. But these are actual machines doing it. But then they can transpose like a person on it or whatever. Man, they had one. These guys on YouTube, and you see this robot going around doing stuff, but it's really like a graphics person. I thought it was a real person doing it. I mean, a robot was really doing it. Have you seen that one, Ops? But it's a person. But they can't transpose these robots that they jump on stuff and then they can carry. And then they got the ones that look like dogs. Have you guys seen those? It's not a head on it, but man, it's just. So they're only using those in the Department of Defense, or are they going to go to in the next 5 years where you can buy those, or is that still like 15, 20 years off?
Well, there's two I guess places for those. Like Elon Musk said, his robot's going to be there to help people, kind of like CNA, kind of for the future.
Yeah, help people meet the other side.
Right. So then you got people like Boston Dynamics. They're doing robots for a military thing. If I need to come get a hostage in, I'm not sending a person. I'm gonna send a robot. Something's burning, I can send a robot. If I want to fight you as a country, I'm not sending men first. I'm sending my robots to fight your robots. So it's two things there for regular purpose, regular people. Then you got, of course, robots, military. If you look at the bot, it was flipping, it was doing all kind of things. They're getting
and it
super
was
good
like
now.
precise. Ops, it didn't
Facts.
move. It would jump, and I was just like, oh my god. So Ops, Are they already using those? Or this is my question,
Yeah.
Ops. Okay, if we do use them in the military, does it have to be an equality of it? Like, will we use them, but the other countries not, or will it be to a point where all the countries will kind of wait till the other countries have them? If you were
Oh
thinking
no.
from because
No, they never,
okay, because I'm
it's never waited.
no, but I'm
for
thinking no, because we already got them. Why haven't we used them then? Because we got them. So that's why
Because
I'm
we still
saying, are
figuring
we
them out.
waiting?
Because right now, because we figuring them out, because they still get stuck in mud. The battery life's not what it is, so
Oh, okay.
we ain't got it working 100%. If you look, it's in a controlled environment. Even though it's flipping, it knows everything. It's different when you get at the mud and somebody's shooting at your head. Even if you're a robot, that's a different life. So they still working out. And two is Google bought them from Boston Robots, and I don't think they
Yeah,
could figure
I
out how
heard
to
that.
make money quick. So I think they sold them back off again. So they're there, but you got to
Wow.
figure out where you really gonna use them.
Yeah, and
That's
just to also tell
crazy.
you, Amazon just came out with a robot too named Astro.
Yeah.
L, I knew you knew it, L. I knew L,
And
and you got it on
my
back order, don't you,
glasses
L?
just came from the UPS man.
Oh shoot, L, look, you made me drop my doggone speaker.
And you know,
I mean my
pretty
doggone
good.
microphone.
See,
I
this is
can't.
where you can tell that it's some
Let me see 'em, L.
circuitry in there on the
I see. Yeah,
side.
Hold on.
facts,
Let me
facts.
put
I
you
see.
L. Now show us again. I got you. Whoops. I put
got
ops
me.
on the screen. L, hold on. I'm gonna let you show us the glasses so we can see, because we know some of y'all gonna go try to buy them. So might as
I
well
might
show
get
it
some
now.
of
And they're on sale right now.
them.
L, go over. Okay, so what are those?
They're Echo
Echo-
frames.
And what do they do? What do they do?
You can do everything that you do in Alexa, and you can talk through these frames and hear Alexa back. She'll tell you.
So you
like
got them all right now? Is that them?
Yeah, but I haven't. I just took them out the box. They're not charged up or anything. But
So
like,
take them
it'll
off and
read
show
all
us where
my
the thing is.
notifications on my mail. On my phone. If I want Alexa to do something in the house that I'm connected my other Alexa devices to, I can do it all from talking through these glasses.
So L, you can't see anything on them, right? There's no screen that pops up, right?
No,
Just the hearing
But
part.
Apple's coming up with them next year.
Oh
I'll
Lord.
probably get those because when I will,
They're on
then
sale for
I'll be like Peter Parker.
$154 for Black
But
Friday.
But L, listen, you can't get them if you got a prescription. It's only they're not
You can
prescription
get a
at all.
prescription in here. You can get a prescription
What?
put in there. Mhm.
Knock 'em
Oh
out, yeah.
man, everybody gonna have them glasses, and I thought it was just basic plain glasses, but it'll talk to you while you're moving. Oh
I
my
just haven't had a
goodness.
chance because when I left, the UPS man came to bring my
Oh, I
glasses.
know you was
You
happy.
got me checking for my boxes. I have like 2 packs supposed to be coming today.
Fine.
But I will tell you how they work the next time I get on your channel.
Exactly.
Yeah, listen, I want to know because what I'm looking for, ops, and I already know it's in the making. I know they already got them somewhere. Was just like doggone, is it Iron Man? How he has his stuff where you can get up and kind of touch it, but I already see it in the glasses where like the glasses will have the stuff on it, and you can like go to the computer and all that type of stuff.
That's gonna be in the metaverse. If you look at that's how the metaverse. 'Cause
Did we
now they
talk
got
about that yet? We talk about metaverse yet, ops?
Not really, a little bit, but yeah.
Let's tap into that.
So the Oculus now are big and kind of clunky, but now each revision they're gonna get slimmer and slicker, so you can be in the metaverse, right? So, and once you get in the metaverse, right, what are you gonna do in there? I think training is gonna be the first thing. I think business is gonna be in there. I think we'll be in a metaverse around the table, bringing up the Echo glasses and pulling them apart in virtual reality like Iron Man. So I think that's
yeah.
That's gonna be awesome.
right in the metaverse for training. So I think that's then on the dark side. I was kind of joking is if you think Facebook can sell you stuff now, when they get you in the Oculus, they're gonna have facial recognition, voice recognition. They can tell when you're happy, when you're agitated, right? Then people are gonna be next to you that not real. They're gonna be like, "Do you want a cookie?" Because they're gonna try to get you to buy a cookie in real life. So what you think you're getting bombarded with from a advertisement, it's gonna be on steroids when you get in the metaverse.
Yeah, and
Did I tell you
Facebook-
about that show on Amazon? Have you seen it yet? Remember I told you,
Which one? You did.
the one where I
What's
told
the
you
name?
that it's called Uploads. It's called
You good?
Uploads, and what you just said, that's what they doing in the show. It's like you're in the it's called upload. So basically what happens is once you pass away, they upload everything in your brain and then they store it. And then you can pay to live like forever, but in the forever land that you're paying for, it's just what I've said. It's ads to keep coming up trying to get them to spend more money in the afterlife. Oh man, that show is so good. I digress though, but go
like
ahead.
a couple of concepts because then like I remember for the Black Mirror on Netflix, and they had they had this this little circle device, and it kept coming up like the same company, the same. That's the thing that's funny is that they don't talk about it, but the same tech company keeps coming up with these different technological things, and it just has like a dark side to it. So they call it the Black Mirror because it's not what you would perceive it to do. You know.
So you said this is a show?
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
The Black. How many seasons has it been out? I'm gonna have to check it out.
It's like 4 seasons, but it has like a lot of different. But it's like it's not a continuous story. Gotcha. What happens is that it's like once you watch them all, and then you kind of connect them all back, and you're like, you know, because you might see like Easter egg of something that happened before or main material. Because they had one where like this guy, he was accused of like murder of being an exterminator, and he got the well, I'm trying to think of the right words. He got the delete penalty of electrocution. Mm-hmm. And so he sold his rights of like his soul. Okay. And this guy in this museum, the Black Mirror Museum, in a sense, he had all the items, and people could pay to electrocute this black man over and over again, as many times as they wanted, and because it was like it wasn't his real body, so because you could only burn flesh for so much, because the soul, it would torture his soul, and then he ended up being like so like gone up here that he wasn't even recognized his own like daughter and stuff, who like ended up rescuing him and stuff and deleting him so he'd like finally have peace. But it was like, it was just a really like alarming thing that you could actually sell like that part of your body. Or like they had a guy who was a doctor who had like this helmet, this intricate helmet, and he would put it on the patient and he can know exactly where you're hurting. But then he ended up like, good. And he was doing really good in like the hospitals and all that stuff. But then he ended up wanting to like, he actually was getting like off on the pain, if you know what I mean.
Facts.
Interesting.
Facts.
Oddly interesting.
So like he had a couple ones, and then then there was like this other one. The lot one I'm talking about, they had this little circle thing. They could put on the side of your temple, and then like just like drop like your eyes would go white, and you would enter like a different space. So it was a part of like this game. It was a part of this game and stuff.
Interesting.
Going. So like it's a really good one. And then there was another one, because then you talk about the stacks. There was another Netflix show called with the guy who does Hawkeye on the Marvel.
Okay.
I know him. Mm-hmm.
I forgot what it's called, but that one's not for kids. It's really nice and gritty if you wanted a nice adult film to wake you up. But
she said to wake you up.
It'll wake you up, because then all you hear is pew 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 pew.
Oh Jesus!
Wow. And then you crashing out windows. It's like you can't believe it's like a series in a sense, because it feels like it's a movie. But it's but basically they have these stacks, like like a thumb drive in a sense. Like that's something you would think about, and they have it in the back of these skins. So basically, the flesh and this bones and all this stuff is just skin. It's not real. There's nothing that's going to wake it up and move it or groove it or anything. So they have these skins, and they just put your stack in the back of it, and then you're able to like move and groove. And you could be like, let's say like the guy in the past life, he was actually born Asian, but then he ends up like getting into a stack of like a white guy, and then he ends up being a black guy. And then like, and it doesn't even like matter about race anymore, because then it matters about like what is your body really made out of. And then like there's people who are like what is it, like imagine like Jeff Bezos and like and Elon Musk and all these billionaires actually having the ability to live forever, for real, for real. Like, you know, right now they can extend it with doctors or procedures, but they could actually have like a room in like in space that has like 12, 20 bodies that upload your memories from your stack
Yeah,
up
that
to
sounds
it.
like Upload.
And
Yep,
then
that sounds like
you
the
can
show
drop it
Upload.
down. And then you can
Yep, and
drop
you can
it down
drop into the body.
That's
Right.
on
He's-
Well,
Netflix.
Yes,
they don't drop into the body. They're
No,
already
I'm
bodies
saying,
there.
yeah,
And
yeah.
they're already preloaded. So like, let's say like if like, for example, you got mad at me because like I've offed off your whole family and you finally found me and you got me, boom, you're not going to end like my terror, because guess what? I already have 9, I have 10 more of me upstairs that you can't
Yeah,
even get
I
to.
feel you. Interesting.
So like
What channels that come on? Netflix?
Netflix.
She said
It's already
Netflix.
been, it got to
Is
season 3
Upload
and
on
then it wasn't
Netflix too?
renewed.
No, Uploads is on Amazon Prime, I believe. That crap is so good. Uploads is so good, and it's kind of got a weird, funny twist. You know how, what is that called? That satireness. Like it's very dramatic, and then it's kind of funny, and then it just gets like satire. It's really good. But everything Ops is saying, and a little bit of what Judge is saying, it's all in that. It's really good. Ops, that doggone Adrian. I'm gonna let you read it, Ops. Adrian has something for you. Ops, read it out loud. Ops, read it out loud for my people on the stream.
Are they going to make some robot husband for those? I don't even want to say masculine, uncooperative, undesirable women types. But I'm gonna change it around a little bit though. Is the big thing though? It's time to get in the manosphere though. It's real big in Asia. Sex robots. They're like $2,000. It's huge in
Yeah.
Asia.
Oh,
Sex
there's a lot of them
robots.
here too. Well, I don't know if we
So-
have the robots here though. I know they got their
We
little
have the blow up
dolls.
dolls.
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying. I know they
dolls.
got their
Yeah, they got
dolls.
the same- yeah. They're like
So,
$2,000
listen,
though. Go ahead.
Ops, are they on? They're on the mass market where you can order them overseas, or you just go in the store and get them overseas? Because I know they got the robots already. So
I just seen a little bit of them. That's just something I never thought about partaking in, so I didn't do much.
Ops just scratches his
Yeah,
head.
I'm like,
I just seen them.
I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit.
I didn't
But
research.
Oh, Ops, question. Okay, so with those type of particularities or whatever. Okay, so if they tap into that, like, okay, if somebody hacks into like a system with the that industry or whatever, is it hard to even try to get that because it's so underground on so many levels with that industry? Or is it easy in the sense that if you can do one type of hack and find it and fix it in your field, you can do any type?
Well, it's a little both. I think it's easier for that particular industry because that industry is always at the forefront. If you look at the web, they was the first one to start taking credit cards, not businesses, right?
Oh,
So since they were the
interesting. I didn't
first
know
one to
that.
start taking credit cards, they were easier to hack, right? Because they didn't know how to security because they were out in front. So I think that's the same thing gonna happen for the metaverse for those guys. So they're gonna be the first one in the verse with only verse. People think I'm playing. Then they're gonna be the first one taking bitcoins for whatever they're gonna be doing electronically in the verse because they know right now is you can find anything on your phone for free. It's not hard to find. So how do you get people to pay for it? You got to do something at another level. So you got to get on the Omniverse where, I think it's going to be a combination of.
Ops, did you just trademark the name? Because you keep saying it, so
I think
you might
the Omniverse. I told
you might
everybody
as well go buy the domain, go over there to Unstoppable Domain, and
so
buy
I'm
it.
have you in the metaverse, then I'm have the sex robot in sync, right? So now you're gonna have this full thing, compliance thing now. So there's no gonna be any gender war anymore, like Adrian said. You just get your Omniverse.
I've found the answer to the question.
Yeah, I done got it. So I'm gonna get you in the metaverse with the robot and sync them up. You be good to go. Shout out to the manosphere with the Omniverse.
Well, that's one of the things that happens in Black Mirror. These two guys,
Ooh, speak on it.
They're playing video game, and it has like the little dots again that sends you in, and they're actually playing this game. And one's the girl, one's a man, one's a woman. I'm not gonna say girl because that's something different, but one's a man, one's a woman. And they end up fighting, and they were actually feeling the punches while it was happening. Okay. So it was a really cool experience. But then they realized that all the parts are there.
Thanks.
So then one was like, you know what? Let me try this as a woman. Let me try being a woman and
Oh
see
my
the
God.
pleasures of being a woman.
Right. No, but I think you're gonna see that stuff in the metaverse, and I think that's the dark side of metaverse because you're gonna have people that can do perversion stuff that's going to do it all the time. And what does that do to your
Yeah.
psyche if you immerse in that 24/7? We worried about men on video games too much. What is that immersion going to be with in the metaverse, right? So
Facts.
that's going to be super interesting. And there's a show called Westworld, and this the level 4 is it's robots that you think are real, right? So people are killing them, right? People are doing catastrophic things because they're not real people, right? But when you start doing that over and over, what does that do to your psyche, right? If you can't tell a robot is fake and you start thinking it's a real person, you start doing this animalistic things, like I said, what does that do to your psyche?
I'll tell you, do y'all know about Facebook's new thing where that Facebook is getting smart with this metaverse. They're trying to bridge the generations. Okay, there's another kind of Alexa tool. Facebook just came out with this thing
Okay.
called Facebook Portal TV, where you hook it up to your TV and you can talk to Alexa through that too.
Mm-hmm.
But the cool thing about it, there's a video on YouTube where they got children talking to grandparents, and
Facts.
the
I've seen it.
grandparents have like they can put on these 3D things
Mm-hmm.
where they're inside the storybook and reading the storybook with the child as these characters. Go look up on YouTube
I
Facebook
seen it.
Portal
I,
TV. That was
I seen
cool.
that's the touch of the metaverse. They're getting you ready
Yeah,
because that's
yeah,
like a room in the metaverse. So people don't
yes.
realize Facebook been working on this for like 10 years.
Yep.
So they just gonna perfect it, right? And I think they
Yep.
came out because they trying to scare everybody and get all the money. Because there's gonna be multiple metaverses. So they
Well,
just
when
trying to
they
make
were
sure.
smart about it, they're getting the younger
Right.
generation and the older generation to interact on it with this story reading thing.
Right. But you
That
gotta
was
remember.
smart.
Yeah, but they always been doing that because if you look at Facebook now, first place you take care of your kids' pictures, put them in Facebook so everybody can see them.
Well, that's true.
Most
That's
most
true.
young kids trying to get off of Facebook because it ain't cool anymore. They don't want their grandma seeing what they doing. They trying to turn up, man. They got to go to somewhere else. So Facebook's been on that game. So the kids know, okay, if I do vanilla stuff, I'm on Facebook. But if I'm a TikTok it or whatever, I'm gonna do Snapchat it so it disappear with the news. So they leave the kids, so they got to be on multiple because they want to visit their grandma, but they don't want their grandma. Like we talked about, they smoking weed on Facebook, throwing up money. I mean, on Facebook, they're like, now their grandmama, what you doing? Oh, we got to get off of Facebook. They got to go somewhere else.
But that storytelling feature of that is
Oh, that's great.
amazing.
We talked about that as adding to that'll be the first thing too that I think is gonna kill in the metaverse. Because if you want to be with especially your grandkids, you just go on a metaverse with
Yes.
and it'll be your real self. You like you said,
Yes.
you can read to them, you can teach to them, and I think there's gonna be modules. I'm gonna get you the best Asian, Chinese, English professor. You just gonna put your Bitcoin tokens in there, and then their character gonna come in and help you whatever you need to help for, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to people trying to figure out how that's going to work in the metaverses. How you going to make money with those specialized? I'm calling them specialized rooms and stuff.
So
Yeah,
do
and
you
the
think
characters, like one thing I'm working on when I want this high speed computer, everything is because I'm good with Adobe and After Effects and all of that. I'm starting to work on 3D characters and try to figure out how to put them in an NFT and then sell them so you can use them in the metaverse.
Open VR. Go to Open VR. Go to Open VR. That's the SDK to try to. It's for Oculus. Facebook owns Oculus. You go to Open VR. They give you templates of how to do those
let me see if
characters
he
and do
has
training.
let me ask my son if he has it already.
So I've been playing
I
around with
learn
from a
stuff
training
every
perspective.
day on this channel. Open
Facts.
VR. I gotta go look at
Yeah,
that.
so yeah, it sounded like that's what they were using, and they had a couple languages you use. So I was gonna play around with it too and see if I could do some characters with training, open up a disk drive, click on the platter, how that, then talk about the binary on the platter, click on it, and it shows you the letter of the words in binary, like Tony Stark did in Iron Man, have it open up as a hologram. But I looked at that, I was like, ooh, I like, it looks kind of hard. So that was some you guys out there doing on YouTube. But yeah, they use OpenVR to start that works with Oculus.
Yeah, but I'm really going to work on that next year and everything.
Ops, this is my question to you, because we kind of had this discussion briefly, but I want everybody to be aware of this. What about schools on the metaverse? Do you think that's what's going to happen?
Oh yeah, I think and so the
I'm talking about public school, not just going to college and stuff. I'm talking about regular school.
I'm going all the way up to chain.
Okay, good.
They're gonna do public school in the metaverse because we both know poor communities can't really afford schools because it's done off your taxes. They tired of giving you extra money. They don't really want to fund you too, because why? It's crime, it's metal detectors. So they want to put you in the metaverse and have you train there. Because people don't realize when you go to Harvard in college, you don't go to Harvard and learn, you go to Harvard for connections. School is going to be like that in the new future, right? When you go to school, you're going to pay for it. It's going to be a prep school or a high-end public school. Regular poor schools, if you ain't got any money, you're going to be in a metaverse learning. It's going to be a lot of positive, but it's going to be some negatives, right?
Yes.
To me, when kids don't have interactions, what does that do to a kid? I mean,
I agree with that.
My grandson is, he's super hyper, When he went with his friends through the pandemic, he was just running amok. I was like, dude, you got to calm down.
You said running amok. Well, ops, what if they make it where it's virtual? Because what I seen, this is this company that they did like a starter or angel thing or whatever. You can start investing in it, and I believe it's called. I think it's called I forget what it is through Start Engine, but it's called I think it's called Axe Lab or something. But anyways, it's this thing they have where you put the virtual things on, and then you have the things, but it's like interactive where you're moving to with it or whatever. And so I'm thinking if they do school in the metaverse and they do all those things, there will be devices that are going to be common. So they're not going to be super expensive because everybody's going to have one because it could, and then you're moving anyway. So it's like you still can be active, and it's like this little circular thing, and like you move around on it and all that. So that's what I'm assuming from what I've seen that people are actually making now.
Right. The problem is, and I agree with you though, but if you don't have personal interaction as a human being, even as a kid, what does that do to you? I understand. I'm down with the technology. I understand that. But if you don't never leave your house, are you going to be Wally? We just going to be fat with little arms?
What are we going to do? Because you're the
what I was saying about China, too.
Fact.
You lose a lot of that. And, I get what y'all saying. They want to build up the country and sacrifice everybody. But you lose some stuff in all of that.
Yeah, but
some humanity and some...
Yeah, but true. But with China, though, they
do stuff.
Yeah, they want, especially men. They tired of their men being China weak, so they trying to make them masculine. You taking karate, jujitsu,
they're doing extra.
So they making sure you get some of that.
That's true.
I'm just talking about if you in there, 24 hours a day.
Oh.
What do you do? Now China said we want our men to be masculine. So like I said, because they got them right. They don't, so that they consider weak and soft. So they doing all kind of crazy stick with their kids. But so that's my only thing. The only problem with it is I'm cool with it, but I just worry that certain poor communities are going to be lab rats to figure this out because they don't know. So they testing that on you. So what does that do?
I mean, it's going to do a lot because you need to be socially interactive. It's not even a question. We see what happened with the pandemic. These kids have anxiety now from being at home a couple months not around other people. So think about it on a massive level. It's
right. So is the metaverse going to be cool enough where your mind think it's actually interaction because you with people? But if my mind sees a robot, I know that's not a real person. So am I going to take that as real interaction? I don't know. That's what we guessing with. So that's my thing is so as a community, so as a nation and an underserved community, we got to make sure we're not being guinea pigs for some of these tests. Now, if you cool with it and you think it's good for your kids, I just need everybody to be very intentional about what they do. That's all I'm saying. If you say that's going to be best for my kid, I got it. I'm going to get in the best tutors, the best avatars, the best this and that. But two, I tell people, the metaverse is not going to be open. It's going to be like Patreon. There's going to be certain rooms you can't go in because you can't afford to go in.
Yep.
There's going to be red line in metaverse.
Right.
It ain't going to be all information to all people.
Yeah, for free.
That's not how capitalism works, people. I promise you.
You're
so
right.
don't be fooled. Don't be fooled.
Yep.
I just want everybody to be real attentional on how they move.
And that sounds just like I said, like upload, because once you do, only people that can get uploaded ops. Only people that can get uploaded are the people that have the money. These were the rich people. So when they did get uploaded, they got to live a lavish afterlife for forever. But the point of the show was there was these two regular guys that were computer IT engineers, and they wanted to create a afterlife that you could create for free. So that's kind of how the plot started. You know, they end up deleting them at the beginning, one of them, and he gets uploaded, and that's how the story starts. So you are exactly right, because that is going to be the key thing, the haves and the have-nots with this. Yeah. And then where does it go from there?
Let me jump on one more. Let me go. One thing, I'm about to get dark here. I'm going to get dark.
No. We're not about to get dark here yet.
We're about to get dark real quick.
No, not yet.
We got to hit this.
I'm going to go dark real quick. My version of the metaverse is be very careful, because they're going to be income inequality, right? So to pacify you, they're going to put you in a metaverse like you on Instagram. Your metaverse life is going to be lovely. You're going to be balling, but you're going to be broke, and they're going to give you UBI. They give you the metaverse so you don't riot, right? So that's the control. So me and Engineering Cannabis was going back first. He said, we should use it to solve problems. I said, that's the problem it's going to solve, because you're going to be poor, and they don't want you to know you got a shitty life. So they're going to put you in a metaverse, right, and you think you're going to be reality. King. That's the problem it's solving. Now, I'm going to let you go, beautiful. I'm going to let you do your thing. I get too dark there.
Just dropped the mic on that.
We made a really good point, because it's already happening, because there's people who they got all them bags on Instagram, but then they're asking it, but then their Cash App in their profile waiting for some money so they can eat for the night.
A lot of those people
go fund me when somebody passed away.
All those mattresses, a lot of those, I'm gonna say ladies, a lot of people's mattresses were on the floor too. That's all I'm gonna say.
Exactly.
See, I don't know. I'm not in the Instagram life, so I don't know. I don't see all that.
Bags.
Facts, but
why would you believe everything you see though? I don't know, probably because I'm so far gone from the internet and I'm touching back into it. The logic for me is just like it just makes sense to me, but I don't know. I think we're creatures of habit where we need to see things, and just going back to what you said, Ops, our truth is what we see. So you were talking about how pacified we would be, and then the metaverse and different levels and classes. Well, guess what? If as long as I'm stimulated here, Ops, you can be fat, broke, busted, and disgusted, and a blah, but you don't care, because this is all that matters. The reality in my mind is all that matters, and we're living that out now. But if I got a reality that's what I wanted, and it is my always my dreams, why would they want to be better? You just gonna be slobbing like a blob. I see the docileness of a whole society, because we're docile now. I mean, I'm looking at these kids in education. It's just, the mindset is off. So this is going to be it's going to be hyper, just exacerbated when this happens. It's just going to be blobs everywhere. It's just going to be probably people taking care. They're going to have, what's that, the drop line on people?
Like Wally.
Here. I love that movie. I love Wally. But yeah, Ops, I mean, what's going to happen? Ops, hold on. Ops, we can't hear you. Are you talking?
No, I was taking a call while you was talking. I had one in there.
Oh, my bad. Ops, handle your business. You good. Go ahead, Judge. What are you saying?
Shut up. I'm on Mrs. B Finesse show. I can't talk right now.
He was dropping me off some Thanksgiving money. He was one of my renters. You know, he old school. He dropped cash in my mailbox. I'm like, I got to get it out of my mailbox real quick. He's my homie. But go ahead.
Yeah, Ops, but I think it's going to be blobs. I mean, Judges, what you think about it? I mean, they like it. So they love it too.
I don't believe anything that's not like real. Like, yeah, I'm a person. I love the entertainment, this and that, and it gets me excited. But it's just like, I know at the end of the day, none of this ish that's on TV happens in real life. You know, because a lot of it, like if Nene, the way, like, you know, people are like, Nene was the show and Nene was this, and I would love to have somebody like Nene who had my back. Ma'am, if Nene talked to me the way that y'all have, the way she talks to y'all on the show, me and Nene would throw hands every day. But like, you know, it's just like people keep trying to apply this false reality to this. It's like guys trying to live out like these creep squads, like from VH1 Love and Hip Hop and trying to be like, oh yeah, we're a creep squad, all this other stuff. When like, sir, you're gonna end up with AIDS. Stop playing. It's not a joke. Like it's not cool to have all these women. It's not cool to have, all these children. It's not cool to have like all this stuff like this. It's not. This is the taint. Like that's why they need like a display before all these shows. They say this is for entertainment purposes. This is not real life. But
That's
of course
real
they're trying to
life, though.
sell it to you. Like these,
I
like
don't
people
think that
who
would
live
even matter,
out here
to be
like this, and
honest.
it's like it doesn't
I don't
work
think
out
that
like
would
that.
matter.
It
I
doesn't
think
work
people
out
just
like
want to
that.
believe what they want. Like people just they don't care.
But I
They don't
wanted
care.
to tie in the have not story to recent like pop culture like cartoon theory. So if we all are old enough to remember the Jetsons.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and remember they lived in the sky and they had the cars that would and all that stuff. And remember there was a movie and they ended up having to make a pit stop on their way to a road trip to and they ended up hanging out with the Flintstones when they made a pit stop to Earth.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
People were like, oh, they went back in time and all this sort of stuff. When really, what the thing is that the Flintstones, they're actually living and trying to make this new. They're rehashing the old Earth, trying to repopulate it, and they're actually all in the same timeline. So like there's some that's going to be without and there's going to be some with, and that's like the Jetsons and the Flintstones, respectively. And right now that during this week, based off of Mr. Jetson's birth date, he is being conceived this week because he should be born like August 23rd, 2022. And saying basically if like that's reflecting reality, or like a lot of the things that we see relate to reality from what we've been inspired by from television, it is going to, by 2062, he is going to be a 40-year-old man living in the sky. So, what do you guys think about that? Like, do you think that some of this like technology that we're seeing and the plans about going to space or having these space colonies would actually become real, since we've actually did see some of this happen before in cartoons, and it's actually coming closer to those time frames?
Well, I can add to that because I don't know if I misheard this because I asked my husband yesterday. Did I hear that right? And let me know, chat and panel. Is Michael Strahan getting on a rocket going up into space or something?
Yeah, I heard that.
And I seen it. I was like, are you guys like a regular person is going into space? Because I know that in Cape Canaveral they what is his name?
Bezos?
Musk sent like 4 people up. No, Bezos. He went up with like 3 other people or whatever. But yeah, I'm like, what did Michael Strahan do? But I thought you paid to go on that. So did he pay to go on that rocket? He's going to space what, tomorrow or something? Michael Strahan, did anybody hear that in the chat? I don't know. When is it?
I thought that what morning show is it? I thought they did it as part of that.
Oh, so they're paying for it. The morning show.
That's what I was thinking, but I'm not 100% sure because I thought it was a
Interesting.
publicity stuff. Because I think he's gonna do some Get Morning, stuff. Why
was it publicity? I didn't know because they had it on the news, and I was just like, it didn't. I'm like, why would the news talk about that? And I thought that was, but I'm not shocked, Ops. That's the point. Like going to what Judge said, like I'm not shocked about that because I know, especially if you got the, you can pay the cost to be the boss. Like they're not stopping because you don't have the money. If they got the money, they're gonna find somebody that has the technology to go where they want to go. So that's my perspective on that. Ops and L, what do you guys think?
I'm gonna tell you, because some people say, why are they spending all that money to do that? And I'm gonna tell you why. Because the federal government will never invest what it really takes in order to see regular people outside of an astronaut go into space. So if you think about it, if the FAA or NASA is never going to put money into it, then how do you continue to develop that kind of stuff technologically unless you have some millionaire, billionaires, or whatever kind of move the needle on it? That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, because I always think about Batman. Because I'm like, all the technology he had to be fighting Superman,
or even Iron
like
Man.
that.
Shoot,
Like,
Iron Man
you
be
know,
making me feel like, oh, I want that crap so bad.
Yeah, but I think it's two parts of that is investing in that stuff is super expensive. So I'm like, Prince, we can send people to the moon, but we got people starving on Earth. So I come with a little dichotomy on that. There's a
Yeah, you
lot.
got
The microwave came from space, but Jeff Bezos went up, Branson went before him, and all these people. We spending billions of dollars. I just went downtown. I'm gonna be stepping over homeless people, man.
Hey,
I
Ops,
was.
you see, Bezos gave what's his name, Vaughn,
Oh my
$100 million,
God.
and
I
the
don't know
other
why he gave.
chef, $100 million. Two arbitrary people, $100 million.
I'm
Right.
like,
How
I'm like,
many
I could bake
mouths
some
could that
cakes.
fed?
Bring it
That
over
could have fed
here.
so many
I could make
people.
some
That could have fed
pies.
all the homeless
Right.
people in
I
America.
think
Period,
that
bar none.
inequality will always be there because
course.
there's an economy around
Facts.
that
Facts.
Capitalism.
difference as well if you think about
Right.
it.
So I was
Yeah, because
arguing with
like
one of
if you
my.
keep, because if you keep, oh, I'm sorry,
No, no, you find it. My only issue with that, and I was arguing with one of my young homies, and I was just like, I'm fine with that, but as a nation, we can't have minimum wage at $8 and have trillionaires. We got to put at least a little
725.
floor on. But hopefully it goes up to 15. We've been marching for. So that's my only thing. And two is like I tell him is Walmart is a $1 billion company, and they 20% of their employees are on food stamps, right? So
That's true. That's true.
we need to get a little balance here. You know, I'm
That's
cool
true.
with capitalism, but we can't let it run amok. So
But
that's
that's
my
why
only
a lot
It
of
thing.
these
doesn't work
people
unless
aren't
it runs
working.
amok. Yeah, but it doesn't work unless it runs amok. It has to be
Well,
extreme.
Yes,
It has to be
yes.
extremes. So,
No,
or it wouldn't
no,
work the way it does.
no,
I
because
think, well, there's been
we tax people.
examples.
We tax people at 75% in the 50s. So the government can do whatever they want any other time.
Yeah, we know that. We know that.
They'll come
I
knock
don't
on your
think the
door
government as it exists
if you do
today
your
will
taxes wrong.
ever do anything to equalize that wealth gap. Not in my lifetime. I don't see it happening.
You sound like me. Shout out to that.
Shoot, I think it's probably going to be like when I'm dying, honestly, that it's going to happen, because it's not going to happen in my time frame either, because unfortunately my generation of people and the generations that are after me are all this quick instant things. They cop on to something quick, but then they don't follow through on it. Their follow through is terrible. So like, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's terrible that something happened here in DC. Let's march. You march on it for one day, and then you're like, okay, well, what's the next trend?
Right. But at least,
Yeah.
at least y'all have a trend. I'm right after boomers. We don't give it. We just trying to make all the money, man. We from the, the shoulder pads, double-breasted suit. We wasn't trying to give anybody. We from the generation that said greed was good. We didn't even fake like we was jumping on. Greed is good.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm actually like super excited about like the fact that all y'all are starting to exit. More and more y'all
Facts,
starting to
facts,
exit,
facts.
because now finally I can move up. Because
Facts,
people,
facts.
That's
and
true.
a lot of it, because like,
Facts.
and
Boomers
then
don't want to doggone retire.
yeah,
They don't.
man. Don't make me
Working,
push you down the steps,
I-
Cheryl.
I'm not a
I'm not
boomer.
retire.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, and hopefully I don't get beat up. I agree with you 100%. I think old people are in the way. The city of Chicago still got, shout out to Minister Louis Farrakhan, shout out to Jesse Jackson, shout out to Al Shop. All them dudes 80s. They don't even have a successor. What are y'all old dudes doing? If y'all die, who going to take over the organization?
Yes.
All y'all dudes are 80 and still in the mix. What are y'all doing, man? Old people in the way. Get out the way.
It's
Move
why
out
our
the way.
government doesn't work. You think about it. You got
Yeah,
Biden
all
at
older
79,
people.
Pelosi's 80, I think. All of those people at the top. And you will never convince me, because I got parents in their 80s, and they got dementia, both of them. So those people are not dealing with all of their faculties. They're set in their ways, and that's why there's all this arguing and no resolution coming into it.
Yeah, because it's. But also, I have to give it to the Republicans. They do come up with a name for somebody real quick, though, with quickness. And I know it's a way for them to fight the dementia, because then they'll remember you.
and it's key, because when you stuck in your ways, there's no transition and transformation.
Yes.
And when you said 30, still 40s, they've been in the doggone sitting in the house for doggone 30 to 50 years.
Yes.
Aren't you tired? Don't you want to enjoy your grandkids or something? Why you still want to do the same thing for 50 years? Like some
And it's power. They're not trying to help anybody. Get out of here.
When you find out
It's
like
power.
the origin story of like how they came to power, how they got their first seat, and then they kept it, it's like ridiculous. It's like being there literally at the right time at the right place. Because Pelosi
Look at Wally
was on
Rowe.
this dude's campaign, and
Wally talking about move B, get out the way,
and he got deleted like of natural causes. And they're like, "Huh, we already built up all this thing. We can't leave this Democratic seat left. You were riding on his campaign. Why don't you join?" And she just stepped up to the podium, and then she's been the queen of California ever since.
That's
so it's
crazy.
like
I'm gonna ask you guys one more comment, because then I'm gonna round off the stream because I gotta run some errands. I'm gonna round it off. I'm gonna ask one more comment.
You know what?
I sure do. That's why I'm about to end the stream. I sure do.
I'll order it off of Instacart. Instacart will have it here while we're still doing the live.
Oh, you look, dang, she done threw me in that street. She said I'm getting off to go order stuff. No, actually, I'm finishing cooking, about to relax with the family. I'm over because me and Ops, we was gonna go like 2 hours. Like we're at 4 hours, so we extended our grace to you guys. But one question first, and then I want Ops to end it. Just reiterate everything with the cybersecurity. But I'm gonna give it y'all the floor. This is the question. Oh Lord, I know y'all didn't make me forget my freaking question. Oh my gosh, I had a good question.
Have to keep talking until she remembers.
Oh my gosh, doggone Judge, I'm about to doggone virtually prick you. I had the question in my head to you. Dang it, what was I gonna ask? What were we just talking about, guys? Judge, don't try to not talk so I forget.
You talking about VH1?
No, don't trick me. L, I trust you. L, what was we talking about? Judge is trying to get me tripped up. Doggone it. Oh my gosh. Oh no, listen, this is it. This is the question. No, look, Elle ain't even listening. She's trying to turn her glasses on.
Facts.
Well, okay, listen, guys. This is the thing, because I have the criminal justice degree, so I always wondered this. What do y'all feel about these judges having? I think the Supreme Courts have life sentences or whatever. They can stay on there for life. What the doggone Shaggy? Like, I want all of y'all to speak on that, because I don't understand why you would want, when you're dealing with justice and you're dealing with ideals, with people's mindset, and you're dealing with hardcore cases where lives are on jeopardy. What do y'all have to say about that as far as they can have life sentences, the Supreme Court judges?
I just had this conversation with some of my family members this morning, and people will get mad at me, but I'm going to say it anyway. I don't think you should be able to be president. You should be a senator, congressperson, governor, mayor, whatever, on the Supreme Court justice once you hit 65. I'm sorry.
Now, why do you say 65? Where you get that age from, Elle?
Because first of all, that's kind of like the age where the government.
You gonna talk, Judgy? Hold on.
Government decided that you should retire because, okay, your faculties may not be quite there. Even with a pilot, you can't fly after 6. Now it used to be.
Are you serious?
Oh yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it used to be 60, but they raised it like 2 years ago because of the pilot shortage. But all that's getting ready to end. So that's going to be a whole nother thing with air traffic travel and all this. Wow. But you start to lose your faculties at that point. And you can't tell me you bring in 100% of your cognitive abilities to real key decision makers at that point. Man. I don't believe you are. So they can be mad at me, but I said
But I said it, Judgy. You got the floor. Talk to us.
I have the same sentiments. I think like it's very for us to have like a balance of power, that's a very imbalanced power over there, because everybody else is 2 or 6 or 4 years term, and they're the only ones that have that infinite power. Like, Lord, once we get the cure for everything, people gonna be up there and they're gonna be like the judges for 400 years or something, so I think that we do need to have like either a way to start to move them out. I'm not saying like we gotta get hitmen, but we need to start moving these people out so that we can actually make room for new ideas, new perspectives, be it Democratic or Republican, conservative, liberal. Because I think that a lot like for me, my personal preference is like, if you're old enough to remember the DC riots in the in the 60s, 70s, if you're old enough to remember, segregation and been an active participant in it, you don't need to be in like any type of government position running things. It's just
What
like,
about their wisdom, Judgy? Because they got the old school wisdom. So what's wrong
no,
with
they
ops?
benefited. Most of them have benefited from that system.
Facts.
And so and then they continue to benefit it because, again, you got, let's just say, we'll say, like, we'll keep it on a small scale, even though it's a bigger scale, but let's say that you just got a 10-year head start in front of everybody else. So that's not a fair thing to even out the playing field for everyone. If someone keeps getting a 10-year head start on everything, like, buying land, housing, money for college, all these different things, like you keep getting this head start, it's unfair for everybody else in the country. And then especially when you're no longer going to be the majority soon, thanks to my Latinx brothers and sisters out here, you're not going to be the majority soon. In 2 more years, you're going to be one of the minorities. So I can't wait for that. When the day America has to speak all Spanish, I can't wait for it.
Yeah, better start speaking Spanish. I better learn it now.
Because all these people's truths are going to be coming out again. Because then now you can really say that you've been oppressed, because you've done all this dirt, you've done all these terrible things to people, you've had every door open for you, and then literally people are asking like, hey, can I just get a ticket? When I get pulled over, can I be actually able to just talk to the police? If they ask me a question. Why do I have to give out my ID? And then y'all saying like, it's a gun. No, man. No, sir. It was just a black Coach wallet. It was just a wallet. So those are the things that bothers me. I think like you have to fix the imbalance, and then also say, if you're old enough to, been, graduating high school in the 70s, 80s, you don't need to be in any parts of government in those high positions. Cause like, even like my mother-in-law, she's like a member of like over top of all these community colleges across the nation. And this woman has the nerve to ask me about like her neighborhood. They've having carjackings because they're all old people, and people know that. So they know that people leave their car open or maybe get the key.
Even in the rich community,
targeting them. But she has the nerve to say to me when she's sending me a birth gift for the baby shower, and say like, are you sure you want me to send it to you? Because I know you live in an apartment and it may not be safe. It may get stolen. I don't want you to get it stolen. I'm like, I live in a secured building. Why don't you tell your neighbor? Why don't you ask your neighbor across the street who got his car stolen? If your neighborhood is safe.
Mother-in-law. Oh Lord, that's a whole nother segment. Mother-in-law chronicles.
Like, she's in this position over top of all these community colleges, making decisions for community college students, and you're out of touch. You're thinking that this is like still the crack epidemic of the 90s. And things are just running rampant in the apartment community, when apartment communities are really nice and honestly sometimes a lot better than some of the homes in the area, because a lot of them are rented to people who may not take care of things compared to like people in these luxury apartments. So it's like, I'm not saying my apartment's luxury, but I pay enough where it's my luxury.
Shout out to luxury. Shout out to luxury.
Ops, you got the floor now. You said shout out to luxury. You got the floor. Ops, speak on it.
No, they both summarized it, and too, I'm.
You better not say I'm old, Ops.
Oh,
that's your key phrase.
Yeah, so you would think people will be old enough to understand and step aside and pass the torch, but nobody wants to pass the torch. They just want to hold on to it. So I think both of them summed that part up right for me. And that's one reason I came to YouTube. I told them I don't learn everything. I want to learn from young people, and I want to help them. I don't want to be in the way. I'm not trying to stand on. I'm trying to help them so they can do their thing. So, real super quick story. My mom just passed away at 92, 3 years ago. She taught Sunday school for 45 years. She was about 65, about 62. She said, I'm stepping down. I'm like, what you mean you stepping down? You love church, you go every day. I learned from, she goes, I'm old. Young people need to teach. I need to watch them and make sure they're doing their thing, but why am I going to be in the way? I go, I was like, my mom's always been super practical like that. I was like, that's a good point. So every time I went to church, though, she was teaching because somebody didn't show up. You know, my 4 times I go every year on a holiday, I peek in there and she
they
was
just
teaching.
gotta learn the work ethic. Give us a chance.
No, so
but you know what? That's a good point, Oz, because if you stay for so long, who are your mentees? Who are the ones that can take the realms? You can't hold it for forever. Then you go and then you leave the community and everybody just open.
They did. Elijah Muhammad did it. He didn't really have a successor. So the 3 guys I named, if you look, I don't see a successor in any of those big organizations ran by those dudes.
No.
So I'm like, well, who y'all passing the torch to, man? Your son got locked up, so what you gonna do? So for me, that's kind of why I came to YouTube. So when I go on Before the Billions, that's his show. I ain't trying to be in the way. When I help Keep It Techie, that's their show. When they ask me, come on, I'm helping them. You see people trying to take over the show. That's not what I'm here. I'm here to help y'all. So that's why I came. You know, that's my sentiment.
I appreciate that, Ops, because like I said, when I did the call, Ops, even because I had Ops originally for the other channel, I was slated because I'm organizing all that. And he was like, whenever you need me, let me know. And then even on this one, I emailed him instantly. He got right back. You just let me know. And so, you know, that really does make a difference to my generation, millennials and younger, because like, we need to see you walking like you talking. We can't just hear you telling us what to do, or you walk in such an air that nobody can get up there. And then, you know, it just makes, especially the generation below me, they're just so, I feel like they're very emotional and passionate, and it juxtapositions, if it makes sense. So they're emotional in the sense that they want to make a change, but they're super passionate, and they're not gonna wait for you to start it. They're gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? Hell or high water. They don't care how they're gonna do it, but they are. Yeah. So it's just a different dynamic. And if you're older generation, and I get it, the older morals and values work, but they're so authentic to making a change and passionate that whole, you know, being conservative and just, you know, follow it this way, whatever, to a certain degree, they don't understand that because they are watching you. We don't see a difference. So why are we doing this when y'all doing the same thing? That's called insanity. Y'all doing the same thing. It's not making no difference. So I appreciate that you're doing that, Oz, because a lot of people 50 plus are really kind of still stuck in, I'm just gonna be the same way I am, when you really have to, we're human beings living in this whole society and this reality that we change. And so it behooves me why some people just don't want to change in the essence of anything. And that's not even how life works. Every season, you know, when you're changing jobs, changing families, up and down, it's changed. So I'm gonna let you have that floor. I'm gonna let you reiterate while we're bringing this to a close. I just kind of want you to reiterate those key points that you said dealing with cybersecurity and the holidays. Kind of reiterate the key things, and then we're just gonna end it off on that. We almost at 5 hours. Y'all, I'm supposed to cap y'all off at 2.5 hours. That was me and Ops, and we on 5.
And then I came in there.
Yeah, you know, Judgy gonna come in and remix it. So Ops, you got the floor. We're gonna give it to you.
No, just
oopsie. Sorry, no. Oh, y'all wasn't supposed to hear me say that.
No, you good. Oopsie. No, when you get it together, we're wrapping up.
My bad, y'all. Go ahead.
So now, like you said, so we came on cybersecurity. So we talked about PayPal and payment engines. Just be safe. Don't give anybody control of your phone. If you can do it on the internet, right? If you can cut on your phone, cut on Alexa, cut on your thermostat, cut on your cameras, remember a hacker can get in there and do the same too, right? We touched on travel, right? Be careful with charging stations. Look out for fake Wi-Fi spots. You know, we all know we've been tracking. We talked a little bit about the Ring doorbell, how that information is going to the sheriff and the state police. And 2 is we want to be intentional, right? If you intentionally want to get into cybersecurity, you can do it with certs, college, self-study. There's a lot of great YouTube people out there in presence. So you can get in the industry and get the bag. There's a lot of money in there. And it's like any curve in business. I got some super smart people and some dumb people. Most people are in the middle. If you work on your craft, you can get this money. And the last big thing is the metaverse. Let's figure out how to make money. Once again, be real intentional, because there's going to be a dark side to the metaverse too. And I just want to thank Miss B Finesse for getting me on our platform. And I'm gonna work on those keywords I shouldn't say. I'm trying to learn. I'm getting a little old, but so shout out to the young people. Y'all need to do your thing. And if anybody ever need me, just reach out. If it's on cybersecurity, I got your back.
All right. And also too, especially he said the younger people, guys, he said he is here. He is here to help. You got questions, ask him. He's really forthright. Like I said, I really appreciate how he explained things, how he's really thorough, and how he can connect it to something that's tangible. I really appreciate that, Black Ops. Judgy Justice and L, I'm gonna bring you guys back to the back. I'm going to talk a little bit more with Ops, and then we're going to end it. So thank you for coming on, Miss Judgy. You have a great day. Judgy, you need to smile. You sitting there looking like you Judgy looking like she angry. I'm going to talk to you in the back end, Judgy. Miss L, I'm going to bring you to the back too. Thank you for coming on. Is there anything else you wanted to?
Happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up. Once again, guys, this is Professor Black Ops. It's Mrs. B Finesse. I really appreciate that Black Ops came. I definitely want to tell that to him face to face. I thank you for all that information that you gave out. Once again, guys, his information is dropped in the chat. I'm going to put it back up here for people on the restream. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. He has all kind of interviews with all kind of different people, guys. People that are big in the industry. He's got interviews with other different people too. He's on other people's channel too, guys. So please make sure you check him out. Show him love. Once again, guys, this is Mrs. B Finesse here at millennialfinessemindset.com. Make sure you hit the like button, hit subscribe, turn that bell on so you can get the notifications, guys. What we're doing here, guys, we are faithfully inspiring, innovating, naturally effective, and we seek success every day. That's what Finesse stands for. Not getting over. Ops, how you threw me under the bus at the beginning. At the beginning, but we're gonna let it ride. So once again, guys, I appreciate you guys. Have a good Thanksgiving. And that's pretty much it, guys. I'm gonna talk to you guys on the flip. And you guys have a great day. Adios, au revoir.